What up, chat? See, I'm always on time, bro. You see that? See that? I'm always on time. See, I'm always on time. I'm always on time. Let's see. Should be a comedian, bruh. I'm always on time, no? So Super Ninja. All right, first match of the day: Fenridi versus Boy Mang. Okay. All right. Is the scene lagging? Fuck, I forgot. I forgot to fix it. Shit. Okay.
Wow. Yeah. So very familiar with the digital violence. Fenrich on the other end, right? I'm very excited to see what Fenrich has played because me and him have actually gravitated towards similar characters in this game, which is not what I expect. Usually I don't play Fenrich characters. So to see him on Blade, on the Carnage early, I'm not sure
what happened to the sub goal. What's sub goal?
Black Panther, could be Spider-Man, could be the Chief.
What's sub goal? Something's over.
Could be the Ghost Rider. I think Ghost Rider is extremely good.
Dude, okay, so about that, I've seen a lot of flame carpet loops in the corner from Fenrich.
Okay.
And looking at like the amount of damage he dishes,
The daily sub goal? Or what are you talking about?
The combo meter.
Yeah, I saw somebody put some tech out recently that was like...
Got walked down by an Iron Man? Yikes.
Like looping certain special moves in this game is actually hindering your damage.
Yo, Anti, thanks for the streak.
If that does that much damage with the flame carpet is either something that it doesn't actually apply to as much, or
W flame warp it. W flame warp it.
The scariest thing on top of that is that like you're revving your engine, right? You get towards like redlining, you get to have access to more enhanced specials.
W flame warp it.
To kind of like provide an even stronger mix. One of the biggest things that we kind of talked about.
I fixed my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule's always been fixed. What you mean?
Coming in from,
the best of sleep schedules, the finest.
Aren't necessarily like true. It's not
Only the finest of sleep schedules.
Medium, which is the low. It's not a true block string. Going in from cradle to overhead, there's enough of a gap to 2H it. However, if you are redline or towards redline at level 3, it becomes much more potent. The string is tightened up with the medium. It's a true like block string.
Like being sleep.
Is much tighter, so you do get frame trap off of it in the later stages. So there is a possibility to kind of like rev your engine a lot more with these loops. I think that's his main priority, right? He's currently in zone 1, so he's gonna be chilling, right?
Yeah, 100% right now. And yeah, going with the low, I believe you do block low until you see the dash. I believe the overhead is only accessible after the dash from Ghost Rider.
That's not necessarily true.
Iron Man's theme is fire.
That, like,
I want to do that theme tier list today.
Right, and you just kind of block low, you do get to punish the medium option. If they dash, you could challenge it. It's a counter hit against them. But again, against the overhead, there's so much time to option select.
Oh, I need to find a Tokon tier list maker.
The only character I laughed, I'll tell you what.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's good to know. I'm glad you put me on game on that one. Fenrich is using the air assemble smash. We haven't seen too many people.
Let's go to 20, right?
And the assemble counter as well. He's not going to kill with it because he doesn't have assembly meter. He needed that for the extra damage. 2H cancel after hitting the assist. Very good awareness from Boy Man Guy, Pound Bud Brobe.
How did you?
I don't know how I did it smoothly. I promise you.
You are locked in.
That was the Ryu Goku Gikon coming out.
Stop it, man.
The assemble counter gets baited out again. How? I don't know.
Damn. I just say BMG, dude.
Yeah,
I get lazy with it.
I was just gonna say boy, but you know, I went in with it. That
I don't think I need a
right
D2,
there,
do I?
Coming out on top of it again with the Wolverine. This is such interesting team composition from both sides to me because boy has like all of the typical Western discourse characters.
Should be fine.
And Fenrir is playing stuff a little bit more funky, especially that
Oh,
Star
yes.
Wars Assault. I haven't seen
We
that
are gonna
much
do this
much
tier
at
list
all.
after this.
I didn't even notice that. That's a good call too, but still currently locked
I want to do a
down.
tier list for it.
Pat and
Theme
Pets.
tier list.
Oh my god.
Yup, the overhead and then calling into the blade last second.
Yeah, man. Like I don't even know which initially hit.
Storm is
right? If it was
first,
like the blade
okay.
Or if the overhead hit initially. Either
Theme
way,
tier list. We will
that's
be
why
doing
Fenrir
that.
got opened
Oh
up. He
shit, I
couldn't
forgot my
tell either.
drink.
Oh, give me that! You tried
Damn
to
it.
chain on the way down? No, sir. As good
Spider-Man
of a
for
reach as
us?
it is on the
Son.
way down, you are still susceptible to the 2H, brother.
I'll put the daily sub goal back on the
My
screen.
man is reaching.
Yo, if we hit the daily sub goal today, I'll turn song request on.
And then again, getting the
5 subs, take it or leave it.
setting them down, and yeah, I was gonna say,
And I
still
started
more
early. It's gonna be a
spot
long
right here, so
stream.
he's gonna
Take
find
it or
out
leave
like
it.
that, using it towards the end and sneaking a little bit more
Take it
extra,
or leave it.
41% off that reflect, not perfect, but nonetheless. it's still
Actually, I should put it 10. 5 is
again,
not.
perfect, but it's all right. Keeps the pressure,
5 is not
gets
it
the overhead
for.
on Fenrir.
That's it?
Yet
Oh,
again,
yeah,
my
yeah,
man
yeah. Hold on, let me
Boy
raise
is
it.
Going in.
You're right, you're right, you're right.
Oh.
I have these finesses out here. Hold on, let me raise that real quick.
Coming in. You thought it was your turn? The light coming in last second. I don't even think it was a counter hit against Fenrir. I don't know what it was. After the blade assist, he did kind of stagger that pressure with the light, and it caught Fenrir off guard.
Yeah, might have just been holding up, but there's a whole lot of holding up in this game. And you might just be locked in blocks on a little bit longer than you
Wait, how'd I
would
lose the
normally, you
daily?
know? Beautiful pickup on that.
So much hit stun too on the way down.
Hope you never get your mob back. It's crazy.
Yo, footsies?
Yeah, I heard something about like counter hits in the air at like +10 to hit stun or something like that.
Damn.
So it is significant when you do get a counter hit in the air, much easier to convert from.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh, gets clip low at that time. I'm a little surprised by, I mean, Carnage
There you go.
overhead is, I mean, yeah, it's threatening.
All right, now I can say if with today's
I
daily
think
sub
it's
goal,
like a
I'll
little
turn song
slower,
request
but
on.
People get hit by slower overheads in this game so far, so
There we
Slower
go.
overheads in other games, man. People just get
Yeah,
caught. That's
no.
just the nature of the beast.
it's still good. I'm a little surprised he got clipped low regardless, though.
But it's still BMG trying to fight back. That first initial round in game 2, going to Fenrir, obviously trying to get that Carnage going, but it's been Ghost Rider who's been struggling majority of the set.
Let's go, Finrich.
I love that, man. He stacking the pressure up. Didn't commit the last time, but
I gotta
Ghost
cut my
Rider,
nails.
the
Oh
big
god, my
hit
nails long as
was
shit.
able to come through. Gonna try to cash out with some Carnage damage. That's one thing this character definitely has in spades. Massive damage, especially at the wall, bro. Like, look at how long this is going.
Man, he put Logan multiple times on the chopping block.
Reflect again here, and Fenrich now. He always plays the card neutral. That's what I was talking about, just going face first at the Wolverine. It's gonna be a little scary doing that.
Yeah, the assemble counter to kind of back away from the corner. Fenrir trying to initiate with the Carnage yet again. Still the defense is there from BMG. He's been just as around, I feel like, in terms of like the versus games that have been coming out lately, as much as Fenrir.
And I like BMG still definitely has the awareness to actually assemble counter and assemble smash while you were disassembled. That is
He's
something
so
that is still
sick,
good.
dude.
Yeah.
His air-to-air awareness has been so on point.
He's keeping him locked down, right? Every time he tries to escape, he just meets Ghost Rider in the air. Using the autocorrect on the heights as
Torn
well.
Redeemer
Again,
time, I
don't
got you with
know
a sub.
when or
That's
where
crazy.
that hits,
A
bro.
timer for a sub
And
is
Blade's just
insane work.
watching.
Yeah.
He's being a creep, right? He's just like waiting for the tag, and he's like, come on, man. Oh, chopping block 1. Ooh, chopping block number 2. Extension, another one.
You know, Blade got to keep an eye out
Mutilate.
for the IRS, you feel me?
You know, I feel like he's all right with that now.
Shout
I think
out
he
to
paid
Lee
his dues. Yeah. He needs to come back, bro, especially for this game.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, trade combos. Trading with Carnage? You playing with fire? I'm not trading with Carnage. Oh, hell no. Ferrich is not playing the team I thought he would play. Figured he play like Magic Blade or something.
Slightly awkward angle getting the cross up against them.
Yeah, like the hit stop of hitting the assist in the air, like paused Carnage in the air just long enough to dodge the ground button.
Don't give it to me.
Ooh,
that's the stuff right
charged
there.
heavy in
So
the
yeah, on
air.
charge age,
Just
when
to
you
stall?
do the unique into
That was
either the charge
disgusting.
age or the 2L, they actually hit
That was
one frame apart.
disgusting.
So
Okay.
it's real mix, 100%.
That's, yeah, it's real mix.
I mean, I couldn't even.
You thought he was gonna do a fall, but no, he did charge heavy, so he stalled in the air. Overheaded you.
Not airborne, sorry, but overhead, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things where like when you play against it, you'll feel it. Like it looks a little strange, like just visually, but when you play against it, you'll feel it.
That boy Carnage.
That he hits you on the charge
There will be carnage.
Usually like empty low timing. So
Oh, I
like,
looked at that new Doom trailer for Doomsday. That
overhead.
shit was fire.
And then you're like, I'm just gonna stand the whole time.
That shit was
and then you find
fire.
out that it's one frame
Those dudes are
difference.
terrified.
So yeah, I think
That's messed up.
yeah,
Those
I
dudes
think
were
it's also
terrified in
quite
that
real when it
trailer.
comes to the Carnage mix.
Pretty deadly. Fenrich seems to have found like a pretty solid rebuttal.
It's a
against,
good trailer.
BMG thus
Oh, I
far.
forgot to upload the reactions to the
Signing up
Kingdom
number
Hearts
one,
trailer.
already getting the initial
Let me go get that right now, actually, before I forget.
Yeah, man, deleted the Black Panther assist call right there. Assemble counter on the wake up. That's gonna be the only assembly meter boy man guys got.
And people are saying it's not Doom because the voice doesn't sound like Robert Downey.
The Black Panther, but the scramble
I don't
is
know.
regardless. Oops. Yeah, I was gonna say assist call into the Ghost Rider. Yeah, that was a little bit of a fumble from Fenrich. He didn't get his special out in time for the tag.
Yeah, and you are going to be punished with that heavy. A lot of recovery on that bad boy. Super up close as well. Not the wisest choice right now, but BMG will take that.
We were saying there's two Dooms.
Team Rave keeping him on this side as well. Oh no, and the two. That means the health is getting deleted even faster than usual. Fenrich coming back in that round.
I don't know why I heard failure is beneath Doom.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know why.
That's pretty
It's
good to
just
me.
like the halls of Marvel, just kind of like the noise is just coming in.
You see the Doomsday trailer, bro?
I sure did.
Oh yeah.
All of you are living borrowed lives. Man.
Oh, hell answers to Doom, brother.
That's true.
And again, Fenrich with the Carnage combos. Look at this, bro. Like this.
That trailer
character
was
is
so
much
beautiful.
damage,
The
dog.
Kingdom Hearts trailer.
What is that? 65, 70, 59. Good
Oh,
lord.
lordy.
60% combo just like that. Welcome to Two Touch City. The rising instant overhead with Ghost Rider after getting locked down by Carnage. Nasty stuff from Fenrich.
He's one of the few that can do it consistently like that, right? No gimmicks around it. That's just part of his kit naturally.
Yeah, legitimately. That is one where you get locked down. You best believe that overhead is a potent option that's coming.
Woo!
And again, just stopping him in his tracks, going into Carnage off of that to confirm for even further gains. He wanted to keep the corner. You saw him call the assist. He was trying to do it quick enough so it'll hit and not break the wall, but it didn't work out.
Crossover, yeah.
That shit was 4K. God damn.
He actually tried to go
That
for
shit
it,
was
thinking maybe he had
beautiful.
An opportunity for another
That shit's in
convert, but
4K.
Fenrir's going to take full advantage of that. Up until this point, a little bit of a drop. Yeah, the scramble, another counter hit midway through. BMG.
That was a 4K trailer.
So far in this set.
Yeah, Fenrich, I think he definitely was trying to alter his route to squeeze more damage before a wall break happened, but just kind of flubbed in the moment.
Overhead!
And a counter as well. Just gave him enough breathing room to try something, and Fenrich gets counter hit for it.
Get some mad damage for the
Say
Savage
your
Instinct.
prayers.
Let's go into the Savage Instinct. That's a tournament
You are
combo, right?
dead.
You had an assist available. You could have extended it a little bit, but
Nowhere to
rather than
run.
risk that drop
Tokon speak move, never seen it.
Coming back and killing you in one combo, just take the
It's really that good?
Man, dude, the human Beyblade? I like that. Doesn't he get dizzy? I know he's like, you know, a mutant, but he can't be like not susceptible to being dizzy.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, dude.
Right?
Appreciate your humor, indeed. Block on the overhead, excellent. Nope, gonna be able to dash out of that. You already know it. And you know what? Fenrich, although the Ghost Rider is meant for range, doesn't really have that kind of mobility to kind of chase that kind of movement against Wolverine.
Yeah.
Kind of rough shot. Damn, BMG, Adamantium Rave.
Man, yeah, if he gets this round here, we're going to a final round in this set, and he's going to do exactly that.
I had a
There
feeling
you go.
I was
I'm
going
gonna
to
have
say
to
a
switch
throw is
stream out.
coming, right? You are just at death's door, just a throw away. He went for the tick a little bit, moved on in and got it. Uh-oh. Okay. Fenrich still safe, or so we thought.
I didn't even notice this was losers as well, so this is for your tournament life.
Oh, loser, this gets eliminated?
Fenrich, he gets the
You're not
wall as
live yet,
well.
but why is it not letting me
That does
co-stream?
So much damage to good old Carnage. See it again here, and he doesn't have the necrosis.
The necrosis.
Does.
The necrosis. Oops, I pressed a knock a mistake. Fuck.
Reflect, man. He woke up with a Savage Instinct and it connects. Huge for BMG here.
There you go.
Of course, the disassemble meter does freeze during the supers. Take note of that. So he's not building time back, but nonetheless, he is going to be able to take his turn now. He gets the buff to Wolverine as well, where the Savage mode stays on for a while.
Will he have a chance to utilize it? Right now, it's going to be Ghost Rider. Oh, he actually got the hit zone,
overhead.
forced the block downward
That shit
afterwards,
is
got the overhead.
evil.
We got some Magnash.
That shit is evil.
Puts him again on a
That
pixel
deep
here.
overhead,
So we're countering
jumping
again.
that high and
As
just
he gets
overheads,
up here
that
to
shit's
reflect,
evil as
that's when he
fuck.
calls all his assists. Oh, but all his assists are getting destroyed, bitches.
Oh no, happy birthday.
Takes it over Federich. Holy what? Oh
Bruh,
my.
as soon
Damn.
as the assist got clipped, BMG,
Just
excuse me,
damn.
Boyman Guy Pal, but Bro Bay was popping off. You couldn't see it in the player cam, but he
See
knew.
new X-Men cast? Yeah, that
He
shit was
knew
fire.
he had the victory. All he had to do was just finish the route. I know for sure. I know for sure Fenrich's Ghost Rider hitting him with the no mames. It's just he's feeling it.
No mames.
Robbie, why you do Robbie like that, bro? Oh man. But that's one of the things in this game, right?
The no
When you guys
mames.
are on Pixel, all you want to do is just mash your assists.
Yeah, yeah.
Because all three are like, legitimately, I do that all the time. You're on a Pixel,
I saw
that's me doing
I
that.
saw
This is me at home if you're on a Pixel.
Facts.
Like,
Actually.
100%. And mash all the assists because you can just mash
Not
it all
wrong.
and all three of them come out.
He's
right?
not
Like,
wrong.
you don't have to, like, take a
Yo, I
picture
want
or
some
you
wing
smash
stop, bro.
all
Some
three
wings
come
would go
out.
stupid right now. I'm not gonna lie.
But that's what happens. Is
Yo,
that
somebody
you
should buy me some Wingstop.
Need it hard. and
Yep,
you
yep,
can
yep.
get Not just 1, 2, or 3. Like if you could get hit by all 4.
I know
and you're
somebody
just gonna
he
go
got it
do
like
something.
that.
That's
So,
true.
man, I don't know how many got hit. I'm pretty sure it was at least 3. I
It
don't
was.
think
I think it was 3.
it was 3, right?
Three.
Yeah, I don't think it was
Somebody
all
should,
4, but I think it was 3.
bless your boy with some Wingstop.
Damn,
We
son, I'm
broke.
telling you, man.
Wow.
Top 8 Evo Las Vegas finalist.
Yeah, never
bro.
trying to
He's
spread
coming in
some-
hot
spread
from
some
that
love,
exact
bro.
game going into Marvel Tokon. He was
Whatever happened to
already
random acts of
ready
kindness,
for
bro?
the
Come
assault.
on, man.
That was an excellent showing. Back and forth, down to the wire, the final game, the final round, with such a scramble against 2 legends. And boy, I couldn't ask
So
for more.
messed
And I
up,
gotta
man.
say, man.
I thought we
in the
had
meantime,
something.
We do have to have a little bit of a switch up. We do kind of pump the brakes a
The
little
fuck
bit.
is
We're kinda
Carolina
need to-
Gold Barbecue? What is that?
Cool down, if I'm not
I'm
mistaken.
looking it up.
Yeah, let's take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Carolina
More Marvel Tokon.
Gold Barbecue. What the hell's that? Blend yellow mustard, apple cider vinegar, brown sugar, or honey with savory spices. Okay, sure. Fuck it. I'll try it. It's weird. I mean, I see Jamaican jerk barbecue. That sounds fire. Carolina Gold Barbecue sounds scary.
What? Why does he get a White Claw surge?
Asking broke people for wings, bro.
Gotta have that championship mentality.
I'll just try both. I'll just try 5 of each. All flats. Yep. All flats. Come on, chat. All flats. We only go all flats around here.
Powerful organizer tools for any event size and the fastest bracket platform on the market.
All flats. All flats. All flats. What you mean? What the fuck?
Making the switch.
Don't what the fuck me? All flats. All flats.
Fighting games and FGC personalities, but this is CO weekend and they have something even better. I promise there's no.
The fuck is a Sprite local lime?
CO t-shirts and sleeveless shirts.
Okay, Sprite strawberry road. What are these? What happened? I haven't ordered food in ages. What are these flavors? What is all this random shit?
Level up your game with Controller Chaos. Shop for custom designed controllers to use on all your favorite consoles.
I'm seeing some crazy shit up here.
Coupon code CEO26. That's CEO26. So check them out today and grab your next controller right away. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear in all shapes and sizes.
I'm seeing some random ass shit. Damn. Who eats all flats? Flats are fire. Tripping, bro. We're not about to start this, bro. Flats are fire. Flats are fire, bro. I mean, I don't mind drums, but flats, we go all flats. Y'all don't go 50-50? No. If the option is there, hell no. Why would I go 50-50? What you do with the bone? I don't eat the bone. What am I supposed to do with the bone? I know some people that do eat the bone. I don't eat the bone. So I eat the bone. I'm good off that. What flavor? Yeah, you got that. I ain't that hungry.
Welcome back to CEO, everybody. We are continuing with that Marvel.
Damn, that was a short ad break. Damn.
Vicious on the mics, of course, holding it down. We already seen some.
That was actually quite impressive. That was the shortest ad break I've ever seen.
We got to see 2 top 8 tag fighter veterans in Fenrir.
It's like a minute ad break.
At it with BMG taking the dub, and now we're gonna get even
Yo,
more.
if this was Evo Japan, I'd have been sitting here for like.
With our next match, we'll get to
I don't even know.
Players aren't up there yet, but how you enjoying this Tokon so far?
That was quite impressive.
Dude, it's been so much to kind of digest. It's funny because like I was rather intimidated. We talked about this earlier, right? I was kind of intimidated, kind of like trying to get myself into the game. But as I saw it flow, as I listened to the comms, and as I just watched the players play, I'm like, dude, it's all coming together. My mind is expanding as we speak, man. I had to take the hat off because I had to go full Charles Xavier. You know, I want to be one with my mutants. I want to be one with my players. You know, I got to just make sure to just kind of absorb it all.
Yeah, man, it's cool. I've been talking to some of the people that haven't really
15% off
tag games before. Like,
wait,
legitimately have like no like a history of tag games that mainly come from other genres and whatnot. And they're like, yo,
only pickup.
Fuck. I feel in this game. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, man, that is why it hits the vein. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time. So big ups to Marvel Tokon, everybody giving it a shout out there. Couldn't encourage y'all to do it more, but our players have made it to the stage now, and it's going to be a heavy-hitting match, bro. This is going to be BSG.
Ooh, this is a good-ass match.
Reached #1 on the online leaderboard. Yeah, a very strong player in other games as well. Going up against Nitro.
BSG versus Nitro. It's a good match. Vote up, vote up, vote up. I actually don't know who's going to win this. I'm going to say BSG, though.
Yeah, man. Arxis, Blood, and Legacy. The 2 royalties going into right now.
Wait, why is this not letting me?
You gotta wake up, Playboy. Hold on now.
Well, yeah,
Can't be coming in with the yawn now.
I don't like the yawns, man. And if I'm not mistaken, these 2 actually played yesterday in the Rumble.
Bro, what is the taste difference between a Diet Coke and a Coke Zero, bro?
If I recall correctly. So, yeah, that was our really good set. That was like our highest level.
Tastes like the fucking same, bro. Am I crazy? I don't know.
Run it back now with much more stakes on the
Those
line.
taste the exact same. What's your favorite wing flavor?
Sidebar. Do you remember what the longest streak was for that Rumble, per chance?
I believe it was by
Honey Old Bay.
Okay. I wanted to see like how volatile it would be in like an environment like the Rumble, but it's very.
Wingstop doesn't have Honey Old Bay.
All things considered, we had 4 matches in our previous part of the block that took an.
They have Old Bay though. I think. Do they?
Strap in. We are about to get another hour of
Lemon pepper is not bad. No, wait, let me see if they have Honey Old Bay. I don't think they do.
I'm ready for it. Child safety lock in the back just in case.
I love this line.
They have Old Bay. They don't have a Honey Old Bay. The only place I get Honey Old Bay is from a local place near me, because I'm on the East Coast.
Not even just for like
in DMV, so like
a couple of assists, but like what you get.
Old Bay is like everything here.
So difficult to manage.
Oh yeah, gameplay wise, she's absurd. Like I think like aesthetically and like personality, they like it.
Yo, vote predicts up. Vote.
Than a lot of other games, honestly.
Yeah, man.
So like I'm so glad to see Magic, but gameplay wise, she is so damn good.
It's wild, dude. I still kind of getting PTSD from rivals. She's attacking my back line, man.
She's attacking my back line.
What are you doing?
She does the same in this game, bro. Look at this damage that she's doing right
now.
now.
Is good.
Solo Dolo with a wall break. That's 33%. That's so good.
Coke Zero tastes like flatter. What the fuck does that even mean?
Perfect reflect.
One has die in the name, the other has zero in the name. Okay.
Really labbing yet is beautiful. That 2M goes so far.
Just forget it.
One thing that's going to evolve in this game is people having setups post perfect reflect. Everybody's still kind of flailing around once they get a perfect reflect. Once they establish that, it's going to get even more impressive once you get that perfect reflect on them.
Wait, I can't use this discount with a regular Coke. It has to be a Coke Zero. What the fuck? Yeah, Coke Zero. It has to be regular Coke.
Magic gave me so much PTSD that I thought like the Black Panther spear was gonna go through the portal and come out the other side. Like legitimately, I was like, oh no.
If that happened, if it worked that way,
$2 off if I ordered ahead, and ahead as in tomorrow. Yeah, you can kick rocks. Like, why the fuck would I be ordering this now if I didn't want it today?
Without much hit, but man, that OD web, the heavy web. I'm sorry.
Like, what are we talking about here?
You know what's funny?
I see yellow. I say OD.
I thought the exact same thing. Listen, you call it OD.
You know,
it was OD.
But yeah, like Spider-Man, one of those things like Ghost Rider has, or not Ghost Rider, there's another character that has a really good, Captain America. When you fall and like throw the shield, or when you fall and do like the web balls right before the opponent's about to anti-air.
Tastes like the difference of vegan food and regular food? Coke Zero has no sugar and you can taste it? Yeah, but Diet also has zero sugar.
He really spits hot fire, son.
Which is why I said Fuck is the taste difference?
Now the wall's gonna be the big threat. On the other side, still okay.
Breakdancing going low this time after establishing the
I think I've been drinking diet for so long that I cannot taste the difference. Or sugar-free drinks that I can't taste the difference. Because most shit I drink is sugar-free or like.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this doesn't work with this either. What the I can't even use the coupon with Coke Zero or Diet Coke. It has to be just regular Coke.
Yeah, some of the colors in this game are
Getting fucking trolled.
pulled them out in the corner, but immediately got the crossover regardless.
Coke sugar-free is woke nonsense.
Oh, wait, what just happened? That was kind of sick. You faked out the overhead.
No, I think the funniest shit was yesterday. Punk played someone in pools. What did Punk say? That shit had me in tears, bro.
Again, this time the low not coming out of the overhead.
What do you say? I hope. No. Where is it? Beat a guy yesterday in pools, and he looked at me and says, "What do I play for?" And I say to myself, and he said he asked Punk, "What does he play for?" And Punk said he plays for himself. And then the dude said, "You should be playing for Jesus." Mind you, this guy's name is Jesus is God. And then he said, "I don't know why people just can't be normal at tournaments. This is not Bible study."
Yeah, I'm loving the way he's kind of playing the
And then hold on. Where's the other tweet? Remind me of the time someone tried to first attempt me, and if I lost, I had to become a Christian. That's why you at Roman Jelly need Christ, and if I win the first 10, you will repent to Christ and leave all the hate and woke BS. What is happening anymore? Have you ever played Tekken 8 with eternal damnation on the line?
It's a lie anyway.
What are we talking about anymore? I thought we were just playing a game. What? What? If you lose, you have to convert to my religion. What?
Oh, you didn't want to fall into the flames. We'll hold this to wait.
This fighting game shit is insane.
I warned you.
How bro is moving. Bro, what are we doing anymore? I thought we were playing games. Oh, we're not playing games no more? What do you mean? What the fuck is happening, bro? This shit is not real, bro.
Oh, the corner still right there was nasty.
If you lose this match, you do not love Jesus Christ. What?
Close quarters, but ended up taking forward. Nice defense so far.
Let me hold $1. No. If you don't give me that $1, you don't like God. What? I don't think that's how that works.
It's so far. Where the hell did that cap come from?
Oh my goodness, bro.
He's got to be a Knicks fan.
Probably.
Oh,
the Spider-Man broken.
On the Magneto projectiles, easily set up the instant air dash mix. What a ball immediately crossover counter.
Give me that. Do you think Peter Parker hates Trae Young too?
What? What is Vicious saying?
Or assemble counter yet again here. Again, didn't have the meter to actually follow it up, or else it would have killed Nitro outright, but you saw the counter hit, extending the hit stun enough to easily juggle the 5L. 1 round away from BSG sending Nitro to losers.
Yeah, BSG kind of reeled back in the seat just a little bit too off the player time. He's like, that was nice. He was feeling himself. With the blade, backing up with the Ghost Rider, still in hot pursuit. It's coming. Nope, okay. Yeah, I was going to say it's coming back.
You don't want to guess him hello anymore. Can't tell when which is coming, so there's a symbol countering away.
I'm telling you, man, there's very specific timing to cover both options, but at the same time, it's like if you haven't put him in the lab, you would never know.
Ooh, the loops.
Right? Ooh. Prioritizing like defending against Goblin, Spider-Man.
Command grab.
Hasn't been a lot of labbing done against Ghost Rider, so people are getting exposed
meaty
by the setups. That was a meaty change.
Meaty of doom.
BSG.
You can see the meat. You see, he was nice and tender. Tenderism. Nice and tender. That shit was real nice and tender, bro. That shit was meaty.
much more potent and a much more confident approach.
Nice
too,
and tender, bro.
In line and in sync with a lot of the assists.
Get me in that, bro.
100%. I like the way BSG is kind of already structuring the team.
All right, the wings are ordered.
He's got a point character that's there to establish.
Yes, probably charge the card.
Juice is Ghost Rider, right? He starts with Magneto. He kind of uses Magneto's projectile, his zoning to set up a significant hit, and once he gets that Ghost Rider top. So I think we're going to see that type of strategy be more and more potent. You talked about Carnage earlier as well. I think Carnage's best slot is probably second because of that. If you want to play him on point a lot, he is probably second because he's not the best at round start, but you get a hit, you start setting up the games, he gets real nasty with it, you know what I mean? So definitely, I think we'll see more
bro, I'm doing a mukbang this stream. No, freaky boy, I'm not doing a mukbang.
You have to put under a microscope, but again, it's just rather early.
Can't just eat my food, damn, bro.
Really, dedicate towards.
I always ask for mukbangs, bro.
The synergies of your
just let me eat my damn food, bro.
Stuff, but what happens is this is the question I posed at the start of our block. How do you perform on defense? As good as you are on offense and creating the mix and setups, there's going to be an opener that does happen, right? You could get the counter, you could get the assemble counter, but what happens if you're the one forced on defense?
I want to see the meat. No, you don't get to see the meat. I'm gatekeeping the meat.
Nooch, bro. I know we like to get memed on back in the day.
We gatekeeping the meat.
The Nooch is very important in Marvel because you die when you get hit. So you gotta make sure you're the one getting the hit and the one not being hit.
Faster refund check is crazy.
Stepping up to the plate right now, Hubert versus Chaos. So that's how I'm assuming they want the name pronounced. Maybe I'm wrong.
I would go with Chaos. I would also accept
Chaos.
Chaos. But no, I think it's pretty confident as a Chaos going up against Hubert. Now I am not too familiar with it, but this is going to be even more exciting. I have actually seen these guys
I'm taking some bad out of my hair.
Area for the most part, but I have no idea what to expect, and that's the beauty of it. They made it this far into phase 3.
Yeah, I want to say I've seen Hubert post some tech for this game on Twitter, but like literally my whole timeline is just tech for this game. So like I cannot remember what specific tech he posted, but yeah, definitely I'm pretty sure they've been online, making sure everybody gets as much knowledge when it comes to the Tokon as possible. So we'll see what they bring to the table, and maybe that'll jog my memory. Chaos over there already with the tongue out, huh?
Chaos.
That's how you feeling, bro? You better play Carnage or something like that.
Or maybe
his name is Chaos.
Gabi.
Damn, we got some Hubert fans in the back.
I'm telling you, yeah, Hubert been online for this game. Like I can't remember specifics right now, but they definitely got something to them.
Somebody just yelled out.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. How much rubber bands are in my fucking hair? I might take all these out. Damn it.
Yeah, from what I understand, Hubert's a very strong Loki player. So we're seeing
Hubert with the Loki. That is true. He's the last Loki player left.
Gets a player playing Penny, and he's still sticking his tongue out.
Okay.
Hubert is the last Loki player left, apparently.
Loki player till I saw it on the screen. It's even like low key. I'm not even like me. I'm not even like trying to do the puns.
I know.
There's a button check.
The character select screen until like you had mentioned that. I'm like, oh.
Where's the bracket?
That's something I forgot. That's actually crossed my plate before.
Oops.
I am not.
The Asgardian character.
Did I close the bracket?
To the side. I get it. Little cornball tactics from you.
Ooh, the nowhere, by the way. We're getting the infinite stage this time around.
I think that's cool. I think the fact that there's like options for wall-less stages,
Hold
infinite stages, it just creates such a unique, I want to say different and unique, dynamic to how your characters and how your teams operate and like what your routes are.
See your website. No, give me the fucking bracket, troll.
Even goes as
what does this thing do? Oh,
there it is. Strategies a little bit, right? You're not prioritizing getting to the wall as you once would, right? This is all just about trying to establish the best neutral. That's what we're going to see from Hubert and Chaos out of the UK. Oh my goodness, Spider-Man already in there. I called him a Loki player, but
apparently Hikari versus
it's Peter.
It's always Peter. Always has been.
Punk was really good. I missed it though.
Right here. Oh, and now into the Loki though. Let's see these cool combos, bro. No wall spot extensions, but look at this stuff right here. Loki might not even need that, from what I understand. Already.
Rigs up, my bad. That's not
bro. Are you serious? How much was that? That was like 45% off rip, bro.
I'm not too sure, but I can tell you that hurts.
Yeah.
What's today? Today is
definitely jogged my memory once I saw the Loki.
Saturday, August 5th.
So Chaos gonna do their job to try to not let Hubert get this
Super Day.
started again.
I know
Super Day.
Loki. I know. I mean, also some Hulk. I know like Joe's been playing a lot of
Loki. DNF days. I don't remember. It's too old.
Shout outs to Joe.
Oh, That was
H
a low.
Torn ACLs left and right.
No.
Yeah.
Career-ending injuries?
Career-ending injuries, damn.
Stop playing near the substation.
Not enough time to heal from that. I don't care how much of it you control.
Oh, Penny, the big body. It's going to be tough to scramble.
Big body Penny.
It's so easily hit. And look at this again, bro. Hubert, he's got all the Loki routes.
Oh! I've never seen the wall transition on this stage. I was like, where is he going?
Whoa!
BBL Jose.
We are going to continue
BBL Jose.
wall breaks through the meteor, by the way.
God, that's so sick.
Why'd you run me with school days? School days. Or school? And when does school start for you guys? Like in like a week or two? Mostly outside or something? I think I did that subathon already. That's how I wanted to do subathon. I wanted to do subathon while everyone was in school.
Go back into it. I like that from Hubert. Comes the initiation.
Next
What a
week?
jump back.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right
Hope
there.
September is not lame this year. I think last year was pretty lame. The year before it was really good. Last year it was just discounted subs. They didn't do the bonus round subs.
Yeah. The feign and the illusion, all that.
Or maybe they did the bonus round in December. I don't remember. They did it in one of them.
Oh, shit. That's what you thought.
Yeah, it was good assemble count yet again.
Yo, if they did the bonus round subs during September last year, holy shit. That would have been crazy. Because that was when Kai was doing a subathon, huh? Bro, he probably would have hit a mill in like... He probably would have got a mill in like fucking... half of that time, no?
Overhead hit him at the last second.
Because of the bonus round subs from Valorant? Yo, Valorant was smart to not do it when Kai was doing a subathon. They would have lost so much fucking money. Hold on, I need to get a comb. They would have lost so much money.
Finally finding time with Penny Parker. Nope, it's going to be back into the center page, bro.
And again, getting the wall break here. That's going to give him the full assembly meter back. 150 bars as well. Tokon assemble could be on the horizon.
You are locked down away from your assist. It's just a solo task for Hubert and his Loki. Off into space hit again we go. Chaos trying to get a mix, trying to call Peter. Back to back. Man, the spider beatdown.
That was sick. Lockdown and the super delayed air dash caught Hubert ducking at the last second. Chaos making the most of it as well with the radioactive spider. Send all the junk at her.
Damn, son. Whose ship is that? It looks familiar. I'm not going to get into the lore. Either way, Chaos coming back from a huge rebuttal.
Points.
Like it was in the hands
Match
of
not even
Hubert
over yet.
for the first couple of rounds.
100%, man. That was definitely
BBL
0-2 to Hubert's way into the rounds, but what he bounced
That's
back
a lot of
from
sponsors,
Chaos,
goddamn.
really getting a further understanding of what he wanted to do.
Sure, where my sponsors at?
And we're going back to nowhere?
They got Full Sail University? Damn.
Do we know what the
They got a whole university sponsor? Damn.
selection so far? I feel like the loser should be able to pick
Oh,
now.
I think we're going to get some info right here in a second.
The game just came out. You immediately pick the character from Arc before it makes enjoy it bullshit while you can for fraudsy.
It is
You're gonna be washed once Arc dispatches that. Who got 4-way mix?
But they might both
Blake? Blake got like no mix. Who? Magic? I guess Magic. That would be Magic, doesn't it?
Yeah, as a Penny player, I could definitely see that as well.
That would have to be Magic. Blake has like no mix.
You know, she could play zoning.
Like solo, he doesn't. You know, we can't do shit solo. His ass. Kid is just all neutral.
Does her wall mix-ups actually apply if they're like at mid-screen of the stage? Is it just like in the wall of the current platform itself?
No, I think like you need like a real corner.
A real wall?
Yeah,
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of my main concerns. I actually had a hard time trying to figure that out. I never got to like fully test it.
Yeah, that's what.
But all I've been seeing all day is Spider-Man. Holy fuck.
Like she can like a wall cling and whatnot on these like stages that don't have a real corner, but like I think the mixes rely on you being splat on the wall.
Ah, I see.
It should have been Mouse.
Gotcha.
Spidey diff. BBL Jose.
Loki stuff is so good.
BBL
Wow, he's
Jose.
it to him right there. He was like, I'm gonna make you keep your string true. Otherwise, the god of trickery gonna expose it.
GT Goku. Oh, I've heard a story about GT Goku.
Loki's been proven that he's worth more than.
Yo, can I get my Psylocke now or what?
Or so we think temporarily. Nope.
I saw the voice actor tease in Psylocke. She was promoting Tokon.
In front of the screen. I can't tell.
She had 2 fingers up.
Penny, get your
That means she's
robot out
second,
of the
right?
way.
God, you and your robots.
Goodness
That means she's
gracious.
second,
You
right?
know this character was
Right.
lead singer of My Chemical Romance?
I sure did.
That was such a wild thing. to
Not
learn,
season
bro.
2, right?
So sick, by the way.
Second is in second character after Cyclops, right?
And you got like the genius to do comics.
Yeah, shouts to all the cool nerds out there, you know?
Love that.
He's
Man.
doing a good job. for us.
BBL Jose.
Oh, except O'Connor was the
BBL
exclusive to the
Jose.
gap.
We do have Magic Online. Now
Leaks. We don't talk about leaks in here.
God, this song is sick.
I'm an Arxis partner. I would never.
Sending the projectile.
Leaks.
It like stuffed every assist
talking
call
about?
that Chaos wanted to do.
Or no
He
leaks.
just kept calling
No
different
leaks about
assists and they would
Sing
get duffed by the projectile until eventually Spidey went
Game
down.
files, models. Whoa. What are you talking about?
I feel like with how heavy a lot of the assist calls have been throughout the entirety of our block, I think Hubert's the first one to actually actively use his point character to deter that.
Yeah, 100%. And just the guy commit to that strategy right there. It was like, nah, I'm going to nullify all this stuff that you're relying on and then go in. That was very calculated, very clinical.
Yeah, now we got all 4 online for the side of Hubert, right? Much more potent. We got Blade available as the back assist. Magic now available for the down assist.
Indeed. Oh, he even wanted assist instead of that one. That's what I was talking about. I'll hold up back all day on the strings. Right here, though, Chaos going to get the party started. He was down 2 games in the initial match. So it wouldn't be far-fetched to see another comeback happening. Oh.
Damn, what a pickup, too. That was mad hits on that for sure. Hubert was just lying in wait. He knew it was going to happen.
Nice stuff from Hubert. Able to bounce back after that game 1 where they did get come back on 3 rounds straight.
They got came on? What? Come back on?
Is
that a word?
Chat, I'm not kidding.
Or come back on?
I did ask heard somebody say, Hubert, sign my baby.
Sign my baby.
Sign my baby is fucking crazy.
That's great. Just on the forehead.
He looked back and he gave him the no thumbs up. He took his hands
Sign
off
my
of his
baby
ripple.
is
He
crazy
decided
work.
about it. What a saint.
Wasn't that in Talladega Nights or something?
BBL Jose. BBL Jose.
There's a lot of real estate up there.
Nightwalker. Y'all want Nightcrawler in this game?
See, in regards to the stage that went on, Chaos
That's
did
a
pick
scary
the
one.
New York Night stage, so he picked this one. So we are going to have some corners on this one. Obviously, we're starting in the middle where we will get some wall breaks, but the corners are imminent.
Oh, speaking of which, okay, maybe not.
Fuck no.
I was gonna say, Penny Parker has not really proven to.
That's a scary
dish out
one.
As much of a big, I want to say, like.
Hey, my order is heading my way. Nice.
Big high damage combo outside of like some of these openers, right?
Yeah, she hasn't really presented much of an issue in general, it feels like, right? It's mainly
Ow,
the Spider-Man
fuck, that
thing
hurt
on,
my
but,
fucking finger like
he's got
crazy.
some cameos
Ow.
there. Does
I
do a
took
big
the rubber
gadget
band
on
and it
that one.
snapped
Let's
and
see if
fucking
she
hit my
can
finger.
Give me that.
Ow, that hurt like hell.
He's gonna go through the wall, but worth it in this instance just because you unlock another character, even if you're outside of the corner stage now.
Dear Lord.
Oh, I like the idea, right? You see how the pendulum sucks them.
Have you
back
guys ever
in?
twisted your own hair or braided your own hair?
Opponent's, movement on the ground is
I did it before once. That shit took 10
We
years.
talked about that a couple of times with Storm.
Never
earlier.
again.
He also proven to do this. Why did I do so much damage?
That shit took 10 years.
Like extra. The normal throws
Fuck
I'm
no.
used to seeing.
I can do it. It's just a lot of work.
The punch, but Chaos. Yeah, I was gonna say he has enough mirror
It's
to
easier if your hair is
right now.
longer.
He is gonna try it. Will it be enough? I think so.
When my hair was longer, it wasn't that
Chaos takes it.
hard to
Still
do.
not gonna have all 4 of his assists, but nonetheless, you want that round more than anything else.
That was pretty optimal as well. You saw Hubert fully online with all of his characters, but at the same time, Chaos is like, you know what? I know for sure I got Peter Parker to dish out as much damage as possible.
BBL Jose.
I do believe Parker is finally
BBL
online.
Jose.
Indeed, for Chaos in the back here. Again, another character that manipulates your opponent's ground position with their assist.
I think Jake got a big BBL. What?
Still, man, bringing up to the other side of the stage as well, where the wall.
This song was so fucking dumb, bro.
Find a route. Yeah, we're gonna get the perfect.
I want to see a corner route so bad.
This shit had me
Even
in
if he gets like a
tears,
wall
bro.
spike,
Yes?
We'll give him the 70-meter back, but no.
You be looking back
he
there?
does not find the hit.
I don't doubt it.
Just outspace.
Oh, you be looking the way you walk?
Right there. You'll be able to buy some time.
That
And he
overhead
did
is
the first
fucking
hit
Mickey
with it,
Mouse,
and
bro.
that
Holy
second hit
shit,
connected.
nerf him.
I don't think he realized he
Nerf
got the
him, nerf
70-meter
him, nerf
back, so
him.
he just went into the super to get a combo off of it. But yeah, definitely could've
Wait,
got more
wait,
than
oh
a round off
shit.
it.
Oh
And
shit,
Super
wait,
instead of
there's
getting
too much people here.
for that mistake,
I gotta
gets
watch
the
what I
air,
say,
throws
never
seven
mind.
counter, gets him
I take
away.
that back.
Nothing else.
I thought we still had like 60 people in here.
The projectiles preventing Penny from getting any sort of conversion.
There's too much people in here now. Never mind.
On the other side.
The ear to air, but he wasn't mashing the same button and beat to the button there by the big.
I thought I still just started stream.
She's deceptive in terms of range and speed.
I was actually kind of curious. Did she just say sumo slam on the way down? It had to be like spider slam.
I might be sumo.
I know the people
I don't
here
know.
early
I heard something real similar. I was
would
like,
clip me.
Excuse me.
She is Japanese.
I like that. Oh, damn, son. That was actually
The real
bad.
ones wouldn't clip me.
What kind of a setup was that?
Yeah, bro. Like the Loki stuff. Again, I'm not well versed in the Loki. That's why I'm so excited to see this right now.
Ooh, perfect reflect.
Locked down.
Yeah, if you get hit by fucking that counter
There is
garbage
lane
ass
cancel
mechanic,
into
you're
both
just
these
fucking
games.
dead.
You can definitely reduce some block stun in certain moments by doing that. But Hubert there, Chaos didn't really take advantage. He didn't try to mash immediately once he landed.
We won't clip you.
But that's a
Yeah, last time y'all said that y'all fucking clipped me and sent me to lie so fast. I think not.
Is going to be able to get it early though.
Yeah, got the extension too. A little bit of an extra bit of
Last time y'all said that, y'all literally clipped me out of context and sent me straight to a live stream instantly.
Now it's going to be Chaos. Abusing the corner positioning against Hubert. Sending him back.
On multiple occasions. Like 3 or 4 times now.
And now he's going to have all 3 bars as well.
I don't even be saying nothing crazy. I just be chilling.
Word! That catches! That absolutely catches at 34,000 raw, no?
It's going to be close here. Oh, big damage indeed. The radioactive spider, as you called it perfectly, 34,000 indeed. And then staying true with the pressure. Doesn't let Hubert get any breathing room, and Chaos flexing on him. Takes the set and moves on to phase 4.
Wait a minute.
Whoa. He's too...
Parental advisory.
I don't think you should be doing that. Hold on. Whoa, I don't think that guy was balancing. He was about to fall.
Yeah, brother, I don't like that. As a grown man, I don't like that.
I don't like that, yeah.
Who had the normal?
Whoa. He's too big for that.
I know. Ah, dude.
Like, why am I blanking
I think
right now?
the-
Oh,
I think the-
MODOK. It was MODOK and Marvel 3
MODOK
had
had
baby
that.
legs normal.
Lorraine also
He's
had
too
that.
big for that. Slow that down all the way. Slow that all the way down.
Okay, he's safe. He's back on the stage. He's getting his peripheral. I'm glad he got brought back
That
down
dude
to
like
the
he was about to
stage.
fall.
Got carried off, right?
I have
What the
no
fuck?
idea.
I
I
was
genuinely
looking
have no
spicy.
Yeah, be
idea.
careful,
I
Shalay,
think
because
he was
if he'd have fell on his
You know what I'm
head,
saying? Like, let's go. Whack.
oh nah. God forbid he fall on his neck or something after
Double
that.
agent for Hubert.
Yeah,
I'd chill with
celebratory
that.
spine broken. Like, man,
Yeah.
not a good look whatsoever. But whoa.
You think that baby still gets that autograph?
Oh, that's a good point, right? What if they just like bring the baby to Chaos now? Like, we
Yeah,
want
yeah.
you to sign the baby.
You're played out, old man.
Played out.
The baby just speaks. Yeah. Just like this.
BBL, Jose.
I think that was quite the showing too. I guess as cool as it was to watch some of the developments from Loki throughout the weekend, it's cool to see like more and more of them kind of show up to like into phase 3, into like other.
I didn't pay out.
dynamics.
Oops, my
But I
bad.
felt
Hold
like
on.
in that specific scenario coming in from Hubert, I felt like Loki was the show.
Yes, yeah, 100%, right? Loki was what Hubert was definitely known for. We saw some of the Spider-Man, but it was all about setting up the Loki. Like, you can tell it feels like they hadn't put as much investment.
What's next?
Time
Well, I
into
mean, I
Spider-Man
can't really
to
check it on here because it's not top anything yet. It's not top 24 yet, so.
Because they are a very good neutral character, but the Loki stuff was there in spades.
Punk versus Lucario, yo, stream that shit, bro.
Chaos was able to clutch it out, and it was cool to see the Penny Parker as well. But we're gonna be seeing an even cooler character right now, with some Captain America on the side of Marvel. We already seen one of the clips going viral from this weekend already out of the Tokon side of things has been
his cap is really good.
going in with a bunch of the Captain America setups. I talked to him the other day. He actually really wants to play Deadpool as one of his main characters, but he was like, Deadpool's a little hard right now. So yeah, which I agree with. Deadpool is going to be a character that takes some time to develop. I think he's got some juice, but for the first tournament, after the first week of the game's launch, Captain America is going to be a solid choice.
Makes a lot of sense. There have been like a little bit of a addition towards like your point regarding Deadpool.
Okay,
I
that
did
feels
get to
much
see,
better.
Like, a couple of like random clips.
Any more
of
rubber bands, Matt?
And granted, it took
Oh,
out
there is.
a lot of health coming in from Deadpool to get some of these extensions, but I don't know if that was against a character just right off the rip, or if it was against a fully fledged team, like a fully unlocked 4-character team.
I see.
Because like when you get the KO, I don't think you get to see the damage value
You
per
don't,
se.
yeah.
So although it was technically ATOD, I wasn't too sure like how many characters were available at the time. But I think just the potential damage you get from Deadpool, it's give or take. I feel like.
Yeah.
I guess I don't want to say give or take. It's definitely a double-edged sword.
Yeah, 100%, especially because he damages himself, right, as you mentioned, and because of that, like, when you don't have your full 4 characters, that is more than you would normally feel, right,
Yes.
when it comes to that. So, yeah, that's a good point, especially with Deadpool and the way the health works in the game. That is definitely something I hadn't thought about before, so let's see. Ooh, my man Marvelo got
Actually
some
do
taste
need
of
to take
that
my hair
colors,
out.
too.
Should I take
He
my hair
rocks
out
the
now?
Starless, Captain America.
Thanks.
My hair is in too tight.
I still think it's phenomenal that
I'm taking it out.
Deadpool has a Captain Sawada move with the Harakiri.
Oh, yeah.
Street Fighter the movie. Like,
Captain
why?
the what a
Why
what?
reference that? That is mad obscure.
Bro, the references for
Who are the Hulk
Deadpool
players?
are
Hulk.
insane, honestly. It is
Oh,
so
Oh, who?
Jesus.
Oh shit, sauce,
Halo,
sauce.
Bro, what's the mix gonna be? Oh no, he's gonna take the wall break, right?
Oh yeah, he need wall break. Yeah, he needs more characters.
Mad damage off the rip. Again, we talked about some of the discrepancies of having your characters being locked away first and getting smoked.
I mean, this is the coolest Captain America thing.
Yeah, that rubber band against him flying.
He hits his shield all the time. They finally did it, bro. They
Yeah.
finally made Captain America cool in a fighting game.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Love
Is my food here already?
He was not cool in that game.
No, I don't. You know,
He's cool as hell in this game.
I don't think he was cool in Marvel Superheroes
Nothing.
either. Like his debut, I just.
Fuck no, it's not. What the
You're
hell?
right.
Yeah, no,
You're right.
easily the coolest.
You know, iconic character of Sawada from Street Fighter, the movie, the game. What the fuck?
Bloodlust on top of it. Best believe
What,
when you get the
Intarnation?
slice loops going, your life is gonna get sliced away.
Do you think Fenrich is in the crowd just smiling under his mask? He's like, yeah, I made that.
I hope so, man. I mean, you know what? I feel like he's gotten so used to that. I don't even know at this point, right?
That's fair.
Like, he's made so many combos. By the way, this is 2-in-1 here. That's why that
Jeez.
Oh, you're
just
dead.
stacking up
Well, you're not dead,
so
but this is gonna
quickly.
fucking hurt.
H version bringing him to the ground here. Does take him through.
Yeah, get the wall
Lord
splat.
almighty.
Could opt for more damage, but
Four, bro. And he's got 100. Oh, I was gonna say, no, that's Marvelo's meter. Never mind. But he's still got
you're
meter
dead.
to potentially kill off the
Oh, you could have
cap
killed
here. Will take it to the
if you
combo
used
limit,
assist.
keep
He
the
used
corner.
assist.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a reload too as well, right?
Mix high,
Nice block.
high
nice
into
tag.
grab,
Defense still strong with Marvelo despite being at a huge deficit.
overhead.
That-
Ooh,
The overhead coming in strong.
That H version on
Dribbling.
the overhead. That is such a cool combo, bro.
Damn, dude, the Harlem Globetrotter.
Oh,
That the
wow,
jump
this
low.
still active. I thought he actually was gonna catch the recovery.
Triple load, trying to get him with the blicky afterwards. All made you look.
Oh yeah.
this is freedom charge.
Blade.
Oh, that was crossing. Oh my
What was
god,
that angle?
that angle was crazy.
Page in his rhyme book
That
right
was a
there.
crazy ass
Let's
angle
go.
because he was even facing him and that shit still crossed up.
Marvelo gotta get the Captain America, but again.
Happy
so that's the thing,
birthday!
right? That
Ooh,
assault or the
ooh,
regular
ooh, ooh, ooh,
assault,
ooh,
it's not an
ooh. Oh, he has a
assault.
150 meter. Oh my, he's about to cash out.
They have
Yo,
so
use
little
assist,
blocks
bro.
that you
Use
really have to call
assist,
them
bro.
super late if you want to keep taking your
You
turn
could have
right
fucking
there.
killed him low
If you
key.
want to call it a little bit earlier, that
Oh, you're dead
was
now, though.
disgusting.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, no. I have not seen that blade mix before. I'm gonna have to steal that ASAP.
Oh man, he got the Blade trilogy afterwards too.
Sheesh.
That's
That was
wild,
mixed.
son. He got the full.
You ain't see the mix on me.
That you
Find it.
really have to call them
Look at this, look at this, look at
super
this.
late if you want to keep taking your turn with a point character.
Spinner.
If you want to call
Cross
it a little
up.
bit earlier,
Throw
that
shuriken
was
low.
disgusting.
That's a Shuriken stakes.
Want to call it a little bit earlier, you have to make sure you input a direction to cause more blocks. And all the direction assists have more blocks than the neutral assemble assist.
Oh man, Marvelo was like looking over at Akash and it was trying to
Yeah.
like, you know, chat him up and smile
Yeah.
a little bit.
I'll take my hair out after my
I
food
don't
gets
even
here because I
think
want to
he
eat.
knows he was saying anything.
Definitely not. Marvelo was trying to play some mind games.
There's
right
some
there.
other games on
Like,
as well,
I'm not
like
listening to you, bro. I'm just gonna keep doing my thing.
Guilty Weird, Guilty Gear.
Kind of bad for Marvelo a little bit.
Right.
It was like a genuine,
What's going on?
chatter, you know? Oh my!
What
What in the hell was that?
Well, I missed it.
What was
What
that?
side did that hit on, dog?
Well, I missed it.
He was literally above his head.
No, what cross of protection on that? There was nothing in hit stun, right? Or there was nothing to keep
Oh,
him
you're
in block?
dead. Let me see this.
Feels kind of bad. I feel kind of bad.
What's the
for
mix? What's the
Marvelo
mix?
these days. Like, what if it was like a genuine
Spinner.
chatter? You know? Oh my!
Oh,
What the
that
hell
made
was
no
that?
sense. Okay, that actually makes no sense.
What side did that? I never think of this.
Cause I don't even think he even meant to hit that side.
Dude. A catch.
Nah, he ain't even mean to hit that side himself.
Or the slash, I should say.
Perfect
That would work out
reflects. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, this guy's on
Right
some.
now with the blade, now the Spider-Man symbiote version coming in. I'm emo.
That was bullshit. That was bullshit. Let me find other streams.
You're about to get some dirt in your eye. Keep it down over there, man. I'm emo.
Oh, juggling him with the shield. Nah, the Captain America combos in this game are too sick.
Oh,
and Marvelo set him up.
God bless America. This is such a sick combo.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, you need the wall smash, though. You need that fourth character unlocked. Oh, he just tried the assemble smash right there. It's a low.
That is a low.
What other game is on Tekken, right?
It let him know.
Right, Kim 24 for Tekken. Oh, that's not bad.
America coming in, swinging with the right and the left. Kicks are allowed.
The Tekken's on.
That voice so much.
The old timey radio announcer.
Yeah, bro.
Quick scale ended earlier. I don't know who won though.
It wasn't true block stun right there.
Who won?
Like, I don't know about this one. I don't think I actually have to block the shield. Challenge successfully is going to take the wall break, going back to the mid screen. Ooh, I saw a jump out falling. Marvelo.
God, dude.
Gladiated,
So cool.
Braum, double down. What the fuck?
There's never been a
What?
cooler Captain America.
What?
What a time to press.
Yeah, that's why Marvelo
What?
switched up his pressure rather than going right back in. He did an instant air dash right to prevent
Who
the
got
play
second
of
then?
the point character
Nice
at the very
mix.
least.
Dude, at this point, I forgot Akash even had other
The fuck
characters
did I
on board
miss?
for assists because
What did I
it's
miss?
been Blade and Spider-Man majority of the time. But Sano.
Ooh, yeah, it's got power.
Because
up the
what did
shield
I
as well.
miss? That make no sense, huh? We need double down one.
For justice.
Who the hell let a double
It's
down win?
going now. We got the red star. Let him know.
Uh-oh.
This shield is caked in your blood.
Yeah, but you got...
Who let Braum win first off?
That's true, actually. That only
Curry got
helps, but-
third. Oh, Jake? Yeah.
Oh, that was an extended
plays
dash,
short, right?
but that very tip, Marvelo. That was some sick range knowledge right there. Deadpool cameo in the back.
Those are standard military
miss.
moves, man. I'm telling you, the steel toes will clip you.
Ugh.
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, a little air throw backbreaker. Oh, I like that as well. Okay, so he's starting to mix in some of the like anti-mash strings, going into the air with that again, knowing that Akash is going to press immediately after the assault assist, or the assemble assist, excuse me.
Challenging it after the heavy. Totally fine with that. Marvelo now trying to initiate, or at least trying to keep Akash at bay for his opener with the shield. Ooh, boy. Bring it back down. God. I can't get enough of it, Wrench.
Yeah, for real. Oh, the assemble counter. He's going to escape there. It was the last bit, too, before he actually got
Damn, I
his
wish I had
immediate back,
locals.
so it didn't spin
I don't got no
anymore.
fucking
That was actually
locals.
really cool.
That was actually kind
Like
of
I
sick for the
is-
stagger as well.
My
Being off of
locals
Marvelo, dude.
I had was
The chase
smashed.
down, yeah, the tech chase, I should
That
say.
shit shut
Right.
down.
Great block, and it was just so
Because
difficult. You had to put the
allegations
low,
of
the overhead
stuff that I
back
don't
into
want to
the
talk
low.
about on stream.
Real tricky for Marvelo.
Yeah,
Very
straight
fun.
overhead into low right there.
Well, I don't even know if
Either
it's
not
allegations, it's just
expecting
actually got
that
shut down.
block immediate low,
But hey.
thinking maybe he had enough time to jump or whatever it may have been. Marvelo really turned it around in that game, which I'm glad
Gotta
to see.
love,
after he tried to talk to him at the freaking
Smashing, I
first
guess.
game. Would have been sad if he tried to talk to him and then just got washed.
What you really do there?
Dude. As soon as he gets the W, he doesn't have
Got
anything to
any
say anymore
locals?
either. Come on,
Like
man.
that, man.
Nah, that was
Why is the
definitely
view
pure
count
mind
thing
games.
fucking broken
100%
again? Why does he
Marvelo was
breaking?
just trying to throw him off.
At least on the YouTube side.
That just hit raw.
Yeah,
That was a
shit's-
counter
yeah,
hit, I
okay,
should
now it
say.
says 0.
Akash
Nice.
just got beat to the punch.
Yeah, he's been challenging a lot of
Freedom
gaps,
charge.
right? That's what we've seen after the assemble assist. Like, Akash is looking for any space they can press a button in. Tries to escape there, but didn't get respected by the shield.
Oos. Nice pickup, too.
Do the Discord for Stay
Felt just a
FGC.
little bit shy on the timing of the projectile, right?
Doesn't even matter, bro. I'm getting out of here anyway.
Opened up now. Akash finally getting a chance to play what felt like.
I mean, while I'm
in a
moving,
couple
there's gonna
of
be
rounds,
locals.
Right? It's been mostly Marvelo.
I'm not
Yup.
tripping.
Knocking him down.
Yeah, I get right. Marvelo was trying to avoid that mix with the round.
Some of you guys have guessed where I'm going. Some of you guys haven't. I mean, some of you guys have guessed it. Some of you guys were far dead ass wrong.
Oh, the throw. That's going to get him a bar and the character.
Oos. Welcome back, Storm.
You don't even know what state I live in.
And the air-to-air right there. And because he just got that.
All I said is
throw, right,
DMV,
he had
but you
the
guys still don't even know what
assist
state I live
ready
in.
to actually convert off that air-to-air mix-up. Or not the mix-up, but the confirm.
VA?
Oh, no.
EMV is 3 different places.
Oh, that was a little bit awkward. Mishap on the combo. What happened?
100%. Yeah, I guess he just didn't.
The
press
DMV
button
could be
quick
3
enough
different
once
places.
Teleporting to them after the unique. But yeah, that was unfortunate for Akash. Marvelo immediately taking forward, got a cross up out of it.
You live in Virginia?
And the assemble counter to get out of the situation.
Super solid defense coming in from Akash. Oh, until that point.
the float, bro, and the bomb afterwards here. So Marvello is showing off the Deadpool a little bit. See if he just tries to get the Captain America back in.
He's so funny, man.
He is.
Headpool coming in with the assist.
Do I know?
Man, I hadn't seen him get hit by the stakes either, like the daggers.
He
This
might.
is so funny.
I
Oh my
might.
goodness.
He
Maybe I
reads
do,
the
maybe I
comic
don't.
book on defense, by the way.
Bro,
So
yeah.
sick.
Yeah.
This Deadpool's going crazy. Hold on.
Oh, the Deadpool core with the water gun, bro, for the extra damage.
What am I doing? I'm putting oil in my hair.
Bro,
Some real saucy poses.
put the holy water in it, you know, because it's blade.
Oh.
That shit won't show, huh?
Does that affect him even though he's half human?
That shit is
I can't
not gonna
remember,
show.
actually.
Hold
I don't
on.
think it does.
Okay.
I
I
get
think
this
that's
to
part
show.
of the Daywalker privilege.
Ah. That makes a lot of sense. Dude, I really want to watch those movies back. It's so
Oh,
sick.
shit, I
Anyways.
think.
Oh, we already know. Keep it
My leg
going,
is
bro. You got to eat all
fucked.
this damage. He was at the end there. The round trip's coming back. Yeah, so
Oh,
he just respects it.
feels
No real
now.
mix-up presented during it either.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. What happened? Did he not? I
Rosemary
could've sworn he got
mint.
hit on the way over with IAD.
Yeah, he did. You just have to press the button very quickly after getting
What
an
did I
air normal in
miss?
this game. If you delay it
True.
at all, you will not combo. And that's what happened. And Akash just believed he got the combo, right? That's why he went into the special on the way and got punished for it.
I remember. That was definitely one of my gripes, right? Just trying to figure out the combos, or at least the timing coming in from an air normal, which was kind of interesting to see. But now we get a full conversion.
Yeah,
We
'cause
had it off the stake.
specifically on IADs, right? Oh, wait, actually, Akash gonna wrap up this set 2-1 over Marvello. Well done on the blade, really bouncing back.
I
from
usually
that
use
game
Rose.
to
I usually use
adjustment
Black
and
Cat
just
right now.
controlling it, man. That's something that I think Blade is really good at right now. Even if his mix isn't as potent as oh, let's go. Let out the battle
There
cry.
will be
As potent
carnage.
as Black Panther, Spidey, etc., Green Goblin. He's got great control of the neutral.
There will
Very
be
frustrating player
carnage.
or character to play against.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty back and forth just going into it, right? There was so many instances where we got to see like Marvello really start to develop even further a lot of the pressure coming in from Captain America.
Where's
But
my
I gotta
food at,
say,
bro? I'm
man,
hungry as hell.
as good as the offense is, as much as you could develop your team,
Oh,
Akash
shit, it's here.
showing off the
Nice,
most
bear back.
important thing, right? Withstanding
Are they about to go on break? No, I don't think they are.
Just overall timing against your opponent, I feel like that's
Okay, no
what
one's
led
even
him
playing right
up.
now other
We
than.
talked about it.
It's here
Neutral
anyway.
is the most important thing in
Yeah, I
games
could
like
keep
this
watching
because you
Tokon.
cannot get hit.
Tokanda
It is
forever.
too overwhelming.
You're back.
It is too impossible to play defense significantly for a long period of time against people that know how to play good offense. So you got to win the neutral, man, and that's really what he prioritized with the blade, and we saw it come to fruition right there. And the last thing I want to touch on the instant air dash is that, yeah,
Tell me.
a lot of the time you hit like the instant air dash mediums, and you're a little bit too far away to get the light, right? That's why a lot of times you see it drop when they want to go into the medium. It's just a slightly like frame off a little bit,
Yeah.
and they don't get the real combo. So
Right.
that's what happened in that
Yeah,
instance
I
right there.
definitely saw that. Like practicing with Blade, you have to be very spacing dependent to actually connect and link with the medium punch, or
Yeah.
even try to call out an assist to kind of extend your combo. So it's a little bit of an issue to kind of figure out. Like we're still trying to figure out in terms of how certain combos flow from certain ranges and also in certain scenarios. So it's all still coming together, and I love that. Right? It's some of the growing pains going into any new fighter. But these guys, again, with the amount of tech being shown off, it's been so exponential when it comes to the growth of these players. As even as veterans or even as newcomers, we're starting to see a lot of even ground, especially as it goes into phase 3 with
Oh,
this
yeah.
this much time into the game.
100%. We're starting to see more of the skill parity, right? A lot of players are on the same level now. We're going to get to see even more intense matches. But of course, Marvel Tokon, my latest love, has wrapped up.
Nice.
Next up on this stream is going to be my first love. Ultimate
Nice.
Marvel versus Capcom 3. Don't go anywhere, of course. Vicious as always.
My
it's
man.
a pleasure, my man. You know what it is. Bash Bros all day, every day. We'll see y'all soon. Until next time, be good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear in all shapes and sizes for everyone. Starting now, use code CEO to buy one for 15% off, buy 2 get 20% off, or buy 3 and get 25% off now until August 31st. The Fatal Fury City of the Wolves Regional League will see teams of 2 compete for championship glory in 4 global divisions. Registration for the regional qualifiers are now live. Several regions are almost filled up, so don't wait too long to secure your team's place in the Fatal Fury City of the Wolves Regional League. It's time to wake up super with our new dark roast featuring hints of butter pecan, dark chocolate, and currant. Scan the QR code on your screen to order online and use promo code CO26 at checkout for 10% off your orders at okazemi.coffee. Texas Showdown, the oldest and largest grassroots FGC event in Texas, returns next year on April 2nd and 4th, 2027, featuring 24 of the latest and most popular titles. Early bird registration is going on now until the end of August, so be sure to lock in and start planning for Texas Showdown 2027.
Oh no, Tokon's done. No. Fuck. Fuck.
Okay, I can look at the matches I missed earlier though. Because apparently I missed a really good match. Anyway. Grand Finals. What's this? Dizzy in Grand Finals? Hold on, let me see this.
Victory here is red anti-air jab at the start. Gonna release the bubble and dash pass. Loving the situation and doing
Dog versus Jay Wong.
not being predictable with
And
the
what?
Skyfish, utilizing
Oh, they
it
played in
such
Tokon?
unique timing.
Yeah, we can watch that. Hold on.
No attempts at backdash yet. Oh, speak of the devil, there it is. But still stuck in the corner even after backdashing 2 of these Behemoth Typhoons, able to escape. Most partly because the slowdown on the hit on the fish, right?
Yeah. It's now good backdash there, avoiding the anti-air attempt. Luna was so ready for whatever Red was trying to look for there. Jab, once again a touch too far. We're gonna try and burn it down. Michael's sword not able to connect. Crosses up and puts us in the corner. And the backdash gets caught. It's from bad to worse.
Okay, far slash connects. Icefield is up once again. Gonna get that OTG into the wings.
Luna, clean touch again. Red, I believe we're gonna live to fight one more day. Yep, burst is spent. Burn it down one more time. Gold freaking Lewis.
Oh, with the 5 PRC! Dash on in. Should be able to get a wall splat for this, but not gonna go for it. Instead, sets up the double fish, justify the final hit, and there it is!
This is a set-defining round. I don't want to say the winner wins the tournament, but it really comes down to it here. Having that momentum, having that one-game cushion could be everything. So much decided in this moment, and Red takes advantage, takes the momentum, but straight away.
Yeah, I don't know why Tokon ended so early today.
This is the height of the
Whatever.
tug of war match between these two. Empty jump into the throw. Set up the fish once again for the Oki. You gotta be patient.
Wings of Light, draining
Oh my
down.
God, Wings of
Good
Light.
on Red, though, to not overextend. Don't just act like it's not happening. Sucks to get hit by it. Just imagine you got thrown twice.
Yeah, you know what? Any damage that it does, you can do double with a Behemoth Typhoon.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Maybe not in a situation like this. Love the little cross-up, everything combos.
Nice check there with the light. Catching the counter hit and getting the burst out. I like this change from Red, really relying on the burn it down here to force Paluna forward.
Oh God. Nice backdash.
Back in again, Michael Sword to make some space. Opportunity for the anti-air, doesn't work out. Backdash is caught. Waited for the burst, it felt like. There's
Nice
the
burst.
gold burst. How does she keep doing that?
Over the JD. Slide on in, into the throw.
This game.
Gonna be on the close
Nice.
of the round. One more game here for Paluna.
Look, close
The
match.
crowd loses their mind every time she backdashes a Behemoth Typhoon. They just start screaming.
I mean, these are two
It's like
of the
close
favorites when it comes
backdashes.
to the location we're playing from here. Like you said, set point. Paluna, one away from claiming a CEO championship. Red, love the burst, love the momentum. Perfect.
A Disney winner would be cool.
Well. Tries to bait the burst. Paluna holds it and repositions the confidence she's playing with Jobber.
Look at this, the chestnuts knocking you down into the throw. Still plenty of tension here on Paluna's side as well to keep the pressure up. Look at the
Oh,
wing.
you're dead. That's game.
Tournament point. One
Wow.
more to go. A great round for Paluna, holding on to that burst. But Red Eye Knot gets the first blood.
Love the idea.
Amazing Dizzy.
Keep that momentum. Lay out the drone. Oh my God, what a trade. Cartoon Dust Cloud once again. Paluna manages to escape the corner, finds the hit, and now is back on the offense.
Look at the
Keep him in
tension
that
here,
corner.
too. Red's back up against the wall. Setting up the drone.
What can you
Oh!
do? Wings activated, knockdown again.
The zoning.
Dance floor one more time. Things are looking dire.
One more mix up. You're dead,
Watching,
GG's.
the burst has to come
Oh, he's not
out,
dead.
tries
Hold
to
on, he has
lead it
detention.
out, but Red doesn't bite.
Oh, you're dead.
And there it is. All rise for Queen Dizzy. All rise for the Queen
Wow.
of the Ring, Paluna.
That was impressive.
CEO 2026 has a new monarch, a new champion. It's well deserved. Paluna is
The
your
Wings of
CEO
Lights
2026
were actually really good there. Holy shit.
champion!
Amazing uses of the Wings of Light. Amazing uses of that.
Does it the best.
King Ray Jr.
She's scary.
Okay, I gotta go to VOD. I can get these matches that I missed.
Yeah, she got me.
Okay, so I missed Punk versus Ikari. That one was a really good one. You said Justin and Sonic. All right.
The 4-4-2
Oh,
floater with the
Okay.
forward one.
and he's gonna convert pretty easily, juicing as much as he can.
Oh, nice. Oh,
Really
just
juicing
short.
it. Come here.
Destabilizer goes with the low follow up. Oh, out of the air. Not gonna be able to get a convert.
Great block.
June, yeah, just so good on the defense, man. Hard to open him up.
I know. He's seen a lot,
Oh my
Sabaki.
God, round
He also
start.
loves active defense.
Yeah, there it is. Especially when you have a Sabaki that's a long.
Inza versus K7. This is a good one.
punch.
Let's look at this one.
Fake out. Great break.
Yeah, on the
I don't know who the hell wins this one.
Throughout the life of this game, we saw it very early on.
Yes.
This is good as
especially
well.
on team.
Wow, this is going to be a crazy game right here. There we go. Two multi-game talents, two extremely strong competitors.
Yeah, we're talking Inzem's performance in 2xKO. A lot of that competitive knowledge is going to really carry over to this game.
And Dragon Ball Fighters. This
That's
guy's,
true,
he's a
too.
tag monster. Yeah, for sure.
Both of them are tag
It's going to
monsters.
be very interesting to see what approach he takes to the game. Usually Inzem is very smart when it comes to figuring out a game and figuring out what's meta
Yeah, he
and what's
is.
effective. So let's see what he brings to the table here in Marble Tokon, because I know he's not champion, bro.
I've seen one champion this week.
I'm not watching a
and it
champion.
worked.
Yeah?
I was like, all right, man.
That's just not
Okay.
happening.
I mean, champion and he didn't even transform once. Which is crazy.
Okay,
So that says
okay.
more about that.
About to say.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, we're going to see a class.
About
that
to
I'm
say,
not
ain't no
surprised
way.
Inzem has a Green Goblin match.
Oh,
When your
bro.
partner is playing
Hasn't been a single
Green
champion
Goblin,
good.
you learn a thing or two from your duo of 2xKO.
Yeah, look at this. Both players. K7 as well. Rocking the Goblin here. We Goblin out here. All right, let's see.
Goblin?
This character, people keep telling me the Goblin mix is easy, and I look at it and go, I hope so, because I'm going to learn.
We're going to get there soon. Don't worry.
Oh, man.
Nice
Red.
over. I mean,
Check
over
what's going
anti-air.
in.
Yeah. K7 show off. Not going to let you get away with that tricky fake stuff right there. Sets the laser, tags in Goblin, and this is where it gets grimy.
Yeah, you tried to neutral jump. Nice.
I fucking
JL
hate
there.
Goblin.
There is no escape when Goblin chases you down.
Yeah, look at this. Oh my gosh.
What is
Inzem
this?
on it right here. Okay. Not opting for a
They're
wall
both
break,
using
the player
Goblin
here
too?
so far. Just trying to max out on that damage first, it looks like.
If this
I
is
hate
just
these
a
noises he
battle of
makes.
The Green Goblin, like, hold on.
Yeah, I
That's
guess.
a wrap.
Damn, they're not interested in wall breaks. And with that situation, Inzem has actually given
Nobody wants a
K7
wall break?
access to more of his team and an additional bar here of Assemble. So
I mean, when you're already getting the hits, you may as well send it all the way.
Yeah,
I don't want to give up my mixed potential and let you reset.
Goblin is honest and fair.
a round is more important. But you got to remember as well, the more teams, the more of your team
That's
you
top tier right
assemble,
there.
the more health you get. Indeed. You know? And that little extra bit of health can come in handy.
The material is about to say otherwise soon.
Go. Glider coming in.
Oh.
And reset for throw. Dastardly.
There you go.
Oh, bounce away. Oh, man. Oh, what a brave challenge here for K7.
Man. Okay, let's see. Better make it count. Oh, drops the combo. That's unfortunate.
Blade not coming in the clutch either, so got the chase down. Inzem surviving just a little bit longer, gets blessed, but not enough. We're just swinging 2H here.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was cheap. Inzem
Nice.
bringing out the grimy stuff here with the green goblin.
That
was grimy.
On the screen. Inzem came out on top.
You're right. You're so right.
All right, run up with
Worst
Spider-Man.
in the game?
Hands off.
Hey man,
Back to
somebody
the
gotta be the
Goblin.
worst.
Yep, goblin mode activated right now.
Worst in the
There we
game
go,
with a
glider
20
with
character
the
game is
grenade.
not that bad.
Oh man, just when you thought you were successfully blocking, he goes to the other side.
I'm doing pretty good. Oh no!
That ain't that bad.
All right, go for the launch, the 2H.
And this should be an up here because he's got 100
yeah.
bar for sure. This is going to be.
I don't think there's anyone
in.
necessarily
Yeah,
bad in
the
this
Goblin
game.
Surprise here, 100 bars spent.
Yeah, and spending the EX is critical here because it doesn't extend that combo gauge any further. It just gets the benefits of the damage, potentially ground bouncing, depending upon your character's move kit.
I guess what would make them bad is that some characters are far better,
First
but
game.
you know what I mean.
Hey, K7 here.
Oh well, yeah, I guess champion. I'm not even counting champion. This is a 20 character game, not 21.
Yeah, that's the first.
We are not
matchup.
counting champions.
All right, looks like I'm going for stage swap here. Oh no. Now we're just double checking. Right? Surely we are just double checking. You did not just get beat by an incorrect button,
Almost
right?
21.
Oh no.
Better count me at top 2 fireball.
yeah.
Man, fucking fireball. This ain't
I
Street
think we're
Fighter.
just making sure. It's better to be safe than sorry. All right, somebody's playing Doom on this setup.
Yeah, bro, look at this.
Look at all the colors.
Got the colors, got the costume. Oh my gosh, bro. Costume kind of fire.
Man, I missed the Geniuses team. Did you see that earlier?
Geniuses. I saw it. I was dying, bro. when you are too genius.
Gotta get the Genius. So opting to put Magneto on shooter. I
Doing
think
too
that's
bad
the
though, he just
change
sucks.
here For K7, because I
Good.
believe, if I'm not mistaken, we selected Goblin on shooter with the initial set.
Yeah, Inzem will not be able to swap here. He's just
Right.
reselecting his team.
There's a long character section.
Oh
Goddamn.
no! All black. Don't go back to dark New York. Oh no!
The Air
All black
Force.
team.
Oh, no.
Air Forces.
Oh,
Yo, chat,
no.
who in here got black Air Forces?
Oh, uh-oh.
All right, well, good luck. Symbiote Spider-Man coming at you here. Good block.
I know somebody in here got some all black Air
Even if
Force.
It wasn't overhead. I'm staying blocking.
Okay, immediately here with the wall break off the grab. Magneto active here, gets thrown right back though.
Too deep.
Why you looking at me with the side eye? I found somebody.
Block on the 2H. That's the other thing you got to train yourself out of. Remember that your opponent can still air block that 2H, and you have to keep it safe.
All white Air Forces
This is
household.
another one
Wow.
here. Inzem is going to have access to his full team, while K7 show off. It's looking rough right here in the first round. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, perfect. And that's a disassemble for what little assemble gauge you had. You can no longer use.
Double overhead.
We got a wall break going or what?
Look, we got the meter to finish the job.
Nobody wants to break the wall. Damn.
Nice. Yeah, I don't think Inzem was sure if that was going to kill or not, so just went for the level 1 super there, the 50%.
Just
guarantee.
Raimi kill right there.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Jeez.
Yeah, Magneto
Oh wait, did he wall barrier the starter
and
combo?
down
I mean, not wall barrier
is
start.
So good, bro.
Did he already have
Magneto, another character where you can use
Wait,
him in any
what?
start, I feel like.
Yeah. He's got so much potential.
Oh, there was already a roll change at the start. I'm tripping.
Well set up with debris on the field.
Definitely. Look at this.
I'm about to say, how the fuck is he have all his characters already?
Okay, we're out though.
In the left, right here with the handshake off Magneto. Fully charged the heavy just to make sure we can apply the magnetic storm.
Grab. Challenge on wake up though. Disrespecting.
Tyrant, I've been telling people all weekend that 5L is diabolical.
It's yeah, man. Like you got to remember, like meaty time in this game is a little bit tricky.
It really is.
You have those additional invincibility frames after you wake up.
Another beam here. Got the assist. I thought maybe we get the handshake, but good audible with the beam set up there.
Okay. Oh my gosh, the mag verticalist is coming in clutch there.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, here comes the 2H. Get out of dodge, please.
Oh my word. No,
What is this combo?
No confirm.
This is an insane spray
Brother.
of projectiles everywhere.
What am I looking at?
Assist.
Yeah, you can
Go
go
left or right.
Why not?
Here's my aid. All right, crossed over, the handshake.
Oh, catches blade. But you can't go from hitting the assist. Here comes Goblin. Oh no.
I think we were just
Can Goblin
waiting
hit
for
you
the
low when
one
he's on
moment
the
where we
board?
could tag in Goblin, and that crossover came in clutch.
No
But
doubt.
he's always attacks overhead.
Now imagine though,
Yes!
if he had perfect reflect
What?
he didn't have a symbol gauge to do it.
Yeah, he didn't have it.
An
He was
air
tagging
low?
for Goblin there.
What the fuck does
Late
that
start,
mean?
Handshake to get Spidey out.
All right, let's go. Petey Parker going to work here. And we're spending 50% for this one. We want a DHC? No, we just want the knockdown. Yeah,
because next hit, we're going to get this kill.
yes, absolutely. Yeah, supers are one of the only ways to get a hard knockdown in this game. You know, you can stop your opponent tech rolling with that one, and that's going to be more than enough here. We're going to chuck some cars on them, and there you have it. InZem looking way too prepared. Man, this guy is just a world-class talent, no matter the game.
Beautiful from InZem there.
Honestly.
This game's only been out 7 days.
Red.
What other matches that I missed? Top 192. Benrich. I need to watch that. You win? I had to win, no? Oh shit, he's losing. I'm assuming he comes back though, no? Oh shit, he might lose. Did he win?
Oh! Oh my gosh. Gets himself out of danger. Swaps the Star-Lord?
Oh,
gets
lost.
caught by...
Aw.
How much, bro? This is going to be
this is
absolutely wild, people. Oh, man. These two are in discussion for, like, top 5, potentially top 3 of all time.
Wait. There's more lore to this because remember, Sonic Fox was supposed to overtake Justin's title as the most champions at EVO.
Oh, that's so true. That's crazy.
The lights are overheads on the glider.
Imagine
You can
if
figure out
this
by casting a
goes
star
full
with a
circle
light.
by EVO next year, where they go head-to-head in an EVO top 8. Oh, man.
Man, this is crazy,
Yo,
bro.
Justin, let me see you stick for this story for the long haul. I know you're commentating on top 8, but brother, I want to see this storyline live throughout the era of Tokon.
Yeah, we need another barrel roll, man. We need, come on. We're well overdue another barrel roll. Yeah. All right, people, here we go. 2 of the most winningest fighting game
big
players
shout
of
out
all
to Justin.
time going head-to-head
He
here
been
in
in the
the
gym
first
crazy. He
major
lost weight.
of Marvel Tokon. CEO
hella
2026.
weight.
Let's make some history.
Interesting. So Spider-Man, of course, with Green Goblin on the side of Sonic Fox. Justin won with Wolverine. Interesting. But
Yeah.
happy birthday.
The
Why, is
legacy
he
picks
vertical?
here for Justin, man, with that Wolverine and that Storm.
Is it only
Make it
vertical?
back. Man, happy birthday to kick things off, though. Sonic
Oh
off to a
shit,
great
it
start.
is.
Yes.
Oops.
A lot of scratch damage on the table.
Wait, why is it only vertical? What the
Start
fuck?
hitting the opponent.
Okay, you can see here, rocking that Goblin, and you know they've probably been sharing tech with their tag partner,
I'll fix that.
InZem, when it comes to that one. Wow, what a first round for Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't ask for any better of a round.
I'll fix it in a
start.
second, hold
Happy
on.
birthday was everything. All right. 89-meter on the side of Sonic. Being a little squirrely with the Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man, a character that can apply incredible solo mix, incredible solo pressure, but Justin won with this Wolverine. They know the fundamentals are going to be strong. Okay, immediately off, though, to another amazing start, Zero. Look at this Goblin go to work.
Oof, and it's only going to get worse from here. Now they got that corner position. Hold the float to stay safe. Yeah, let's go for the crossover.
There you go. You got to imagine some of those goblin combos are so like finicky and tricky to execute that perhaps you're not ready to use the reflect.
Hold on, tornado.
I'll reset
Spidey
the
gonna
YouTube
get
stream.
swept up.
That's right. Here we go. Sending him through that wall. Pressure's
Not
on
supposed
right
to be
here. Calls
vertical.
Wolverine. Justin tags in. Here we go. Breaks that throw. Oh my gosh. And then we go. Once that Berserker Rage in effect as soon as possible, that's when Wolverine's massive damage potential and mix-ups can come into play.
Absolutely. Another shatter here. Let's build up.
Ooh.
Nice. Got the parry out.
All right. Man, Sonic turning things around once again, though. Oh, doesn't convert the combo fully. Okay, this is big, and I think this might be enough, Zero.
Yeah, plenty of resources here. You have at least one assemble gauge if you want DHC. Oh no, now it's spent out here.
Yeah, sometimes it is nice to try and gamble and get a wall break and the kill in the same sequence so you get a character for the next round. Did not happen in that exchange.
Yeah, and we're already stocked up anyways, so.
Very true. Okay. Oh! All right, I see you, Justin.
There, it should be fixed now. I'm about to start it up.
All right, dashing away here.
Nah, I mistakenly started the vertical stream before the normal format, so then it thought I was thinking only vertical.
Absolutely. All right, and there we go, forcing the combo limit reset there, and this is where it gets grimy with Goblin. Overhead. Okay.
It's inside here, massive lead for Sonic Fox.
There you go.
Now.
It's fixed.
Yeah,
I can't believe we're getting this historic matchup so early.
I know,
like, what are we doing?
it's crazy. I think this actually might be enough to get the W, but no.
I didn't know it was only vertical. Whoops.
Not a perfect.
Yeah, no disassemble here.
Wait, it is vertical again. What the fuck?
Oh, the bust out.
Oh, that's
Invincible
fucked.
100 bar super. There
It's
you
vertical
have it,
again.
bro. Okay, Sonic Fox moving in.
Oh, that's
to game
not
one here.
normal.
Oh, man.
What? Why is it doing that?
2-round lead right now to Justin's 1. Goes for the handshake off the tumble.
Why is it doing that?
Okay. Once again, gets that wall splat, lightning loop in effect, and then once again. Okay, yeah, I think with Storm it's very important to get this super going ASAP, get that buff in effect, keep that pressure on.
Oh, I gotta reset the stream again.
Go.
Why is it in
We're
vertical?
cooking right now.
What are we cooking?
Where are you going?
Oh,
There's
how did
so
you?
much that's done. That's nowhere.
How did you confirm that?
That's insane.
I'll tell you how. That's J1, baby. And that's going to be enough right here. Should be able to close it out with the level 1. Oh no, it missed. What happened?
Oh, no way.
Uh-oh. Oh
like
no.
This. You do not give Sonic Fox chances like this.
No, you do not. That could be cursed.
I'm gonna start the stream
there.
unlisted,
One
see if it's
opportunity
fixed, and I'll
is
start the
all
stream
they need.
normally.
Okay.
Perfect. Oh my goodness.
God damn it, I'm missing a good
Sorry,
Yeah.
just get the reflect.
All right, sending the tornado right here. It's all down to Storm. Oh my gosh, but we all know about Justin.
You see what he
Yeah. He is no stranger to making solo Storm comebacks, let me tell you that much.
All right, here we go. Nice pickup.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Got the slam
Yeah, that's right.
for the break. Oof. Another bomb set up here. Oh, trying to cover the forward roll. Still got the parry out.
Okay. Oh man, there we go once again.
Oh, you keep pressing because you are building scratch damage while hitting the assist.
That blade assist
and
is so good,
Wolverine's
man.
stuck in block stun anyway, so Sonic's sitting pretty.
Tokon assemble? Oh no!
You could have.
That would have been it for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Missed the crossover.
All right. Justin hasn't
What's up,
had a
Distro guy? How you
chance
doing?
to really get that Berserker Rage in effect here. Been tagging out Wolverine. Just been using Wolverine to get the hit and then just go in for the pressure with Storm. Gets the level 1.
Puts it back down, still in corner position, tries to find the escape with the glider and succeeds.
Oh! That was so good, bro. He just knew. And Goblin cannot block while he's on the glider.
Right.
For the record.
I mean, an
This is
insane
enough, right?
neutral jump. Insane. You spend it. You could have done Tokon. Oh, actually, off the meter, but still. Spend the super. Justin taking that first game.
Okay, I fixed it.
That's crazy. Excellent stuff right there. What a comeback.
The fuck?
Justin able to put that together. Sonic identifying the fact that perhaps they could have used that Tokon assemble to close the game out, but not in that scenario. It's going to be Justin taking the first game.
And back at the same stage we go. Extraordinary match with the overhead.
The Wong factor, baby.
It really was the Wong factor.
Yeah, it was.
All right, bombs away. Actually, if you had to listen to the sound,
It randomly changed my
otherwise you might have been
canvas
overzealous
size
or
for my
got
YouTube
caught.
stream
Imagine it's going
to
to be
shorts
lots of
format. What the
situations
fuck?
where perhaps you can throw the grenade while the
Yeah.
opponent's
That's so
on
weird. I don't know why I
screen.
did that.
Get some sneaky setups
That
like
would
that.
be very interesting.
That's why the stream was vertical, even though it wasn't supposed to be.
There it is. Oh my gosh. Don't forget, Storm can move that projectile around the screen with her wind meter.
Oh, yeah. Tough to see what to do with
my
Wolverine
phone
right in front of you there.
My
But
stream
still,
key.
great call out from Sonic. Going to get called by Lightning from Justin.
That's right. Oh my gosh. There you have it. Getting the clean hit with Spidey. And we're going straight for the Green Goblin here. Frenemies teaming up. Okay.
Ooh. Nice. Yo! Not going to cross up, but still going to get the finish. Is Sonic on that round.
Look at this, man. History in the making. You love to see it. Okay. All right, we're just pressuring away here, not overcommitting to any kind of follow-up. There's the assist eventually, and the overhead lands.
Oh, wow, it is done for today.
This is a second round, and you still
Oh, they're going to do top 24 tomorrow?
Yeah, and I feel like
top
that's what we're
8?
prepping for anyways. We don't want to spend that assembly gauge and try to bait out those counters that we're seeing from Justin, because we are fully stocked.
Thought they were only going to do top 8 tomorrow.
Another one.
Another wall break. There you go. And now Blade is active and ready to go.
Goodness,
what an air-to-air. Yeah, so good.
Bring it down. Web zip. Yeah, you may as well spend that level 2.
There we go, and that's going to be all the junk. Drop it. Sonic looking like they might have found their stride here with a perfect.
Somebody get Peter. That was historical artifacts you've been throwing around.
Peter kill. Oh my gosh. Challenge from Justin.
No, it's a little high, though.
Yeah, a little bit awkward on that pickup with the slice.
Oh my goodness, bring it down. That crystal is still there.
Oh, slight combo drop there from Justin, unfortunate. But there we go, the perfect reflect. Sonic is locked in now. Overhead from Spidey.
Yo. Blink and you're gonna miss it off that charge heavy. All right, stage transition. Plenty of disassembly time. Sonic still applying pressure with the overhead. Handshake to extend.
All right. All right, here's the Goblin.
I'm randomly changing my settings. It's fucked up.
Oh my gosh. I was about to say, you blocked that? No, you did not.
You messed up for that.
Okay. And this should be it for Sonic Fox. Yes. Okay, spending 100 on it. That's going to be more than enough for the kill here to tie us up 1 game each.
Much more in control of that game for Sonic Fox. I mean, I think that dominance really started with the first round being, look, I don't need another assist. I'll compete with both Storm and Spider-Man.
Okay. All right, there's that shooter assist immediately from Storm. And there's the confirm. Sonic probably going to try and get as much of his team together as he can right off the rip. No, goes for the reset here. Yeah, I feel like that's what these Goblin players have been doing. Inzem had the same strategy.
Yep.
Don't focus on the wall break too much. Just get that damage and try and get that kill ASAP.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to give up that corner position. If I got bombs set up there and I'm also covering your rollout with Glider. Oh, he's for the 2H.
Yeah,
good
2H.
call from Justin.
Definitely going to get a conversion on that too.
Yeah, I don't have the bracket pin,
here.
sorry.
Black
Hold on.
Panther Shuri, ready to
Trying
go.
to do something right now.
Nice.
I'm getting fucking trolled. My YouTube stream started incorrectly.
Let's go for the zone because it covers the approach for Spider-Man.
Yo, those batarangs, man.
It literally is. Those zany batarangs, or excuse me, goblin ranks.
Okay. Wall break again, Justin. Should have the whole squad now. Yep, there's Blade. Oh my gosh, straight into the electricity.
We stick out that stand medium and then we boost it with the unique. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that's kind of cheap right there.
It really was.
Straight down with the vertical.
So how do I block that? Yeah, anyway.
About that.
Oh, nice on the overhead. Extend with Goblin. We're going to go for this corner setup with Bomb.
Oh yeah, you already know what's coming, people. Here it goes. Throw it.
Wait a minute. Oh my goodness, I'm getting flashbacks, Tyrant. I've seen this character before. Oh no, if you know the history of Sonic, I'm getting flashback to a certain cowboy.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah.
All right, nice. Okay, YouTube stream is fully fixed. That shit threw me off completely. What the fuck?
All right, we're out of there.
I don't know why it was not.
Oh my gosh, so much happening on screen right now. Justin gets the hit confirmed with Wolverine. Converts his Storm. All right, sends him through.
Are we playing Rivals later? No, no.
Bit of wind pressure.
Okay, and there's Wolverine goes low, but an excellently timed counter there from Sonic.
I do a theme tier list and then we can get on Rivals.
The opening, nice fadeaway jump.
I'll do a theme tier list.
Sonic so quick to react to get that whip punish.
This is a close-ass match.
Oh, man.
Anyways.
Oh, shout out to Norman coming in clutch right there. Good stuff. All right.
Sonic's so nice on Goblin. Yeah, his Goblin's really good.
I mean,
Probably
we
the
are
best
one
Goblin
of the
player.
same
Yeah. Okay. Oh, dash up on him.
Total
Caught
right
him.
now. 866.
All right, pick up here.
Not bad.
Sonic Fox is disassembled. This is a bad
Really
look.
good,
Justin
actually.
Wong on the hunt. Gets an
So
assemble gauge
866
back
from
with
the
that wall
last
break.
Abaddon.
Let's approach. Ooh, good block.
Wong putting in work. All right, if you want to watch YouTube on your TV, you can put it on now. It's not vertical anymore. You want to put the stream on your TVs.
Very early, they get the ender. Nice with the overhead. Goblin. It's going to be a bomb scenario here to get this tumble.
Oh, he goblin on it all right. Here we go. Oh, set it up. What's it going to be? Might be able to cash out, actually.
Wow, yeah.
God damn, look at that damage. He might be dead.
136. Like, wait a minute. An EX, and we spend once more?
Even if this doesn't kill, this is an amazing setup for... Oh, okay, he gets the kill. But after that, he gets such an
he's
easy
dead. That shit does so much
50-50
damage.
with the lariat into the high-low.
Right, right. We'll see if Wolverine can stay true to his word, try to make this round quick.
That's right.
Well, we'll keep beating up on Storm because, look, I'm getting that scratch damage. Good luck trying to recover.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Sonic here, 1 round away from taking this one. The spider bomb here, the overhead conversion, that's so cheap, bro.
I love the timing too, just the recognition. You press the button, that's when you go for your 2-2.
Nasty work right there, and I think that should do it. We might be seeing that Goblin surprise once again. 0 to close it out. Doesn't even need it. The Sky Scrap are going to take it. What a historic set to kick us off here. And the first major for Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, man. That was so exciting, man. Dude.
This is, what a wonderful era of fighting games. We've been here
Very
long
impressive.
enough to see it all come full circle. Young Sonic Fox rising to the occasion to now the illustrious Sonic Fox, the historic Sonic Fox, standing side by side to get another historic fighting game veteran and really solidifying their position here in Marvel Tokon.
All right, let's watch Punk versus
From Blade, great to keep pressure.
Oh shit, they got Lucky versus Super. That's a good one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Super did not. That's right, making a name for himself in early Marvel 3. Transferring his skills over to other tech fighters primarily, including
I know Lucky went
fighters to XKO, and now here with Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Let's get it.
Indeed.
Well, let me see this. And then we're gonna watch Punk versus Yukari, and after that, let's watch top 8 for Avatar.
Here, which I think this is a very comfortable spot for
I'll probably watch some of it. I don't think I'm gonna watch all of it.
That's
Having him on shooter and vertical assist is nice, but like we were mentioning earlier, it's great to have him on point so you can really get him set up and start handshake tagging much quicker than having him in the background.
Very, very good stuff. Yeah, I think Star-Lord point is definitely one of the positions to play him. He's a very versatile character. He has lots of good movement options. He has lots of great tools that he can use, you know, great range on his blasts. The grenades are very nice as well. So let's see how he does here.
Yeah, we do have Magic on point here with Super Noon, who swapped over to Blade pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's a happy birthday right there. That's so much.
Very quick wall splat here to get Spidey into play. Not enough to kill quite yet, but I mean, look, this life lead.
Hey. Oh, that was kind of cheap right there. The low from Star-Lord into the neutral jump, left, right, scary.
And I think we got protected just enough by the block protection there, because that should have been a high.
Agreed.
Oh my god, this dude Lucky picked up Goblin.
Hey, Magic,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
You know something about Zero.
Yeah.
All right.
So went to the dark side.
Goes for early splat. I mean, we're still pretty early in the combo anyway, so we can take a ton of damage off here.
All right, very nice. Oh, south the dark portal right there.
Actually, that was a really smart forward roll, so you cannot utilize that portal.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, pressuring away there with that blade assist, tags him in. Oh, that's kind of nasty right there. Okay, I see you, Noon. And he's gonna, this is another guy that's going to find the grimy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, easy.
Nice, perfect reflect.
Handshake. Still keep the pressure. That medium DP there coming from Blade. Great to keep pressure, easy to handshake tag into.
Yeah, unfortunately for Superman did not have an assist to convert that sequence, but this will be huge for Lucky right here. Oh,
okay.
Dark Child on it, okay.
Right.
Sets up a portal. And she gets conversions off of all of her specials in Dark Child. It doesn't matter where or what it is. You know, Fireball, DP. It's all good.
Yeah, and she can still go for her level 2
Whoa,
spend
what
as
the
well,
fuck?
even when her meter's down, because that is, you basically take it on an early load on combo damage when it comes to Dark Child.
You can even use Assemble Super if you go into Dark Child with 150.
Yeah. Ooh, backing off.
Spider
Flash
boot.
and projectiles. And still
Nice
pressure
mash.
from Spidey, but Lucky gets a lucky break on this combo here.
Very nice. Good stuff right there. Captain America coming in clutch. All right, we're swapping back out here.
Blade still does a bunch of
Trying to
damage.
tell
Yeah, he
which
does.
characters they want on point.
I mean, a lot of
It's
people
very
do a
nice
lot of
that you can
damage,
actually
but
swap between
yeah,
characters
Blade
and
is
stuff.
definitely one of the higher
Something
damaging characters
interesting
for
to
sure.
note, too, even though you push the character off screen, your assist does carry along with you. They don't disappear into the background,
Absolutely.
which can mess things up when it comes down to handshake tag, because as you're losing ground, that means the handshake tag could potentially get worse for you.
Absolutely. Oh. Reset there off the combo limit. Nice counter time in there from Lucky.
Deep run. Oh, good EX shot. Not able to get the punish here off the shot from Quill.
Nice. There we go. We're sending it full screen. We're reloading.
Okay.
Yeah, making good use of that electric element.
Nice.
And that is just
Oh,
a
no, you
straight
can't
up
convert
beat,
from that.
You know, like they all have different uses.
Who would have to do
It's
heavy,
really
heavy in and
cool.
goal
That's
assist?
tough of him. Overhead.
There it
Overhead.
is, the more notable charge heavy.
Oh, we're going for a restand.
We're going
perhaps.
for a
I see the
restand?
ice gun coming out here. Oh, no, we might just keep it simple. Elemental Outlaw, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because then you still get the element of ice to go for an additional extension here, but you're going to kill anyway.
What's it gonna be?
Damage on that one. Yeah, ice gun and fire gun you can combo off of.
Hey, Lucky's
Okay.
cooking. Let's go.
All right, try to go for an early assist send. All right, keep that pressure going here after the medium Rekka series.
That block was sick right there.
Yeah.
From Lucky.
Nice. Just get the counter out. Cap, able to save you. Cross dunk. Got the overhead a little bit, but not a conversion.
Okay. Oh, beautiful stuff. The 2M connect.
Oh, he
Doesn't
didn't
get a
even do
conversion,
that.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's tough. Once you go for that JH there, trying to keep in rhythm with your combo
Is this luck
routing
from you?
towards
Yeah.
your Star-Lord.
Hey, I like that jump back, though, the up back dash, and then call the assist just for the air.
We up to Wani.
Okay. Overhead, good block there from Noon.
Nice setup here, go for the left right once more.
What a block, though.
I didn't even know he even went. Who's the CEO?
Yeah, went for the low record.
He didn't say nothing.
And see if there's that forward advance I was talking about there. The assist will remain on screen.
That's right. Fortunately, drops the combo, though. Super Noon going to take advantage of that one. Here comes Blade. Oh, the low. That's so unfortunate. Just at the exact moment you try to approach.
Yeah.
Is he gonna kill?
This is not enough to kill, though, right?
No, it's not.
Quite.
And no DHC either. Oh, the pillar. Watch out. Magic got those.
I forgot she can do that.
What, Magic?
I be forgetting she can do that shit. Oh my god.
Here we go.
If you're in the corner, it literally just clips the entire corner. Do I still movies?
Ooh, Mr. JL.
Aren't you gonna see the
That's
Spider-Man
unfortunate.
movie, or what are you gonna
Super
go
Able
to
to
see or
capitalize a
whatever?
little bit to push her pressure out
She's
of
about
the
to go
corner.
watch. Oh,
Gosh, what a block, though. Lucky got defense, man.
Okay. Got the crossover out.
Hey.
Wall splat, plenty of time to convert. Extra damage.
Gosh, yeah, Blade definitely got
Your
bad
name?
damage. Oh, there
never
we
seen that
go.
movie yet.
Counter timing. All right. And we got that electric gun, which is a straight up beam. Doom butter gun.
I'm not seeing that movie.
Dark portal in your face.
Oh,
for
Dark
the
Portal
win.
mix. Oh, that was mixed.
That
Portal.
is insane, because you're
That
right
was
next
mixed.
to the opponent. They want to press, but they can't. And you go for the teleport pressure anyways.
Yeah, okay, back to the Ileana mirrors here.
What time is it?
Oh, yeah. You
3:37. Okay.
destroy projectiles that go for the
6:37.
heavy version of magic
Avatar is in like
projectiles.
20
She
minutes.
can do the same with medium, but the EX version obviously dominating most projectiles anyways.
Right. Drop him down. Okay, good blocks here. Man, Lucky's defense, bro. Okay, yeah, there's only someone looking to block against Peter, man. That overhead coming in clutch.
Overhead is so fucked
Okay,
up,
I see
man.
you now, Noon. Let's get it. No super needed.
Yeah.
Slice and dice.
That already does
DMC.
so much
Overhead
damage.
is so
Hell yeah.
fucked up.
Noon, substantial lead. Big JM coming from Magic.
That's huge.
So I see what's going on.
Slice.
I mean, I didn't watch
Balls
day
back
one.
there with
Well,
the
I
light
did
DP.
off
Oh my
stream.
gosh.
The idea was there.
It's not really
but
like
unfortunately
that
recovered.
crazy to match day one. Day two and three are the good
Comes
ones.
Quill. Okay.
Mark the parry. Yeah, I was expecting a true string. Nice gunshot and avoids the shooter assist coming from Noon.
Oh. That is a disassemble on the side of Super Noon. That could be tough right there.
I saw that in Civil War.
Overhead.
That definitely happened against Spider-Man.
Big cannon. All right. Let's see. Might go for a combo limit reset here. And Captain America gets sick. Yeah, he can throw this. Yeah. On the combo limit resets, all Cap has to do is throw the shield up. And yeah, you're pretty much guessing after that.
Captain Shield is certainly a saucy option, especially for offensive pressure. Wall splat again, maximizing.
And then disassemble on the side of Lucky Man that whole time.
Oh.
There we go. Super Noon gets the hit, and that should close things out.
1-1.
1-1.
Damn.
Let's go.
Right, was actually Blade being played.
Scenario, get comfortable. It's the matchup that we're in, but much more dominant round for Super Noon.
Storms, there's a lot of storms. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more storms after CEO.
I'm on it.
Nice aerial
But she's
shots.
really good. We just haven't picked her up yet.
Cover again.
People are waiting until after
Ooh,
CEO to pick her up.
H.
So people just got put onto her.
But the safety net here of trying to handshake it to Magic. Still got the throw. Let's add another character to the roster.
That's right. Spider-Man coming in clutch there. All right, nice. Star-Lord helping out once again. But yeah, we're going back to that full screen. And yeah, bro, Blade, like we said earlier, not the greatest character when it comes to, like
mix.
movement, neutral, mix-ups. But like full screen,
His
like this guy
neutral is
confirms off
so
of
good.
anything with those stakes.
Absolutely. Fireball catches. Great conversion here, using that unique.
Yeah, that's right.
EX to extend further. Got the assemble.
Medium light.
That should be
Medium
enough right here.
light.
Have to go for
And
the
you're dead.
bloodlust. Yep, that's going to do it. Super Noon finding his stride here. See that?
Wow.
Blade must be
This
a
more work
familiar
than Magic
character for
Spidey?
Super
Yeah.
Noon
A lot of people are using Magic
TV.
Spidey right now. But I'm pretty sure
I
down
hear
the line,
that.
I see more like Storm Goblin and stuff
big,
like
heavy
that.
hitters, man.
Nice. Got the air dash in. Good block. You
Yeah.
have to keep it safe.
Yeah, I feel like against Star-Lord, you just have to block low until you see the pause for the overhead. That low special, man, it can be very tricky.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, look at this.
Not trying to sneak in with
Oh!
that 2
Damn.
and forward advancing normal, but Super Noon still able to jump in.
Right, no combo limit reset here. Backs off here just for the rollout. Pressures away here. Here comes Magic, sets the portal. Goes
Oh,
behind.
empty
Good blocks
jump
again.
low, empty portal low, I should say.
Recognize the teleport.
Oh,
my goodness.
fucking
No way,
Spider-Man.
Indeed, the JM.
No, he's dead.
There we go. It's popping off.
You're just gonna loop him. Avatar's in like 20 minutes.
Out here with the 50-bar spend.
The Zula.
My favorite Spidey
That's always
sound.
fun. He just needs a rank. Games for the Zelda.
Nice. Stops the forward advance here with aerial shoot. And all assists,
Ooh.
all for free.
There we go. That Mag Assault Assist actually messed up the combo there.
The glider not going to connect though, but look at this. Ground control, all three.
What is happening?
Right.
Nice.
Come on, it doesn't convert though. The overhead was blocked. Crossover comes out. Oh my gosh. It's non-stop. The counter though working out nicely for Lucky. Pew pew.
We got the yappers on this team. That's insane.
Yeah, for sure, man. They be talking.
Right, bring it down. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, no, it's
Oh,
combo
I wonder
dropped.
if we would have canceled that out into the teleport.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. He was gonna try to do medium back special, and he was gonna do a portal.
The lightning
Slam
one.
him down.
Oh my gosh, the whole squad on the screen. The throw, is it enough? Not yet. One more touch.
That's a jail. That could have been a big one. Yeah. The block.
Ooh, damn, blast
not
him.
the target we were looking for. If we would have got Quill, we would have been fine.
Goblin?
But
I'm
look,
pretty sure he's
Matt
using Goblin for
took
back
the shot for
assist.
you so you could fire off one more elemental shot for victory.
Beautiful stuff. Good block there on that overhead. Delays that time from Lucky. Calls the assist at the right time. Goes low that time. Noon expecting the overhead doesn't come. Okay, we might see a reset on the way. Does have the resources to get it. Restand time perhaps. No, we're just going for the reset here. Throws the grenade. This is where it gets
That's 3,
cheap.
yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah.
Heavy just gunshot. Yeah.
Cool down.
Oh, gosh.
There's our reload. And a whole mess of assists.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Cross under with the 2M.
Beautiful stuff. Okay, there we go. Combo limit forced. Damn, that was nasty.
2 assists though. Goes for Magneto.
Go Magnus in. Straight back to Blade.
Nice.
Wall slap. Plenty
Oh,
of
let's
damage.
finish him
with the
off.
level
Yeah, he's
two.
dead.
That's it.
That's it, yeah, he's not sweating enough.
I'm a samurai asshole.
Look, he's actually, yeah, he's really
There you
good.
go. That's going to do it. Good stuff.
Damn.
Legit quote from the game.
They do. It's a huge quote.
Okay, one more match
Honestly,
that I missed.
Yeah.
Especially back and roll
Down. A great move.
Fuck is it at?
That's a nice bucket challenge. It's too weak.
Storm. Trying to
I missed Punk versus Hikari. Kill Stage versus BSG? Actually, okay, I want to see Iron Man, so let me watch this. Kill Stage is like the only Iron Man player. Let's actually see some more Iron Man gameplay. It's like no one else playing Iron Man.
There we go, starting to have a little beam right
You know, I
here.
think BSG wins this though.
Iron Man is actually a pretty strong character because a lot of his special moves, he can fly out of. Set up his own mix and stuff like that. So I think Iron Man in some due time, people are going to see how tough and strong a character that he is.
I've seen some real, like, did you block this twin type B stuff from him? Like, it's really difficult to deal with that if you do the right tag. But catches him on the landing.
Ooh. For the box dash in safe pressure. I like that, and that's what you got to look out for Ghost Rider right there. He has fantastic normals, especially the range of them too.
Oh, you can convert that?
Anything special? I like the chase down, but go for the defensive tactic right there with the counter. Yo, the range on that jump in is insane. And
range on that chain, bro.
Never in a zone 3 or past that, I should say.
Range on that
It's
chain.
in a moment where he like makes you think that you're safe, and it's like, no, bro, I got the range on these normals. And then you got Magneto here, who is extremely
The fuck? Wait.
You know?
What? Did that just hit from behind?
Oh, the overhead stuck in, blessing from above.
Oh, that's a combo? That works?
Yeah, spit flame, top fire, Dylon.
Oh, okay, combo limit. Nice box on the box dash. There's the
command grab.
Earlier, some people will rely on that just a little bit.
He's on tag and try to get the command grab. Wasn't able to get that follow up though. Web sling gets right into the 5M. Is that point cancel you mentioned?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Good pressure. Okay, nice counter there. Able to get out of some pressure, and just like that, man, BSG just run up on you like that. The Ghost Rider, I think that's the character he's probably most comfortable with.
Oh yeah, it seems like that's like the real deal main right there. The other ones you just like.
You used to play Star-Lord in the beta.
Webs. Overhead.
Guess last beta he switched to, well, one before last beta he switched to Ghost Rider.
Okay, we got some bar right there. So we're gonna spin. Yeah,
Get
there
ready.
we go, man.
With the wall break there, get your Oki on.
Oh, meaty.
You're so nasty for that.
Especially wall break right there, and you go 2M, like, you know,
oh.
good for it. I know the Hulk ain't here right now, but we need the Buster, bro.
The Buster for a Buster. Bro, I would have stayed in that if I was Iron Man. Honestly, I would have been not getting out.
Gas expensive, bro. You can't be on it too long, dude.
Right, like 425 or something like that.
Oh.
With grab, looking on the jump. Yeah, nice beam.
It's just so hard to use assist against Iron Man because he's just beaming.
He said, I'm looking for that right there. Crossover, got the reflect. Okay, BSG, man. Paying attention.
Wake up into. Oh, nice grab.
Yeah, I've seen. Low in the health right now. Would you get the jump in just for a little bit of damage? The entire no. Careful that 2H to get blessed by the beams from above. Stagger pressure. Right back at him.
Looking for air to air. Looking for the air throw whip there, man. BSG taking full advantage. Could have killed, but just got the wall break instead.
Unibeam.
Chip.
There's only one.
Damn.
The dash gets it done though. Once again, BSG running him for filth right now. But I do feel like
can't do that against Ghost Rider. Too far normals.
Don't let them rounds tell you the tapes because they lying.
You know what I will say though, it's been pretty tough for to kill stage to actually open up BSG. I mean, when he's had opportunities with Iron Man, you've seen the float over. He's hitting you with left, right, you know, 50-50 mix-ups, and he's like, I got to take this call.
I'm gonna take this call.
What should I do?
What should I do?
What should I do?
Pray.
He's like, you're going down now, bro.
Yo, that 2M though, also after the wall break was also just like having things like that definitely helps out to keep up the pressure with the Blue Skies team there. But see how this goes. Only one game.
I think this is like in the early game before wall breaks happen. This is where Kill Stage has to take advantage of like not having much other characters to work with, especially for BSG.
Unlock those. DLT. Oh, get grip and try to go for the throw. Now we're side switch and a wall broken. The soft wall gone.
Look for the 5M right there. A little stagger pressure in between. Crossover, no reflect. Didn't have the symbol gauge, so very good awareness right there to let that one for free.
Yeah, good realization. Get the person's bar to see what they're doing. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Can't wait to see Sonic Fox dominating this. I mean,
jump out.
It's kind of hard though because Sonic Fox is competing in this game and 2X. It's kind of hard to compete in both.
Too clean for it, man.
And it's been shown that people have been that have been playing both haven't been doing as good as people that have been playing only one game.
Huge lead right now. The tagger in, no. They're staying solid.
Ooh, says a little bit of damage there, looking for the counter.
Using Avatar, but Jesus.
Fantastic connection for BSG here.
Caught that extended button. Bam!
It's hard to compete in 2 games at the same time.
Okie time. Farmer starts things off this time. Ghost Rider comes in second. You tag him in to finish the job.
He likes this game.
No.
Well, I think he likes it. I remember he did say he didn't, but he probably likes it now. He's competing in it, so there is something there.
Magic's really good in the shooter assist position.
Whether he feels stick will fit long time, I don't know.
Sure. She also has really good ones in the vertical, but Magneto being in the back, once you get that bad boy going, the assault one, it gets disgusting.
So the counter with the 5M, that's like the second time I think we've seen that happen. The wall, my Okie dog, dash up, DP to meet him. At the back of his hands, yeah. Now the tag.
Going low on the Rekka. Yeah, got the counter. We're going to take that again. Got to get some space here. I like the positioning now for to kill Sage, but unfortunately getting clipped right there.
Overhead. This man's an overhead orator. He is going for the dome. In love with the dome.
I feel like a Ghost Rider off the little Rekka sequences, he has very sneaky high-low mix. Like,
yeah, 100%.
Because he can't go command throw out of it too. And command throws are a little slower in this game, but for him, it definitely helps with his vengeance gauge if he ever has to use it.
All that mental stack that comes through from this character, man. You gotta be careful.
Oh, it's burning.
That flame carpet placement, insane stuff right there, man.
We got the fireball follow-up.
Spider boot.
Slump this man.
Combo break, what we got?
Damn, that puts you right in position. Wow. Hit the same thing.
Got the reflect. This is huge for BSG.
Okay, and the Unibeam, I like to confirm. Big lead right now to kill stage. A lot of room to work with. Empty blocks. The tag opens him up though. Wasn't able to get the launch.
Air throw.
Oh, blade.
He said, Mr. Stark, why you gotta do me like that?
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. It was his fault. The clap doesn't reach. He's connect against Spider-Man. Yo, he is a slippery, but
damn.
Unfortunately, he still gets hit with the missiles.
He said, hey kid, not around here. Not around
I
here.
made that tag.
Yeah, for real, for real. Corner positioning, okay, looks at the 2 Ls. Not gonna be the case here. Defense holding up, air throw for positioning. I love that for BSG.
Puts him up in the corner. Some EX. Launch. There's the EX right there. Flame carpet, as you mentioned.
Combos are so cool. Oh my gosh, so many specials in one combo.
Right there. Yeah, we easily gonna take that.
Like 4 specials before we broke the wall.
Got the position.
He's been so efficient at not being burnt out with this character at all. It hasn't even happened.
Like half of that was meterless too.
For the most part.
You gotta pay attention to that.
Yeah,
you know?
he is. Yeah, he is. What the moves that you string in to like wind that down?
The way to look at it is if it's fire, it's gonna bring the vengeance gauge up. If it's chains, it's gonna bring it down. So, and BSG has done a fantastic job at that right now, but
those are specials? Yeah, the chain spin. I mean, I think he gets that because he gains heat and has to use skills to lower his heat thingy.
EX dive kick.
The spin, the chain spin, and the chain smack, those are specials.
The chase out, there's the defense that puts him up in the corner now.
The flame breath is, that one takes meter though. That, if he wants to floor bounce him, it has to get exit.
Yes. And the fact about this game though is if you have unique combos, they do more damage, man.
And like the whirlwind thing, that one's a special as well.
LMA, yep. Special. Get dippy with it.
The game rewards you for being creative, and that's a really cool thing about it.
Charge heavy.
Nice, there we go. Got the
I miss
swap.
playing Magneto, I must say. I might take Loki out and put Magneto back in. Magneto is so fun.
Okay, Blake tagged in and there's the low to get the win. BSG. Taking that W very dominantly. I feel like there were a lot of moments where the kill stage definitely had like a handle on getting the kill, like a one-touch scenario. But as the second game went on, it was just a pure lockdown, and you see BSG like back up, like, okay, I'm throwing assists before I get back in. Yeah, it seems to be the strategy right now for some of these players. It's like wait for the assist gauge to come back, and I could.
And try mag yet?
The cool thing is like you've seen BSG play in Granblue before. He plays, he plays a character that has control. And he also plays the same way in this game, right? Like, it's not chaos, it's more controlled chaos, right? He knows what's going on. There might be a lot of times where DH
slamming Twitch. You want to get more careful.
Right, where is this match at?
Nice super.
There's a lot of good matches.
Now, flip out.
Oh, we gotta hurry up. Avatar's about to start. Okay, here it is. Punk versus Hikari.
Bases across different games, and especially like the match that we have coming up next, Punk and Hikari. This is exciting. I haven't seen Hikari play like any Marvel games,
Gives you
but I know
right?
Punk has dabbled in Marvel 3 from time to time, and he's a pretty damn good player too.
He's a pretty damn good player of everything he plays. That's the crazy part. You put Punk anywhere, he gonna do work. Did you know a matter of what team is he gonna pick? I know he played what Carnage over during the TNS one. Is Carnage on that squad? It is. Is it Point though? I don't think so.
He was playing a little bit of Point Carnage for sure, but I think between Spider-Man and that and Magic, I mean, they kind of make sense for him, right? You have the characters that are really good for Punk's playstyle. What does he want to do? He wants to punish you in the neutral and whiffs, right? Magic's really good for that, but he can also rush you down with Spider-Man. And Carnage and Magneto can play that long distance control.
That's true.
He's assembled a very
I might
good
Loki
team
Point. Loki Point is good.
Needs that, right? She needs some firewalls behind.
There's not a lot of people playing Loki Point, but Diaphone is.
She don't have that.
And Hubert.
Dang, that was like same frame on the back.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. But Hikari, man, I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table.
The pink Spidey is the
That's the one I'm looking for, especially on that assault assist. The Goblin Glider is kind of disgusting when set up in that assist spot.
Nobody wants to see a Goblin in the bushes, bro. That's a dangerous thing. Wall splat. Get the stick to fall right after it. The combo limit here sets up for the unique teleport jump L to open him up and bring it back from the brink. Hikari should be able to kill. Yes, sir.
And Punk play Magic.
A little teleport action. JL on the way in.
Like that. What we're talking about, she doesn't really have like ways to open you up in full until she gets that unique out. She gets that teleport with a little bit of mix on it.
It's very good. But
Oh,
it's
nice.
slow.
Yeah, it's very slow. That's why you need the knockdowns, right?
Yeah, you 100% need it on knockdowns. You need wall. If you're able to get Magic to the
What
wall,
if he has a
you
Magneto?
really set up some disgusting 50-50s for sure. Also, that's how she has access to a lot of damage. But in the case here for Hikari, we're going to go to the Goblin here. Now you got to watch out for that.
Yo, the bomb.
Yes.
That's the low.
Watch your legs. Tags in to M to start things off. The DP, another one. This one wall breaks. Hikari.
Yeah, his back assist is really good.
Just in case he went for a possible defensive counter. Nothing doing though.
Okay, Darkchild? He said, I need you to see the Queen of Limbo.
Darkchild.
Yes.
That was so extra. Oh, wait, no.
It's so good, dude.
But yes, it was extra. He didn't have to do that.
She looks dope as hell. Straight from hell, actually. All right.
It was only a matter of time before she got put in a fighting game, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Been in so many other games of Marvel, so it makes sense. All right, here comes the Gobbler. Reflect. So they're matching that 5L, finds an opening.
Nice.
Oh, watch him. 2H.
See, that's fundamentals right there, man. I'm gonna take it a
You get
little
a lot of damage if he uses
this. 2H, looking for the anti-air, something he's definitely known for in Street Fighter right there for sure.
Oh, what an air throw though. You see the catch. You mentioned the footsies here from Hikari. Also pretty damn good too. He's got him like that.
I love the fact that you're just like, hey, get out of my skies.
Yeah, man. Air to air is trying to happen here. Crossover.
Perfect.
A slight little punish.
Oh, he didn't get assembled though.
He said, I gotta recharge my glider real quick, bro.
Yo, he is
Why didn't he get disassembled? Because he was in the air?
God damn.
Oh my God,
Prayers
dude.
won't save you here. Hold on now.
Gotta make you pay, man.
Contact down version of Spidey's back assist.
Good here for Punk. Wall break. Got the setup. Tech chase. Doesn't matter. Overheads all day, man. Getting it going here for Punk. We might be able to get on the board.
Yeah, remember that Karen just puts the little thingy on them too,
here. That was low to the ground. Gets a super right after and ends the round. Perfectly done. I love that. Beautiful conversion.
You know he wanted to do that, though.
Oh, yeah.
Twist Goblin up. Let him know what's up.
Yeah. Get that revenge, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, it keeps going
Goblin
black.
up.
By controlling me, bruh.
There we go. Got the corner, man.
Yeah, puts necrosis on them. So like you can hit them with assist necrosis, and then you can switch the cards. You get a free necrosis combo. It's really
Especially
good.
that he's been so hard to catch. But the happy birthday from Hikari.
2-for-1 special right here. Ends up a little bit in that gray life department. Problematic later on. The explosion. Set up for the Oki. Oh!
Okay. I thought he was about to finesse him, bro.
Yeah, I thought so. And bless him.
I know what it is.
You do. The spike.
Keeping it simple. I like it. Yeah, just go for a little surprise. We got the glider. should be enough here for Ari on the board.
I gotta pull up the avatar.
He's been doing fantastic. He's been really showing.
Where the fuck is avatar at?
Nice
Oh, it's gonna be right here.
It's all about the Goblin.
Top 8.
He's been going great with the Goblin right now, finding openings. He's on what he needs to be. He's on the glider. You know, it feels like that's like the main thing. Opening up Punk. In the reverse, Punk. It's
empty jump low.
He's able to find the times to get those 5 M's, those 2 M's.
I agree with that.
Hit them normals.
Magic with the mediums, man. That is really it.
Magic with the mediums. That's support.
Yeah,
Plus support.
Yes. There we go. Wall transition all day. Hikari. Momentum looking good.
Oh, short dash into tag in. The battle rings. Gobble rings. Gobble rings?
Yeah, it's called Gobbler rings.
Gobbler rings.
The Gobbler rings?
Install melanin.
Oh.
Install melanin is ridiculous.
Nice pickup.
That is ridiculous. What the fuck? Melanin install?
Didn't even get a chance to use it, man. He said stay inside.
Close your doors.
That's
Matches the 5 M though, able to hunt out.
Should be able to finish.
A melanin install is crazy work.
Super safe and simple here. You can't give Hikari an inch because he's going to
Yeah,
take
well,
a while, man.
Switch against ants. Oh, that's cool.
Convert. Kill. Uh-oh, 5 M. We start things off again in the wall break off the DP from the aerial addition.
Ooh, in between, nice tag, dude. Absolutely disgusting. Not able to finish up.
Get overhead soon. Hit the EX though. It does land.
There we go. Get that carnage going. Now you got that assist right there for Punk. This might open up something here, especially off the wall break. You get the hard knockdown.
Warrior.
We're just gonna go with the bar instead.
Yeah. Okay, up in the corner. Delay button works out. Yeah, you just want to see if they're gonna go for like the crossover. Nothing doing. Open them up though. It's all good here.
Be dead here.
Kill. The assist for the extension.
See, that's good though, man. He's keeping it really simple.
Yeah, this is gonna be a close match.
Especially when you have round-winning combos right there. You know.
Oh, the tag in, catches the backup dancer. That is Carnage. You know, that's still a problem in this game because of the gray health. But it's coming back as Punk is putting on a pummeling up in the corner.
He is, dude, man. The Spider-Man is actually, like, basically kind of bailing him out right now, you know? Getting all the stray hits there. Carnage assist on the back, man. Definitely paying dividends right now. Who would have thought, man?
Yeah.
Carnage and Spidey.
Immediate mash. Works out. Tag. Go Gobbler.
Go Gobbler.
This is mix.
Little shimmy. The shimmy got me. The Gobbler got me.
Why the goblin shimmy?
Yeah, that's it.
Come for that net route. EX.
Ugh.
Oh.
Look at the damage, man. We got a lot of skill bar down at the bottom. 100 sitting up there. Go. He tried to finesse him, bro.
Not this time. The punish.
Nice.
Punk. Unsponsored, by the way, if you're watching.
Oh, yeah. Punk isn't sponsored right now. He left FlyQuest. I forgot. They picked up Riddles. He left FlyQuest, and the next day, they announced Riddles.
Game to game. Yo, and this is winter side, too.
I guess they had to pick up a fighting game player since
They don't have a choice. But anyway,
yeah, Punk left, and they need a captain for Street Fighter League.
On the recovery of that
Punk's usually captain, and I mean, if he's not there, they have a team for Street Fighter Leagues. They need a captain, so I guess Riddle's the captain now.
Pressure on Peter, yeah, immediate 5L.
Wonder where Punk's gonna go.
Solid.
We'll
That's
see.
kind of the hard thing with her quarter circle back.
Yeah.
Like,
For the wait and
if
see.
you don't time your assist call, you will get punished bad for it.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it is a
What
lot
the-
of wind up.
I
You see
can't-
A lot of magics.
Why does my monitor keep going black?
Assist,
Yo,
and
I
then
need to buy a new
tag while
monitor.
still
This is
slightly
actually so
active, you
annoying.
get a 50-50
That's
This is doing this
That's why
like more
tagging
and
this
more every
game,
stream.
like, it's imperative that you go to the lab and see how you can tag, like the timings, because it feels a little
Nice.
off once you start. But once you get going, it's all good. Just like Punk right now, getting done with these combos. Slump Millionaire. Do to him again. Throw web on him. Oh, the EX this time.
Dang, for the drop combo. But man, Hikari, take full advantage as you should. Got the mid screen, got the corner here. Back to the Gobbler. We go.
Back to the Gobbler. What? When did he leave FlyQuest? Like a few days ago.
Extension, sets up for the bomb again. Mashing 5L. Oh, I like the switch up. This side switch, I didn't see where that went. Punk did.
5M, bro. Just with the range right there, or the heavy, actually. Excuse me. But now we got the corner. We got the bar to spin.
Dark
Child again, man.
Let me get a plate. Oh, yeah, that's a done deal right there. Morning breath.
Say morning, bro.
Yeah, careful. Yeah, you saw. Unfortunately, Cards got interrupted. The assist is good. You have to set it up, though.
But they're both thinking the same thing. You see the double assist call at the same time. Like, it's like, hey, man, let me in.
Let me in.
I'm knocking.
Get a counter. Assist counter. Oh, yo, still making that devious work with the pull.
It felt like Punk was in really good
Streamer's finally early. You're the one that's late.
But Hikari kind of
I'm always
that
early.
One out, especially with the Dark Child super, and now he's kind of finding that momentum again, right?
This game to game round and round so far. So the tag, the goblet. Which way did he go?
Which way did he go?
Who knows? Just he has these weird.
So what time did you get on last night?
That Hikari's putting on the assist to make it. I don't want to say unseeable, but damn near unseeable for my human eyes.
8.
It's just so funny to see Green Goblin
or 7.
Because I just think of the Spider-Man.
That's pretty early, no?
It's like,
you want to mix?
You want to mix?
Peter.
Yes.
Early
exactly.
enough.
Need Magic to smack his hand when he goes to the turkey.
No.
This guy is dying.
Norman.
Look at his fingers. I know Hikari's looking at his fingers right now. Look at his lips. He's on set point against Punk. Oh, the other side.
My man.
This character is super cheap,
They're
bro.
absolutely disgusting, dude.
Yes. Thanksgiving. Right. The ground for the pop-up. Oh. I thought he was going to hit something devious. Luckily, Punk escapes the unique, the teleport.
Absolutely, man. Now you got the setup right here. Okay, we're going to go with super. I respect that right there because you could build back the bar later, take your damage here. He's willing to go, I'm going to fish for at least 2 more clean hits here.
It better be clean as hell. The pickup. Slump again. The ground web shooters.
Oh?
Damage, almost 150, though.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Drop as much bar as possible.
He's dead.
It's going to be close, though.
Oh, it's enough.
Beat
Just
down.
enough.
The best part about that was resource management. Punk could have spent 150, but knew.
Nah. We need that 50 for the next round.
Smart. That semi-truck was enough, bro.
Yes.
That's all you need. Punk game final round. Any one of these cats could win this tournament, bro. Like, that's why it's so crazy to see where they're at right now. Okay.
Oh, he about to set it up. 2M right there, delay, the 5M afterwards, and the follow-up. Nice assist call to stay safe. Gobbler's home.
Don't get him out of here.
Ah!
Oh, nice.
Pick up. Good blocks. The X connects right there. The 2L.
You better chill out, Mr. Osborne.
We throwing a web at him.
That's how Peter would say it,
It's
too.
a sweaty match.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
No, he could have killed there. Yo,
well,
not killed. Well, actually, some of those fuckloads of damage he probably could have killed.
All together now. All together now. A simple. Hikari hits it with the cutscene. You gotta make him watch the whole damn thing. You can't press start to skip. You gotta watch it all, baby boy. Damn, that is rude as hell. Hikari does move on. That was a devious. You gonna end it with the super?
You gotta watch the whole thing.
You gonna watch
It's on the rubber band.
Watch the whole thing.
Damn.
All right, that's enough. Let's look at or not. Avatar didn't start yet. The fuck? Avatar should have started 6 minutes ago. I thought I was late. I'm not late.
Tricks. That's very dangerous.
Yeah,
Tricks
Ninja
gotta
has
watch
a
out.
couple of those tricks.
Let's watch
that's the first time I
this.
see him go for it with the DSS3, but usually he does it with the 444.
Let's do Ninja Kill. I never plays his Falcon Rum in tournament.
Just catches him stepping. Is he in trouble here? Burst route. No, saves the burst.
What the hell, Homura?
Which is locked down with the hammer at the wall.
This is even up to Homura.
This is basically his little K. But nice, Trixie got out of there. He burst to just the combo.
Hopefully something
Use
productive.
4-2-1 instead. He would have got a clean splat. It would have fixed the axis.
Overwatch and Deadlock. Ain't
Down
good
jab.
enough.
Just keeping him out of there.
Oh, trying to go for the second hit down for 2-1 because he got punished last time.
Now what?
Just
sends it worked. He was kind of setting up for that. And here's the payoff.
What's Roki? Low blow, double it up.
Damn.
Nasty. And that's the scary part about Armor King. When you get hit by that low blow, there might be another power low coming immediately from Bad Jaguar.
He kind of earns that low mix after because he does the other trick.
Yeah,
the low blow, and then he does the smash, right?
Yup.
He does that so often that it's
It's
like,
fucking one more rubber band in my ear. I can't fucking get it out.
Look, he's just
he's
cashing
breaking his
in
legs
now.
because he's going to do that trick, and Trizzy the Rapper, excellent momentum to take game number 1.
Just stole it quick with those low blow Bad Jaguar 4 over and over, and then sidestep heat smash. Nasty.
That's why he's a heel.
Got it.
Armor King.
Armor King.
Uh-oh.
Armor
Typically,
King.
this type of stage,
That boy got some
favors
armor
Kings
on him.
because of all the many throws and tricks they can do. But Ninja Killer's gonna have a lot of tricks of his own on this kind of stage, so it's not as free as you would think at first.
Yeah, Ninja Killer definitely a combo artist too.
Wait, so when is Avatar gonna start then? Or am I just gonna like, should I play a game or something?
Much more compact game.
He sure is. All his quick pulls. Trizzy's already showed that he's
there's a
dangerous,
timer on it.
right?
Never
So
mind,
he's
it's about to
adjusting to the
start.
threat level. These quick pulls.
That was to get in the top 8.
Oh my.
That was
to
the
get in the
punch,
top 8?
the ticket into top 8 right there for
And
Remora.
Remora punches it cleanly, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an insane match.
He's the first one in
Wow,
there,
I know he's feeling good.
Each episode?
I mean,
Can't
hey,
wait for them to
listen,
stack
be
up so I can watch them all for
ready
Patreon.
like that and be able to get in there.
3-0,
like that.
by the way.
3-0.
3-0.
Not many people do that,
No,
man.
no.
What the fuck did I put the cone?
PVO champ belt holder, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
To keep the composure like that, especially in a moment where, like, all it takes is for Ray to get the one.
Literally. Yeah.
You can lose it all after that.
And
Right,
it
that
was
ass don't know
looking
where I
that
put
was
it.
coming, man, but Remora staying clutch.
Had it on me.
Felt like that was fake, swung on the way down, and that's all I needed, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, man. But what we need right now, we need a little break, guys. So
Please.
we do need to go. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll have some more Marvel in a little bit.
I didn't lose the damn cone. Did I drop it? No. Room's clean, so like I don't know where the fuck it went.
Really good. I'm not even gonna front like that. It's a bold hit. Optimal.
What the hell?
It's the one, Jay. You ready? I've never seen a mix like this before. That's refreshing. That was a great.
I have no clue where I put it.
Right?
It's on my keyboard.
Why did he get a White Claw third? Did I get zoned out?
Fuck Ozai? Wait, what?
Championship mentality.
What does that do to you?
Are you ready for Avatar? Okay, well, hold on. Wait. Before we get excited for Avatar, there's actually a very special announcement. That's what I'm here. We have a special announcement.
Oh.
The gameplay group themselves are here to talk about something that you might have not have known about, but I know you will like. So, gameplay group, please come out and tell us what you got on your minds.
I guess we can watch Avatar.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Oh, let me end the co-stream.
We'd like to thank the 700 plus applicants who came in and played Avatar Legends, the fighting game tournament. Avatar Legends released not even a month ago, and we really appreciate you all joining the tournament. We appreciate you following the vision, and trust me, there's a lot more to come with Avatar Legends, the fighting game. But for now, let's remind everybody of what they're fighting for. Jabali, do the thing.
The thing? Is that the belt? Fuck, I dropped my comb. Oh, shit! That's pretty sick.
Wow, I want that. So this belt is what the winner will get today, and this is for our competitors here. But we wanted to do a little bit of something for the competitors around the world. Let's show a little clip of what we're about to do with Avatar Legends, the fighting game.
Pro bending circuit.
This
Bending league. Whoo! 100K? Oh shit, I got money. 100K? Hold on. They got money?
The revolution has already begun.
Oh, let me see the game of the Avatar.
Game will be hosting the Pro Bending Circuit. This is a circuit that'll be hosted around the world with tournament organizers, and trust me, we'll be everywhere. This prize pool is over 100,000 bands. I could use that. I don't know about you. And so we look forward to having players around the world play it. For now, we're going to provide some details very soon, but continue to look at Avatar Legends socials as well as Paramount Game Studio socials. But let's get started with the top 8, because I think some people have some business to do and they're ready to get going. Mr. Kai, Mr. Wong, let's get it started.
Oh my God, the Pro Bending Circuit 2027. Which nation is the strongest? Kai Kennedy, how are you, man?
I'm feeling excellent, man. If anybody loves to bend, you know it's your boy. So we're out here checking out this top 8 action here at CEO. We got some pretty sick players up here. Let's just quickly review, if we could, some of the people we have.
Nickelodeon money is crazy.
I was more familiar with Pro Double Sushi out there with that Azula wearing me out last night in casuals, and I'm like, I'm not even close. I'm not even close.
How many matches did you play? Because you know why? Because I saw
I'm not going to watch all of this, but I'll watch a few of it.
It was like 69 wins to 0 losses. I'm like, you know what? That guy was a trooper playing, because it's one of those games that you could constantly play over and over. But look at the bracket, like you mentioned. You know, he's going to fight against Slam, Doza. It's going to be a fire winner semifinals match, because I've seen him play other games before, and he's super fast, right? And then Zane, Excalibur Blades. I fought Zane in the beta, and he cooked me with Zuko. Excalibur Blades, probably one of my favorite players right now to watch, because
Tokon's
that's a hero. You
for
mentioned
today already.
It's a trendsetter, right? And then you got Barbar. You know what? I don't like Barbar. He actually put me in losers. That scumbag put me in losers.
What a jerk.
That scumbag put me in
representing
losers.
the Fire Lord Azula versus Still. So
gotta love Azula,
like,
chat.
Still gonna bring
Tap
to the
in,
table.
tap in.
And then Mike and Nike coming out from retirement. You know, he talked about like, man,
Slam
it's been a
is
while since I
sponsored
came to a tournament. I want to really focus
Slam
on
is
Avatar. And now he's
ran
in
by
top
him.
8 with that Kiyoshi. Right, and versus Red.
Oh,
boy,
what the fuck? No, that's a different
Honestly,
thing.
Red impressed me, I think, maybe the most of all.
They're talking about Sage Jam sounds. What the hell are you talking about? No, I don't know what that is.
Moving so fast, I couldn't even see.
I'll watch a
like
match or two.
Oh, they're moving so fast, you can't even see what's happening. Red really
maybe?
impressed me. And hey, like I said, Mike and I coming through with that Kiyoshi.
Yes.
Everybody wanted to up-talk Kiyoshi, but the problem was not many survived.
They're gonna play, or do we play?
So maybe not quite as busted
Tokon?
as the Twitter sphere would have you believe. No, it's a pretty even Steven game up here, and we're going to see exactly how it washes.
Yeah, Kiyoshi's fire. And you know what? We talk about speed, and let's just get into matches. Stu, the announcer, tell us who's coming first.
Fans live from the Rosen Shingle Creek here in Orlando, Florida. Welcome to Top 8 for Avatar Legends here at CEO.
We will fuck with more. Tokon.
We kick things off with the best of 5 set in the winners semifinal round. Introducing first, an Azula main, reppin' H-Town, Houston, Texas.
A little too close to home? You mean too close to home? Orlando? Some of y'all live in Orlando? Why don't y'all go out?
Double Sushi talked about the Azula.
Why don't you go to CEO then?
I mean, the Fire Lord Azula. What do you?
He's got the job application on the shirt.
I mean, if he wins this, he might throw that shirt away, because the Pro Bending Circuit's coming.
He can afford a new shirt, one without so much shame and agony.
100K
The
plus
new shirt
on the
is
line. We'll get more
crazy.
information about that.
We'll see if some of his finest techniques see some employment here tonight. But going up against them is a Korra main from the state of Louisiana, representing Slam, the meme machine, Doza.
And Doza, he of the new meme format, he got busted out with that level 7. That man got robbed in the Rumble, but he is here to take it all the way downtown in our top 8.
Yeah, that
No
Korra
driving
is
3 hours
like
to
Korra
Orlando.
is
Damn, is
also
that far?
another character that if you're new to Avatar and you want to pick up the game, she's a great
I mean,
starting character.
you could drive the 3
good.
hours
It's
and you get a
so
hotel.
good. I've got every tool, and I can do a lot of stuff. And you know what? Whatever you want to do, let's get some identity going.
Yeah.
Perfect character
So
for
we would do that
almost
for
any
Evo.
beginner.
I think so too.
They go with their friends. They all take turns driving an hour.
Azula versus Korra,
or something like that. You know.
Gonna try to go for the offense, and then Korra's probably gonna go for more like anti-airs, try to like position, zone them out. Obviously, she has more of the projectiles, so we're gonna see.
You and the homies go take turns driving.
She's able to get in there because you're gonna go in the air a lot.
They all get a hotel.
Really comes down to, are you able to anti-air?
You're gonna give me gas money. I'm not even on myself.
And we're talking about a character that has something that's actually not that common in this game, an invincible DP.
There was someone sponsor small players
logo.
About this, oh yeah, he did that for Red Ditto.
They gave a critical hit to
for what was that,
DP.
2020?
Can you believe this? I'm gonna flow forward DP, and that's a crit. They want you to get nuts with it.
He lost.
So you can leverage.
He got second though, but then Red Ditto won this year, so it doesn't matter.
Upsetting and just unnerving block string. Oh man, you can start shutting an Azula down. But hey, that's layer one.
So King Arts on me? Yeah, I forgot to throw on the second channel. It'll be up on the second channel after the stream.
You got the crit DP, but I mean, Azula got the crit throws as well too. You know, you got the little flame on the floor, and if you're staying still, not moving a lot, you get thrown again. That's a free combo from a throw.
Absolutely, and not to mention the fact that life drain is more than you think.
It's so good.
It is. People
can I hurry up and start? I want to watch like a match or two.
I guess maybe there's not enough awareness of exactly what you're doing.
Travis
yourself by hanging out there. It's a lot of life if you chill.
It is a lot of life. Maybe I think people are too focused on like, I know Azula's gonna get in the air, so I'm just sitting there waiting. But the thing is, the damage over time, it is coming hot, right?
Yeah, it's like it's a Looney Tunes cartoon. What's that smell? Their feet are burning. It's like you got to keep an awareness of the up and the down. You can't take your eye off the ball.
Yeah. Hit them with the what's up, dog. I think they're gonna do a button check real fast just to make sure, just because who doesn't want that belt? That is an amazing belt that they designed over there.
That's fantastic. That's an heirloom.
It's an amazing belt.
Grandkids, really.
Yeah.
I won the Earth Rumble as CEO.
Getting that speed going, making sure that the DPs come out on frame 1. You feel me? Look at that. Gold down. Why is he only practicing the DPs though? That's the real.
Korra? Okay.
Well, I mean, he doesn't need anything else.
He basically
feels he's got it.
I would charge $30.
Yeah.
That's the confidence.
Yeah, the thing about Avatar is that I love how flow is so different for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the really cool thing. It's not the same mechanic that the
$30
every time you use it. Every character
30,
has
not 3.
a different usage of it. In terms of combo extender for Korra, obviously for Azula, she's gonna be able to air dash with the flow button. And right away, starting the button with the sweep right there, but drops the combo.
Oh no, and I'm gonna fire right back and work you into that corner. I'm rolling out though. I don't want this.
Nice. Dodge this. Elemental Surge is up. We're going to get the juggle looter in this situation. What is Pro Double Sushi going to do? Any flow counters? Nice. A challenge from the dash.
I watched like one match. It took ages to start. I watched this and I was good on Rivals or Tokon. Actually, I want to do Tokon because I want to do that theme tier list.
There you go. Right before the
Phantom Blaze area? No.
What a fast round.
That was speedy to a T. And man, that was loosey-goosey, right?
Ooh, look at movement.
We got to pick it up. We got to get them fingers smart.
Ooh, nice combo right there. I'm going to use that combo next time. Okay, go for the OTG.
Pick up,
right
OTG.
Yeah, there is the low right there. Good block.
Empty jump low. Gotta believe I got hit by that.
All the time. I mean, that's kind of her fastest movement. She doesn't really have like that 8-wave. She does, but it's not as fast compared to straight down.
When you think about direct application, the empty jump low often ends up being more direct than you think. It's kind of almost not a trick. It's just fast.
Okay.
Nice.
Tries to press buttons on the way.
Oh, where are you going?
Where are you going? Yeah.
Hit him with a tech chase.
Ooh, the slide.
With the cancel. Oh, unbalanced.
You can't go anywhere. You're unbalanced.
Yeah.
There's no dashing for you. Get on the ground. That's one round.
Should have been working on PC. Let's be real. It definitely should have.
Sometimes you obviously want to use
that shit is fried on PC.
Escape, right? And that costs. It's expensive, right? That's 50% gone.
Exactly. You gotta be a sound budgeting mind, right? You gotta break out the abacus and figure out exactly how much.
It's first to 2, right?
I think it's also.
Okay, maybe we're watching another match. Damn.
Because the game is so fast, right? You kind of just like go into it.
This shit first to 2. I forgot how fast this game is too.
You gotta watch what's on screen. All of a sudden, you're unbalanced.
Yeah, look at those. I mean, he's already gone 3 of the flow. Is he gonna spend another one to possibly go into unbalance? Because
nah, every time I are stupid fast.
He just runs straight up and does it.
Almost got.
Not a double overhead.
Where you going? This combo town, baby.
Oh, she could.
Oh, dropped.
She had the meter for super to close it out as well too if she needed to. Nice, good challenge. You gonna spend EX? Yes, you do. Good combo conversion right there. Throw the lightning. OTG instead.
In the corner, where you going? You gonna try to roll out? You're not gonna roll out. Oh, but I'm coming out.
Wow.
You know, that was unfortunate. I like Pro Double Sushi's attempt right? Because obviously wanted to charge forward heavy right there. Because once you do that,
Can you show on Discord my whole you're chugging?
kind of like his version of shimmy at that point.
We love Tokon.
Man, that DP will reach. That's rock assisted.
Yeah, good combo.
Ooh, nice conversion. Ooh, lightning.
Maybe. Nice.
Okay, yeah, and he loves to set up a little tiki tack. Ooh,
sneaky
reset.
reset.
Thinking about that. He forces the tech essentially with that little low. It's crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because the thing is, it's also like you're looking for the knockdown, so then you can kind of use the flow to escape.
Oh, you're dead.
If you do the quick reset, it's like,
damn, let's see how fast that
round
was.
Guess what? You're still in the mix.
Exactly, and the DP is accessible. But
You watching this? I'm only watching one match.
You do not just want to be throwing that out and get yourself punished.
Yeah, especially.
So I have videos I gotta make, and I also want to play games.
How much do we spend? Oh no,
I don't want to watch part of the whole stream.
Oh, good command grab.
Okay, big combo right here. One more, bring him down to town.
Back and forth, but they're just a little too slow. Azula's in there quicker.
Score finished.
Working them back.
Yeah, get that combo right
Damn,
there.
yes.
Get that OTG one more time.
Wall to wall.
I've been finished.
Dodge this. Oh no.
This is the low to reset.
Uses the wrong flame. Should have done 236A instead.
Get off me.
I like that. Nice. Catches the low meter. That's it. Oh.
Very nice. Gets
Sick.
the pips out there, and that is 2 games very confidently. Pro
Sick.
Double is showing signs of life, but not.
Is it first to 3 for top 8 or first to 2? I'm pretty sure it's first to 2 still.
Doza's offense is just really fast, right? Obviously, Pro, like you mentioned.
Okay, never mind. I guess they're playing another one.
Retaliate back, but the thing is like the buttons that every time he presses, it's
Balance
out of
must
range.
be restored.
Like, buttons obviously reaches farther because obviously using different elements, different buttons.
First to stop. First to 3. Okay, nice.
Naturally longer limbs, as it were.
Okay, yeah, that's much longer than whatever the fuck the other matches were.
She's a big, healthy woman, and so she can bring those normals out there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, using the flow escape right there. Half is gone. Gotta be careful not to accidentally use it another time.
Yeah, it's trading.
The chase
walked him into the corner with the double tech.
Yeah.
Hit him with the shocker. Overhead into tick.
I like that. I really like that reset. I'm gonna actually use that for.
Yeah, that's stealable. That's stealable right there.
That's stealable.
Control C, Control V. Nice. Oh, drops the combo right there. The conversion.
And that time, not careful enough.
Yeah.
Curing around there, maybe change the momentum. Still a big uphill climb.
It is.
Cage deep dive. There's a deep dive? What the hell?
Defensive, like Azula, just because like maybe not ready.
I don't know if I should watch while live on YouTube. Even the trail I looked at yesterday, copyrighted my stream.
Always tell where it's going to come from. Whereas Pro Double
Yesterday's stream got copyrighted. I didn't get a strike though, but
okay.
it's because of the Coco Loco. I mean the Coco Loco soundtrack, the music.
Maybe a little bit too far. Wasn't confident to get the juggle.
They shot my shit.
Beautiful, and we got lots
The
of.
moment I ended the stream, I was like, oh, I have a copyright. It's for the stream I just did.
Doza's trying to save too much of the bar. Like at that point, you should have spent the 4, right?
Oh, shoot him.
Okay.
Watch out.
Flow.
Oh, DP to finish the round.
He's up to 2 games. Why not? Why not? He's up 2 games.
He is up 2 games, yeah.
You do. A match point. Doza right here. Okay, I like that. Almost got the conversion from the jump C. Fire over blue. Nice. What's the combo right here?
Woo,
okay.
Look at a bombo.
Spend it. You got level 7 though.
Three-headed. Where are you
Oh, you cannot get out of here. You can kill you. You have level 7, yeah.
Okay. Do we spend super here or no? We're gonna go for the hard knockdown. Oh, go for the freeze. Get the flow escape.
Oh man, good response.
Yeah.
Challenge it.
Oh my God, this core is saucing.
3-0.
Damn.
That was so instant. Like.
All right, that's enough. We don't have time for more. We don't have time for more. Wake up. Sleepy. Okay. Which one do you guys want to do? Rivals or Tokon? Rivals or Tokon? Marvel? Tokon? The Marvel one. The Marvel one. That helps a lot. The Marvel one. The Marvel one. Fuck, let's do this theme tier list first. I really didn't want to do this. Where are the themes at? Okay. Let's do this theme. I'm gonna have to pull up everybody's theme. Ooh, let me go to YouTube. Ooh, hold on. I'm not gonna manually pull them up in game. That's too much work. That's too much work. All right. This is everybody, right? Where's Champion at? Champion's not here. God damn it. Hold on. God damn it. Seconds. I gotta add Champion to this freaking thingy. Oh, I can just put his photo. There you go. He's in. Who's first? Who's first? Who's first? So I'm gonna put this from Godly S to A to B to C. This is the preset. Set to get out. I'm gonna write muted. Muted. Just straight up muted. Straight up muted, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Theme is muted. Storm, Tokon. Her theme was good from what I remember, but let's listen to it again. This theme's a banger. It has multiple parts to it too. This is a banger theme. I'm gonna let it play out. That's a banger theme. I think I like the second or third part of her theme the most. But I'm gonna let it play out. It's not that long, it's only like 3 minutes. Each minute is like a different like part of the song. The lowest except Spidey is a B? Son. There was a D tier, but I removed the D. The D got removed. Got cut off. Now they cook with her theme. It actually sounds like good battle music too. Like the storm is approaching. Let me change my camera, by the way. Actually, I'll probably put it back since we're about to play Tokon, but still. Yeah. Hold on. I think it's right here where it changes. The electric guitar? Yeah, that shit's fire, bro. That shit's going in godly. I think Storm has one of the best themes in the game. I don't remember if it changes again. Hold on. That's a banger. That's a banger. Next, we got Magic. Oh, my fucking keycat came off. Magic theme Tokon. I can't stop listening to this shit. Is a banger, bro. All right, Magic's theme. Hers sounds pretty good. I think she has one of the better ones as well. The Queen of Limbo is what it's titled. Oh wait, actually, wait on this one has better quality. Magic's theme has no vocals. Some people's themes have vocals, some people's don't. Or some people have vocals, but they're faint like Star-Lord's. It does? This theme has vocals. Okay, well, I gotta listen to the whole thing then, because I've never heard the vocals on this. That's good. Where is the vocals part? Is it near the end of the song? There's no vocals on this. Character-wise or theme? This is a theme tier list. The Queen of Limbo is what it's called. I've heard this part. This theme has no vocals, bro. There's no way. Oh shit, it does. I forgot. I think her theme is one of the good ones. I'll put it S. Very, very good theme. I don't think it's as good as Storms though, but I think it's up there for sure. Next, Danger? Danger's theme. I don't even know what this sounds like, so I might have to listen to the whole thing for this. The fuck is this? I just realized we didn't see a single Danger in that CEO. We didn't see a single Danger. What channel is this gonna go on? Probably the main channel. Why is this guy spamming on my TikTok? Can you stop spamming? Your theme sounds okay, I guess, but it's not. I wouldn't add it to the playlist. It's like menacing music. It's alright. Let's skip forward. I mean, I guess fits her as a character, but it's not. Let's have lyrics at the end. Hold on. Gets a little better at the end. It's not. I like the second part of the song. It just starts very slow. I feel like you're never gonna get to hear this part because the match is gonna be over though. It's not bad. I'll put it A. It's okay. It's not bad. I wouldn't. I don't know. B or A? I mean, it fits her though, so yeah, you're right. Poppy Playtime as music. Yeah, I wouldn't add to the playlist. Wolverine. What does Wolverine's theme even sound like? I have not heard this in like. Actually, I'm moving Danger down to B. Oh, it's this theme. This is his. Oh shit, I forgot. I like this one. This shit is fire. I like Wolverine's theme. What do y'all think we should put this? I think I'm probably gonna put this A or S. I don't think it's godly, but I think it's up there. For sure up there. Might do S. Yeah, I think S. I like his theme a lot. Let me listen to the whole thing. I've never heard the full thing. It's 4 minutes long, damn. Fits him too. Dude, I wish we can get like a fit of him in the cowboy fit. I like the cowboy fit Wolverine. Like the cowboy style. The Logan ass theme. Yeah, the Logan fit. Damn, I never heard this part of this song. No one plays Wolverine, so his theme never plays for me. But then again, my theme is just at the random. I guess I just never wrote it. Or maybe I'm just zoned out. His theme doesn't switch up near the second part. Oh shit, I never heard this part. I never heard this part of the song. Because the match never goes on for that long. You be in the game fast as fuck if you have combos. I've never heard this part. It's not bad. It's good. All right, next Spider. Ooh. Ooh. Oh God. Oh God, bro. This part not bad, but like, you know what? Kingdom Hearts 25th anniversary. Sure, if it's like a stream or something. The start not bad. It just gets worse. Yeah, it just keeps going and going, and it's like, what the fuck? Everyone else's second parts and third parts and stuff are good. Somebody ate him. What is this called? Yeah, web step. This part. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh god. Whoa, it just keeps going. How do you raid into this? Oh, this is not a good time to raid, bro. Bro, we're doing a theme tier list. And we're playing Spider-Man theme, bro. It just keeps going and going. Oh, hell yeah, hell no. This theme is so bad. This part's good. I like this part of the song. Let me hear the full thing. I've never heard the full thing, I think. Bro, stop. This theme is ass. It's an array, Cloud. I appreciate it. This part not bad. I like this part. The entire song isn't bad. It's just that second part is like, what the fuck? The third and fourth part is good. I think. I don't know if I've heard the end of it, but I'm pretty sure I have. I'll put it. Holy shit. I don't think it's gonna be muted, but fucking, it's just ass. Muted? It's just that one part. It's just that one part that's unbearable, and it's near the start of the song. It's not like it's at the end of the song, so it ruins the song, because you have to get through that part to get to the good shit. Yeah, if it was first, third, and fourth, it'd be good, but like, it's that second part is just like, what the fuck did you do? Oh, actually ruins the song. It's like, wait, what? I seen the Cage 4 trailer. Yes, they're actually going to the second channel soon. All right, next, Miss Marvel. Here it is. Oh, this song? I don't really like this, I'm not gonna lie. It fits her character, but I don't like it. I don't like the song. It's not even like fighting game music to me too, so it's like, it fits your character, but like, I feel like they could have done something like more like action-y. Sounds like an opening to like a fucking like cartoon show. I'm putting it C. I don't think it's worse than Spider-Man, but it's definitely not up there. I don't think I want to hear the rest of this. The rest of it is Isn't there lyrics on this song? Oh, there is lyrics at the end of the song. Disney show ass thing. Yeah, it's like a Disney theme. Capping. I'm not capping. This is not good, bro. It's like a kid opening. It's like an opening to like a kid show. I mean, she is a kid or teenager, but still, bro. I'm trying to listen to some fighting game music, bro. Get me pumped. Play the damn match. Yeah, I don't mind Strive songs that are like this because they're good. Other than, I don't like Bridget's theme. I like Bridget as a character, but her theme is I'm not feeling it. It's not a bad song. It's just not. I wouldn't listen to it while playing a fighting game. Who's next? Star-Lord? Oh, this is one of the best ones in the game. This is the mixtape Messiah. You know they gotta give him a banger. His theme is called the mixtape Messiah. It's just a camp rock song. I think it's fine. For a fighting game, nah. Not for a fighting game in my opinion. Yeah, this a banger. This is the mixtape Messiah, bro. I gotta throw him an S. I mean, not S, godly. I don't think it's peak, but I really like the song and his windscreen way more. Oh, that one's good too. I know which one you're talking about. Let me see if I can find that one. Star-Lord, Victory, Theme, Tokon. Did someone do a video on that? Oh, someone did. This one. Wait, oh, that's not it. Where is it? Could have sworn someone did a video on it. Oh, this is it. It just doesn't have like him fucking dancing. Nah, someone did a video of him dancing on it. That shit was funny. Like played the full thing. Cause I've never actually looked at the full like victory theme. Whatever, this is it though. Nah, it's this right here. She's easily top tier. Yeah, Star-Lord is easily up there. That shit's a banger. They cooked with his music everywhere. Victory theme and all. They gave him a whole dance too and all that. But yeah, back to his theme. If you haven't heard it. This is godly. Need to put that thing into the in-game gallery. I've never actually looked at the in-game gallery. I probably should look at that, huh? I've never looked at it. I have no clue what they got in there. But yeah, his second part of his song has lyrics, or third? Yeah, it says Star-Lord. Victory specific versions of any themes? Oh, interesting. All right, who's next? Penny? You see Penny's. I forgot. What is her theme called? Zentai Mitsuki Spider Girl. It fits her. I'd rather listen to this than the Miss Marvel theme any day. I'm putting it in A. It's pretty hype. It's hype. Like this is what I meant. I wish Miss Marvel's theme was something like this. Not like this, but like it's a song you can't really take serious, but like it fits Penny, but it's hype as well. Miss Marvel's isn't hype to me. What the fuck? Penny's theme is peak if you like magical girls. I don't even like that shit. But it's upbeat and it helps for fighting games, yeah. Oh yeah, and the voice actor is Megumin from what is that? Konosuba? It's hilarious. Spider Girl. Alright, who's next? Captain America. I don't even know what Captain's theme sound like. What does his theme sound like? I have never heard this, I think. Oh, it's this theme. This shit is so mid. It's the one that they played on the reveal trailer. Z tier? Hell no. It's the reveal trailer song. This was Caps? What the fuck is in my ears? What the fuck? I didn't expect that. It's not this part. I like this part. This part's hype. What the fuck was that? Why is Spider-Man's theme not in God tier? I gotta listen to the full thing. I've never heard this. The full thing, at least. This part we've heard because this was the real trailer. I'm gonna skip forward. I like this part. Kind of has that Avengers feel to it. I'll put it B. I'll put it B. I'll put it B. Iron Man. Oh shit, the Man in the Metal. Oh shit. What is Captain America's theme called? Stars and Valor. Iron Man's called Man in the Metal. Something in Gali? Yeah. Nah. Iron Man's is peak. Iron Man's is going up there. That's the Man in the Metal, bro. His theme is fire. His theme is too good, bro. It's a 6 minute. Wait, no, it's 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I think it's the longest theme in the game. This is the longest theme in the game. It was a Strive ass theme, yeah. Bro, they went crazy with this theme. All lyrics. Can't kiss this crimson skin of armor. Champion theme? I never heard it. When I fight, I must transform. Yeah, this is a fire theme. Who's next? Black Panther? Okay. Wait, what is the end of the theme song like? Oh, this is different. The Toad Dice Skater do this? Kickstart my heart in this song? What does kickstart my heart? That shit is fire, bro. This is the second part of the song, or third part? I don't think I've ever heard this part. The matches don't go on for that long to hear this. Whoa. Oh, wait, I have. I have heard this. I'm tripping. And in the meadow. This theme is so fucking hype. Kick ass theme song, bro. But Jarvis constructed this shit, bro. All right, let's see Sherry's theme. Pretty sure we've all heard Sherry's theme. Bro, easy ass. Shit, a banger. That shit is a banger, bro. That shit is a vibe and a banger, bro. That shit fits. It's just too perfect, bro. That shit is just too perfect, bro. That shit is too perfect. Oh, I never heard the second part of it though. It's just too good, bro. Blessing my ears. I didn't think it would actually go off with a theme like this. All right, Who's next? Next, Hulk? What the fuck? What does Hulk sound like? Give plays my head every time I see that shit. Hulks. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, let me wait for it. Wait. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting that. Hold on, let me listen to the whole thing. This is only the first part. This is the first minute of the song. It's 4 minutes in total though. This part's pretty hype. The start is very slow though, very slow. I like this part. Nah, okay. The second part is actually really good. It just takes a while to pick up. God damn. A long time to pick up, but it's good. Oh, the beat switch? I'm trying to play the gym. I mean, this could work. Let me hear the end of the song. Or is it the same thing, just looped? Whoa, what the fuck? This is the third minute of the song. It's 4 minutes in total. Okay, it just loops it. Okay. I'll put it. I like the second part a lot. Put it A or B. Why is it on mute? Spidey? Son. That second part is unbearable. It's unfathomable. Ghost Rider? I don't remember what that sounds like. Oh, wait, I do. Oh, this one's good. I like this one. That's pretty good. I'll put it in S. I'm not putting it in Godly though. It's S. Who's next? Blade? Oh shit. Well, let me hear the rest of this though. Sounds good. Oh, I got my comb. I don't think I've ever heard the full version. Oh yeah, I have. This sounds like a fucking Ninjago opening. Sounds like Ninjago. Embrace the Flame. Theme name. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, Blade. Am I able to end? Oh shit, there's more lyrics? They got the fucking car talking? They got the fucking car on the song? Holy shit. Alright, let's do Blade. Running out of time. I think we all know where I'm putting this. It picks up really fast too. I think we know where I'm putting this. Muted? I'm gonna get him muted. What the fuck? Twist KO ass song. I don't like this part though, but the rest of it picks up for it. Muted, not gonna lie. Why is Spider-Man at muted? You know why Spider-Man's at muted. Don't ask me that question. You know exactly why he's there. I gotta listen to the full thing. I don't think I've ever heard the full thing. I like the logo. It's a B for Blade in the middle. That's pretty cool. AI Hulk. AI Hulk is crazy. AI Hulk. This part's fire. Trap bass into it. You want that Yasuke theme from Assassin's Creed Red. Do I have Assassin's Creed Red? I mean his theme. So I think I downloaded it. I think it was Yasuke's theme. This was like this. Hold on. Was it this? Yeah, this was his theme. The Yasuke dude in Shadows. They made his theme just straight trap beats and shit. That means you. But he was cooking though. They had his theme just straight trap beats the whole fucking game, bro. The whole fucking game, he would just tear motherfuckers up with some trap beats on. Anyways, Blades. I think Blades is one of the better ones. Oh wait, let me hear this part. Oh, this part is really fucking good. I remember this part. This part's good. Rave scene from his music? Yeah, it does. I'm putting his S. I don't think it's godly, but I don't like the start, but I'm putting it S. Low-key. Loki theme, Marvel Tokon. Well, what the fuck part is this? I've never heard this part. Wait, what? I've never heard this part. What the fuck? I don't think the rounds or matches go on for long enough for you to hear this end. This is the 4-minute part or 3rd-minute part. Oh, it just loops it. Okay. Shit. I might put it as, I mean, godly, but nah, I think S is fine. S is fine. Yeah, this is Loki's. Very fitting. I personally don't like Loki's theme, but it fits him, of course. What is this theme called? Joker of Jotunheim. Blades was Blood and Steel. Let's skip forward. It fits his character though. Just isn't something I would play for a fucking fighting game. Like, I'm not playing this for a grand finals.
Like these teams up here, I'm playing these for a grand finals. These are fucking hype. You're not playing this for a grand finals. Like, be honest with yourself. If there's a grand finals of like a fucking $100,000 tournament or something, are you playing this? Nah, you're not. I'll put it B. Who's next? Deadpool. I don't remember if I've ever heard the full version of this. Laugh and load. Main me. No, I gotta let it cook. Jesus Christ. Holy shit! Holy shit, turn it off! Holy shit, I'm not. Bro, please be honest. Please be honest with yourself. Please. Can we all collectively agree that shit is ass? No, bro. Okay, I'll move Spider-Man to C. We can all collectively agree that shit is ass cheeks, bro. Yo, yeah, I'm not. Nah. Ain't no way. Never mind, bro. Ain't no way. They didn't even do Spider-Man like that. I'm not playing that shit again. I'm not playing the second or third. It's a 4-minute song. That was only 40 seconds. I'm not going further than that. Fuck that. Nope. Nope. That is extremely dead. Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. I'm good, bro. You got it. You can go listen to that yourself. Fuck that. Oh, hell no. I don't know. It doesn't matter if it gets better later or worse, because you have to get through that first part, and hell no, that's unbearable. Fuck that. This is Doom's theme. Cloaked in Chaos. Holy shit, this shit was ass. Okay. I did not expect Deadpool to have the worst theme in the game. Holy fuck. That shit was ass cheeks, bro. Like, where the fuck? Who made that shit for Deadpool? Oh, man. Oh, so this one's Dr. Doom's theme. There might be some bias because of that Doomsday trailer yesterday. I think shit is good. I could probably put an S too. This shit is good. Sounds like some chaos. I mean, that's why it's called Cloaked in Chaos, but this sounds good. Nah, this is pretty good. I might put this S. Solid. Very solid. I might put it S. It's actually a really solid theme. It's actually very, very solid. Am I doing S? Yeah, I think I'm putting it S. That's solid. Very solid all around. Who's next? Magneto? Oh shit. For my brethren? For my brethren? For my brethren? All for my brethren. Nah, Magneto's is fine. I'm putting it in godly. This part not that crazy, but when the lyrics come on though, oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, this is some menacing shit, bro. This is some boss music, bro. This is some menacing shit.
Did they hear the lyrics? Never heard the lyrics? Hold on, hold on. Fear Magneto. It starts slow though. It doesn't pick up fast like Blade's theme. When that second part kick in though, here we go. Damn! Oh man! Nah, that's just a banger, bro. That's one of the best in the game. That's one of the best in the game. That shit is heavenly, bro. Heavenly. What does the ending of the song sound like? They just loops the same thing. That one Guilty Gear song? Which one? It sounds a little bit different than here. Sounds good. Nah, that's a banger, bro. That's one of the best in the game, easily. Easily one of the best in the game. Easily. Green Goblin. One of the best in the game, easily. What is this? You Greenhorn. I'm here to party, you're here to die. Oh, wow. Not bad. It is a devious ass theme. Nefarious up to no good ass theme. Up to no good ass theme, bro. It's goblin time. The saxophone's good too. Twirling a mustache theme. Third part? I never heard the third part. I gotta listen to the whole thing, I think. When I hear this, I'm realizing goblins tying girls to train wrecks. But that is some shit he would do. Not gonna argue with that. I think I'm gonna put this A. It's not bad. I like it. I haven't heard the rest of it, but it's not bad. Yeah, that Deadpool theme is stuck in my head. Holy shit, what was that? I'm still stuck on that. King Dice, yeah. King Dice from Cuphead, yeah. Yo, that Deadpool shit blew me out the water, bro. Holy fuck, that shit is ass, bro. That shit was so bad, bro. Let me hear that and the rest of it. Oh, damn, it does speed up. Sounds pretty good. Yasmin? You want Yasmin Street Fighter 6? I think Deadpool's is worse. Yasmin Street Fighter 6. If you guys have not heard Yasmin in Street Fighter 6, that shit is pretty bad. This is Yasmin's, if you've never heard Yasmin's. This ain't the bad part. The bad part's at the end of the song. This part's not bad. It's this part right here. Hold on. What the fuck? The rest of it is not bad. It's just that specific part. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't see how that's bad. Okay, I'll play it again. Oh my god. What the fuck? That's not worse than Deadpool's though. Deadpool's is worse. I don't give a fuck. Thank you, ads. No, you guys got saved by ads. Fuck. Fuck. All right, Carnage. Carnage. Theme. Tokon. You guys got fucking saved by ads. God damn it. I don't think I've ever heard this. This theme is called The Red. Nice to follow. Whoa. Whoa, that shit caught me off guard. It's not like... Oh. Wow. That caught me off guard. Definitely not my style of music, I'll tell you that. I consider myself someone that can listen to a wide range of music. I would not play this. It's like metal, like Guilty Gear, but like some Guilty Gear has some heavy metal shit, but not as good as the Guilty Gear shit. Does that make any sense? Like, for example, whose theme is like pretty heavy metal in that game? Zato's maybe? No. There's a pretty heavy metal theme in that game. This one's Biken's Mirror of the World. Biken's is, I wouldn't say Biken's is like that. This is Mirror of the World. This is Biken's. This sounds good though. Nago. Who's alone? Who's I guess. Who's Alone Infection again? This is fucking the nurse guy, the doctor guy. Like, I don't know. It's like heavy metal like Guilty Gear. This is Foss, yes. It's like heavy metal like Guilty Gear, but not good. This sounds good. And this is some shit I can play on Match 2, which is why people like Guilty Gear music. Because Guilty Gear is like all lyrics and it has like metal to it, but like you can still play rounds and shit to it. Yeah, Carnage is just screaming, yeah. Yeah, this sounds good. It's like not the same. Carnage is, I might put that shit in mute. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to listen to that shit. I'd rather listen to Webstat. I'm putting that shit on mute, I'm not gonna lie. Elfelt's theme. Who's Elfelt's? Elfelt's is, oh, extras, yes. Elfelt's is good. I like Elfelt's. This is good. I don't mind Elfelt's. But I mean, it's not one of the better ones, but it's not bad. Like, the entire theme isn't just screaming. Like, if you've never heard Elfelt's theme, it's not screaming the entire theme. Whatever. Anyways, last character, Champion. I don't know what this sounds like, so I have to play the whole thing. Apparently his is long. Oh, his is 5 minutes. Oh, shit. Oh, it's this. This ain't bad. That's some menacing shit. I thought I got confused which ones was his because like the map, the destroyed arena. Oh shit, that caught me off guard. The destroyed arena is a different theme as well. This ain't bad. It's not like just screaming like the Carnage one. The screaming shit, I'm not doing that shit. Yeah, it's a Guilty Gear theme for sure. Whoa. 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 That caught me off guard. Whoa. I'll put it. I gotta listen to the whole thing. Hold on. It's not unbearable like this. It's not, this is unbearable. I'm sorry. Okay, serious playthrough soon. We've already been doing that. What do you mean? I don't know. This is the second part of the song? This is not even halfway through the song because the song is 5 minutes. And the song keeps changing low-key. The fuck is this? What is this part? This is the 2-minute mark. Oh, I guess they have to do a different theme for when he awakens. Because he does awaken. Is this the awakening part, I guess? Bro got 2 themes in one. Dice can't do his thing and he just did this. Did I see new cage info? Yes, I did. It's okay. They just told him just make it hype. It's the final boss, just make it hype. That's literally all they told him. Just go crazy. It's the final boss that just wreaks havoc. Motherfucker's Broly. I'm going to do B. I think that's a fair spot, but I'll listen to the rest of it. That's a very Broly theme. It's a fucking Z Broly ass theme. I like Broly's theme in that game. Yeah, it switches again. Yeah, I don't like heavy metal like that either, but it's definitely some shit I can play a fighting game to. I'll put it B. It's gonna stay B. It's not bad. It's definitely fitting of a final boss. Like a chaotic final boss like this is definitely fitting. Yeah, it's definitely fitting. Huh. I can see how it kind of sounds similar to Broly's. Broly's theme in Fighters is fire. This one's Broly's theme in Fighters.
This is Broly's theme. Super Broly. This shit is fire. You can hear it. It's that DBFZ. They sound similar, kinda, but this one has no lyrics. I would prefer this one over that. But that's just me personally, and I'm kind of biased. I mean, I like DBFZ. But this shit's fire too. There's so many good themes and fighters. God, that shit's a banger. Yeah, Fighters has so many banger themes. Anyways, this is my tier list. Yeah, if you hate it, I don't know, argue with a wall. But yeah, I'll continue to update this as I guess more characters drop or something like that, or maybe I'll wait for like a batch of characters to drop or something. Maybe my opinion can change over time, but definitely won't change with these two. Boy, yeesh. Yeesh. Anyways, that's it. Let me tweet the tier list. Marvel. Hold on. Or Tokon Fighting Souls. Tier list. Tier list. Oh wait, no, theme tier list. Character theme tier list. Boom. I tweeted it. Go argue if you'd want. Boom. Go argue. Feel free to go argue in the comment section of that tweet. All right. What do we do now? What do we do now? I guess we could. Guess we just play. I guess we play now. I don't think I'm gonna get a match. Or maybe I will. I have no fucking clue. Walked away for a little. Spidey managed to escape mute tier. Good for him. But after that Deadpool theme, sure, he could leave. That Deadpool theme is fucking ungodly cheeks, bro. That theme was ungodly ass, bro. That was so fucking ass. Oh, they dropped an extended trailer for KH. This is an extended? Wait, so this is longer than what we saw yesterday? Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, what are we doing here? Oh, it is extended.
Give it up.
It's a Kingdom Hearts deep dive.
Haley, question for you.
Robot and fight. And that's what
I didn't know they were doing this. Okay, well, where's the trailer? Hold on. Extended trailer. And these idiots did not upload the extended trailer. Yes, they did.
brings back memories.
We saw this one already. Shit is not 4K, bro. This quality is cheeks. Hold on. I want to see the best of the best, bro. I'm not settling for less. Give me a quick second. Oh, wait. That's because they ripped it straight from the stream, didn't they? Yeah, damn it. Yeah, dang damn it. Yeah, dang damn it. Oh, wait. Bro, literally everyone just ripped it from the stream. God damn it. God damn it. God dang damn it. Same shit, different day. That guy was so mad. That guy was so fucking mad, bro.
Huh? Wait, what happened?
This is the trailer we saw yesterday.
You've been forgotten. When there's no one left in the living world who remembers you, you disappear from this world.
Oh?
We call it the final death.
This is copyright. That part is what literally copyrighted my last stream. Because of the music.
To the Plaza de la Cruz.
Coco, yes. Coco, Loco Moco, something like that. I don't know what the movie's called. Apparently, the movie's really good though. Okay, I have to just watch it from the stream, sadly. Oh well, let's do it.
And to see that the typically first prioritize the gameplay experience above all.
This was the extended trailer.
Huh? Wait, what happened?
He's been forgotten.
Watch it here.
The game, and so we wanted, we wanted Miguel to use a guitar.
Oh, Mickey gameplay. Oh shit.
It's showtime. This is a lot of new information. I bet I'll find a clue to saving Sora now. Huh?
Bro? Why'd it freeze? Yo! Wait, did it freeze under stream? Oh, that's fucked. It froze on their stream. Yo! There you go. This is cool. What the fuck? What the fuck?
When folks disappear above, is this where they always end up?
But Sora isn't here.
Ow.
Wow.
This looks fun. What? Is this like a team attack like FF7?
What? Sora, is something wrong?
What can you see?
Sora!
I think they definitely took a lot of inspiration from FF because like it has like the little slow-mo and it uses skill just like an FF7 remake.
Whoa! Here's a surprise. You're looking pretty good for an old coot.
Old coot is crazy. So it's dead. I don't know. I didn't play KH3 yet. I only played 1 and 2. Then 358 and Dream Drop. And what was the last one? There's another one I played. I forgot the name of it. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
Wake up.
Anything else?
See.
It was Yap. Wow. Yap.
Wow.
Okay, if there's anything else that drops from that, just let me know. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's play Rivals, I guess. Let's play Rivals, I guess. Well, I guess I'll play Rivals. I guess I'll play. I'm surprised they don't have the Tokon themes on Spotify yet. Game's out. What the hell are we waiting for? What am I doing today? Playing ranked or Psylocke to max? Which I want to see. Main account, Psylocke to max, or what are we doing? Which one do y'all want? Psylocke, wait, I better decide quick before I fucking queue up a match. Psy? Okay, let me claim my shenanigan thingies. Psylocke it is. Let me claim my dailies or whatever the hell I have to claim them. I'll open up the accounts. Oh, my keycap keeps coming off. It's pissing me off. My one keycap on my keyboard is broken. It's like half broken. Is there something I can claim or is there nothing to claim? I thought there was new daily thingies. I guess there's not. Whoa, that's cool. Guess there's nothing to claim. I'm switch accounts. Give me a second. Simplify? That's the word. Is that working? Oh, it is working. Okay, good. Make sure it's not broken. You want to see a Tokon? I want to see Psylocke. Psylocke for sure. Psylocke is probably the only character I really care for. I want to see Psylocke. I want to see Daredevil. I want to see Nova. Captain Marvel would be pretty cool. Was forgotten to win. He'll get added to something. Nova's gonna get added to something eventually. You guys took ages to guess teamwork. So shows how much you guys are a team. Rivals. You guys suck at being teammates. That guy got muted. That was a loser. What's up, season? Alright, let's go. On the solo kill, I just said down 3. She was a struggle. Hey, bro. I do it every day. You can do it too. I do it every day. You can do it too, bro. Lock in.
I'm off.
My Odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper. Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? right heroes could make all the difference. But I wanna scream out loud, wanna bloom on my way. I wanna grow from me, wanna be
222? How rare. How rare. Okay. Psylocke Unranked Celestial Day 3.5. I put 3.5 because I didn't really play for that long yesterday. So that does not count as day 3.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. What is anywhere? All that matters is now.
Iron Fist would be cool in Tokon, yeah. But I mean, Iron Fist is already in Rivals. I want some characters that aren't in Rivals. Then again, I want Psylocke, so I don't know. I mean, Psylocke's gonna come to the game, just probably not for a long time. I'm dead as fuck. What in the hell is that damage? Is he Mantis boosted? That guy's annoying. We get a big wheel in Tokon? Get big wheel. Who the fuck is big wheel again? Isn't that Spider-Man villain or something? Can this guy get off Iron Man? This is a real laggy as shit. Damn. What is he beaming? That was hilarious. It's gonna be too tanky. It's gonna take too long to kill him. I mean, like, I was gonna spawn kill him, but he eat instantly out of spawn room. I have a DC. That'll do it. I have to finish this sub goal for the season resets, so I gotta speed this up, don't I? What? Rubber banded. I fucking rubber banded, bro. This server is so laggy. Oh man. This server is ungodly laggy. What? At 30 ping. God, bro. Yeah, we're down one player. Can't really do much.
I don't know if it's gonna come back. Okay, I'm not counting as sophisticated. The guy literally is not in the game. The guy literally isn't here. Can we like leave? Yeah, this match does not count. It's not even a full actual match. Now it'd be different if he like rage quit or something. No, that guy just generally DC'd. $5-point compensation, bro. You should give me like, oh my god, -5 is crazy. I should be minus like 2. Be real, -2 or like 1. Lord Knight said, "Why'd you put Spider-Man in C?" son, I'm not fucking son. That dude is staying in C tier, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Please be for real, bro. There's no way you think Spider-Man should be above C. There's just no shot. Please be for real, bro. Spider-Man is staying that low, bro. I don't know what he wants from me, bro. I gotta ban DD. I think my #1 ban for this challenge is DD. You just pick up the game. It's been hella infuriating but addicting. This game or which game? If you get some dogs they put on the Spider-Man theme, then they're fucking getting muted. Like, what? Oh, nah.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Like, imagine you going on a date, right, or something. You get in their car and they play this fucking Spider-Man theme. You're getting out the car. I'm getting out the car. Like, what? Wait, so if you're going on a date, you would put the Spider-Man theme on with the girl in the car. She would get out the car and fucking leave. Be honest with yourself. Are you gonna play that theme in the car? She'd like it? Yeah, alright, bro. Yeah, alright. Sure, buddy. Alright, man. Yeah, we're blasting that shit. Yeah, we're blasting that shit. If she don't like it, she can get out. That's the man in the middle right there. Respect him. That's the man in the middle, bro. If you don't respect him.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. What a difference.
What is his name? Magically. What? That is a ridiculous name. What is magically tight? Hey, yo. And he got the summer magic skin on. That brother is starving.
Brother is thirsty as shit. Magic get you like that too? What? That brother is starving. Yo, can we like get on the point? Yo, they're taking the point. Please, for the love of God, tanks. Like, what the fuck are we cooking? Just ignoring the damn point and they're going for kills. Oh, Terra caved me. Wow. That was a bad knee. Got exile? Damn. Oh, fucking. Oh, God, this stupid character. Bro, why are you coming for me? This is above your pay grade, bro. Oh, Rogue trying to get me for. This one triple healer. God, is healing everywhere. Yo, these names are freaked the fuck out. What? Bro, every single person on the team has a freaky ass name. Baby Rattle, Rogue Feet Lover, Magically Tight. What? What the fuck?
0, 2, 0. Time to switch things up.
They freaked out on the damn team. What in the hell?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. My old edge is sharp. My mind is sharper.
The potty average Marvel Rivals game. Yo, these guys crazy. These guys is crazy. These guys are crazy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Penny Parker invited me to watch a kaiju movie with her recently. That creature destroying Tokyo. Was it you? No. Your skills are much more brilliant.
Tom Pearl. Who is Tom Pearl? Wait, Tommy Pearl? Bro, that better not be some like crazy like star or something. Are they on triple still? Yo, you guys are some losers, yo. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Real first match. Not bad at all. There's something I was gonna do, but now I don't even remember. Alright, whatever. $29, okay. Oh, I forgot what it was. God damn it. It's all good though. Shiny Moonchild. A shiny Moonchild. Peach loved. Ashes juicy. Juicy ashes is crazy. What the fuck does that even mean? What are some juicy ashes? That shit scares me. What the hell? It's one way to scare me away. Champion Rocket, god damn. Does anyone find any Lord hoods yet? People definitely should be Lord Hood by now. I haven't seen any, but I imagine there's definitely some by now. So I gotta finish and catch up to Cage 4 before it drops in 2027. That's doable. So I gotta do 2, 3. I want to do 358 as well. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do 358 because I'd have to emulate that. You should let me play ranked with you. I don't play with anyone on this account. This is a sub goal that I'm doing. Not a bad penny. They banned Venom. Oh, they're banning hella dive. These guys are gonna poke for sure. Well, let's make a difference. A difference. What the? I don't want to queue with someone on this account. Boost me. I can't boost shit. I play Blade. I can't even boost myself. I said boost me. I'm a boost you. I play Blade. Also the one and only moon. Your face. Yeah, a hell of a long ago. Never said drop me in the depths of hell.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh man. I forgot to pin the thing on YouTube. I keep forgetting.
Get ready to watch me burn up the battlefield, Robo Dude.
There you go.
Funny coming from the one guy that I could melt into slag in seconds.
Yes, turn up the heat, child. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Oh, on the new map.
2, 1.
They're ahead of us.
matter.
Punisher? So I can one-shot somebody. Oh, if somebody comes from the right side, I'm cooked, but nah, they won't. Bro tried to be a hero? What was that? How the hell did he try that? Not sure what he's ulting, but whatever. I don't know where he was over there.
That's better.
I need to get new headphones. I think these ones are worn out. And I just swapped them too. Get some like high quality earbuds. I was about to ult. Thank goodness I didn't. Wait, this one doesn't have health pack on it? Oh, yes it does.
Lovely.
I'm about to say, I know it does.
Face oblivion.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Whoa.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
That sucks.
Well, looky here.
That sucks. Oh, they got a good ult on this character. Like, even like, it doesn't matter how much hours I have on this character, I still don't know how to use this shit. Because like it's fucking RNG. There's not much you can really do to control it. You can only do so much with an RNG ult. Like, so fucking silly. Most you can do is just put yourself in a better spot for it, but it's hard to do that one. Fuck is my aim at? To be fair, it's Deadpool. This dude's bouncing around like an idiot. Oh, does ass? Oh, does indeed ass. What's up, Waller? All you can do is just put yourself in a better situation for it, but you can't really control people jumping into the circle.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Whoa, just ulted nothing? That guy almost died. The fuck? If you lose with unlimited ammo, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I know you did lose. Oh, what's up? We're Fred. I'm actually a monster hunter. What are we running? I don't play that game in ages. The one I did play wasn't even. The one I played wasn't even that one. Oh wait, I just said Monster Hunter. It's My Hero Ultron, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not playing that shit. Ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
My old touch is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Give me his cheeks. They got shit for characters in a fucking battle royale. That's not happening. It's just not happening, bro. Why the hell would I play that game when I can play Rivals? It's like a million other games I could play. Why'd I play that game? Made it easy to get characters? I don't give a fuck. The concept is stupid to me. I don't give a flying fuck. The concept is brain dead.
So, are you actually a raccoon? We're gonna fight.
You guys gotta understand, there's certain games I just won't play. And that's okay. So you guys can play them for me.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
You guys can play them for me.
2, 1.
That's not valid. Fuck no, why not? Oh, that's my torch. Oh my god, I keep thinking it's enemy torch. What's up, best? That's Hawk. I want an off angle, but like, not really that good response to off angle on this part. Doesn't go right here. As Namor is just sitting in the back line. He's not even going for no one else. Oh my god, bro. This is ridiculous, bro.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm dead. Not dead.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Damn, bro. These guys are relentless. They'll put the beacon in the middle of the damn fight. In the exact center of the damn fight. That's insane.
Healing magic.
Face oblivion.
The water yoga has been slain. That's better.
That's so annoying, bro. Oh, God, she just pushes me in the startup. It's a delete.
Farewell. You're mine.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Step aside. Healing magic. Lovely.
Oh my God. Doesn't matter how good of aim I have, bro. I'm telling you, some of these characters are just like, I'm gonna respawn and kill this chick. Oh, you're so fucking lucky, bro. It doesn't matter how good of aim I have. Some of these characters you just can't kill, bro. Like, Like I have a Namor and I have a Elsa just patrolling the back line, and Emma. I can't dive. I'm solo diving too. Like at all times, one of these dudes just contesting me. I can't, bro. Holy shit. Nah, this is mad, bro. Thank you, finally. Holy shit. I've been putting pressure on their backline for so long. Like, shoot them from the back while I have their attention. His map so far is alright. Oh my god, a slop character, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
You got your jump again, damn. Damn, bro. Oh my god, this amount of healing is so fucking exhausting, bro. Oh, am I still playing Tokon? Not right now, I'm not. Bro, I'm doing so much damage, but just healing and healing and healing and healing. Oh, this is exhausting. We significantly use it fast without him with me. Unlucky. What are some great counters, matchups to sell it? She has a lot of good matchups. The only bad matchups really is like Daredevil and Loki. What the fuck? He sent it this way? I don't know why he sent it that way, just like whatever. I'm dead again. Yo, XY, thanks for the sub.
Appreciate the 44. Thank you.
Another epic victory! Big win!
I gotta hurry it up. I gotta get this count the diamond. Flat? Yeah. Let me get this count the diamond, then I'll get off it for today. Diamond would be ideal, and it probably like diamond 2 tomorrow, or something like that. This count should be gemmed by now, realistically. Actually, okay, that might be too far, but. It says plat. Oops.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
That's 28 too, right?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
The game's been one every match except one, but the one I lost doesn't count because the guy deadass left the game or DC'd. He DC'd at like the start of the match, but I got compensation for it. EP.
Can we ban DD? I don't want to fight DD. I guess DD would be selfish to do also, I guess. DD would be a little selfish. Also, it's just as bad though, because if I walk into a trap, I'm just dead. Okay, these aren't bad bans.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Ugh, I lose. Ugh. Alright, we got a new badge coming for the thingy. The sub badge and the watch time badge. I'll be in next month. Like the current one is capped. Strange, right? This is gonna change.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, this badge, it's gonna change. Hold on.
Yokai, are you a spirit of the fire or of the air? I am no mere spirit.
The one for September is the badges for September are Blade and Psylocke.
We have a name for those with such
Ugh.
I don't know which one I'm gonna make the sub badge, but they both look nice. I'm not gonna show you it yet.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Just as I forged a nation, I shall wield.
Blade? I think Blade's gonna be the watch time one. The sub one's gonna be Psylocke. I think Psylocke's gonna be the sub one.
There you are.
Fuck. No way, it'll be September, so subs will most likely be discounted. I didn't mean to do that, but alright. Gatekeep, it's a different Psylocke one. It's a new one. It's a new one. I don't have a Blade emote either. They're literally made, custom made for this. The fucking another Namor? Holy balls. Can y'all play a different character? Like, let me dive. Can y'all play something else? Holy shit.
Maybe which Psylocke do you prefer? I like this one more. This one does more damage for your primary, and also this one has more burst because the combo is really strong. Because if you shoot the team up, I mean, if you right click and you press the team up, it pulls your right click back as well. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. I have a dino and a human torch on me. Like, what is this? They're both good though. I don't mind either. Some matches I play with some matches I play with the other one, some matches I play with this one. But if I really want to win, I'm playing this one.
Holy shit, I ran right into it. I couldn't see it.
My charge rose.
Good job, guys. Good job. You're the beast.
Quick to go no more. On me, bro. Don't be quick to go no more, bro. It's not that deep. Let me have this shit. I need it. It's not that deep, bro. Let me eat.
Together, my friends, we will find a flawless balance.
So I get a buff. If I notice from one of my comp games, no. Didn't get any changes. It's purely coincidence.
How strange.
The last change she got was the nerf.
Farewell.
Started season 6 in the emergency patch. I mean season 9 in the emergency patch.
Battle starts in 5.
The nerf to her ammo team up.
3, 2.
The nerf to her primary fire by 1 damage.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The harder they resist, the more this will hurt.
We just game it over and win this. Wanna push? Okay.
Wow, 4 in a row. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. No more. That's amazing.
There's footsteps. That's the Hexa.
The mission area is yours.
We love Psylocke.
I've reached full power. Farewell.
We bubble indeed.
That ain't even fun.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Sparker's son is crazy. What a name. Did he try and solo me or what was that? Yeah, that guy is weird. I'm sorry, that's weird. How the fuck did that hit me while in what? I'm under. How did that hit me? Plus on my screen, on his screen, I wasn't. Oh, that's wild.
I got the gun.
That's wild.
We're gonna.
You're mine.
Okay. That's 29. That is 29. Bro, most of these losses I have are just so, like, uncontrollable. And some of them I low-key should not have counted at all. Because some of them are insane. Like, people just straight up leaving the game or some shit. I shouldn't have counted those. So realistically, I'm probably only at like 7. But like some matches, people just straight up flat out give up. Like I can't control a 5v6. Oh, what's that one thrower? Bro, the guy was throwing because he said I was smurfing. I said I'm doing a sub goal. I mean, I kind of have to. He said, "No, I'm not supporting a." I don't know what the fuck he said. He said, "I'm not supporting that something." Because I was the guy from the last match. I beat the shit out of him. I'm not gonna lie, but he got my team the following match, and he said he's gonna throw because I was smurfing. I'm like, well, I mean, I can't really do nothing, bro. Like I'm doing a sub goal. What you want from me?
My order is sharp.
I didn't say sub goal. I said challenge. I said I'm doing a challenge of Psylocke only to Celestial. This game, are you gonna play for FSR race or P4R? P4R, because P4R comes out first, no? Or do they come out the same day? Yeah, our relation is spring, yeah. FF is, yeah. This one was gonna be first. They're not coming out the same month, what? You might be confusing with like Stranger in Heaven or something. Stranger in Heaven is January. February is Persona. I don't remember when the Wolverine game drops. That's September. I don't even know if I'm gonna play that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
So Rebirth, yeah, Rebirth is god. Like I like that game. That's my game of the year for 2024. And you'll be able to play it on stream? Why is that? Hella blood? That don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. What the... I played MK on stream. What's this supposed to mean?
We will find a flawless balance.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The thing about us villains, Jefe, we make capes look good. I'm no villain, child. I've only been labeled such by a world that hates and fears my people.
So then you ain't the same Magneto who called his OG crew the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants.
Evil Mutants? Oh shit. He called it that? Magneto is crazy. My fucking keycap came off again. I almost died because of it. God damn it. I wish I had the motorcycle skin on this account. God damn it. Oh, that skin a lot. With a fireworks skin. Are you fucking shitting? Can I play the game? God damn! I'm dead as fuck. I have 1 HP. Like, I'm trying to flank. I just get hit by a trap. At the top then. Oh, there's another Namor. Oh my god, there's been a Namor 3 games in a row. I'm gonna lose my shit, bro. I'm not even diving that crazily. I'd be the only person diving to go in Namor. Like, make it make sense, yo. I'm the only one diving. Rip videos. We rip videos. Oh. I probably won't be able to be live on TikTok for it. That's not that bad though. Oh my goodness, yo. What a game. Bagel bites. Ooh, what the fuck? Tomorrow's the last day of combo worker, right? Alright, so we're gonna be watching some top 8s tomorrow. I gotta look at the schedule. I don't know what time anything starts. We're definitely gonna watch top 8 at Tokon. Okay, man. His name is I hate this game. I'm out of ult their backline. I have no support ults, so get ready. At least I'm pretty sure they don't.
We cannot delay any longer. To the tower. You're mine. Double kill. That's 3. Down to 30 seconds. Wow, 4 in a row. Finish this now.
Love, hate, hate, love. I don't know what I feel about this game anymore. I don't know what I feel anymore, man. Oh my fucking goodness, this trap.
These things are even more heavily armed than I am. Back to the ocean's depths, demons. Out of sight.
What about the hood in front of you? You're gonna keep shooting me instead? Love, hate, hate, love. I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. That guy's dead. Elsa died, so she was respawning and killed me. Oh man, I didn't know she died. Unlucky me. Unlucky me.
You're mine.
Go back to whatever sea cave you crawled out of. These things are even more heavily armed than I am.
Now we're gonna walk with the ult. Nice.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh my goodness. Damn, that dude exploded.
Oh, wait, it ghost shot at him. Did you guys see that? It ghost shot at the Strange. That was a no rank of doom. That was supposed to kill him. I mean, I still killed him, of course, but like, did you see that? It did like a literal ghost slash. That's so stupid, bro. Like, oh man. Why does it do that sometimes? It's so weird. It's not like he's like moving at like crazy speeds to where the slash will miss. That doesn't even make, that's not even how it works. But like, I've had it track the people when they dash out of the range, but he wasn't out of the range. He was still in the circle. I'm dead as hell. That cloak ult. Damn, that shit went a little faster than I thought. Young sleeve.
By the eye of Agamotto. Shine with me. For mutant kind. The final 10 seconds. Out of sight. Light guides me. You're mine. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
As crazy as it sounds, I don't think we're gonna win this match. I gotta kill that no more. Or not. I think if I kill that no more, I think we win there. Oh God. Oh wow, that Magneto went crazy. He just killed two. Okay, now we do win this. They're pulling out stall characters. Wow. Straight up stall characters. Left and right.
Time to switch things up, including which
Time to switch things up. Okay. Oh,
My mind is
Little cloak. I'll use the Emma team next match. Did you guys want me to use it? I'll use it in a while though.
Together, my friends, we will find a flawless balance.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Farewell.
Step aside.
You are facing enough battles already, Jubilation. Perhaps you should sit this one out.
No can do, Eric. If I stop fighting, I've got to deal with what a mess my life is. Right now, I'd rather just blow stuff up.
I'm certain that can be arranged.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everything in this place feels so familiar, and yet so strange.
Shine with me.
Oh my fucking god, bro. I ain't never seen tanks peel this much like in my life, bro. Bro, you're not killing me, bro. Bro, you're not killing me, bro. Leave me alone. Let me have this off angle, bro. You are not stopping me, bro. Fucking tracking right now is us. Oh, my front line's getting bodied. Yo, why? What? Take the point. Why did she not walk to the point? She turned around? What? Yo, where is she going? We don't want the payload? Okay. I guess we don't need it. There's a hamster. Damn. This ult is so ass. Like, they're just iframes. Both of them are just iframe my ult. Oh, it's so bad, bro. I feel like I only get like one good ult a game. That's so sad. What's up, Marcus? Oh, it was a headache of a match.
I don't give up, so step aside. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. You made a grave mistake. In control. The ocean has fallen face. This is strangely vulnerable.
Ninja Blaze killed 2 of my teammates down. Yeah, my frames went down like crazy there. Good chunk of my frames. What's up, Juicy J? I've been fighting Namor every single fucking match this stream, by the way. I'm not even shitting you. I think every single fucking game there's been a Namor. Just trying to stop me, bro. Appreciate the rate. What was your stream up to? What'd you do today? I saw like, he's okay. Just he's annoying, but like it's not as bad as Loki or Didi. But they're not gonna play that.
Reawakened.
Here you go. Oh. W11. Oh my god, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
Farewell.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I just want to fucking play Psylocke, man, but I have to fight more every match. This shit is so exhausting, man. I'm about to just ban him. I'm banning him next match. This is enough. This is 3 matches in a row, no more, bro. I've won all the matches, but like it's just like not fun. It makes it playing more harder. It makes doing my job way harder. I'm solo diving and I'm getting no more every match. Because why am I solo diving getting counter picked? Shines out? Oh no.
Only 60 seconds left. Here they come now.
Oh my fucking god. Like, and there's an Angela on me too, bro. You'd have thought I was Daredevil. Oh my god.
Down to 30 seconds.
Out of sight. What guides me?
Oh yeah, y'all are done.
You're mine. Double KO. The final 10 seconds. That's 3.
Nah, they're not portaling either. That's game, bro. Like, what the hell is she doing?
Final score.
There has been a Namor every single game, bro. I win it, but it's just like, bro, please, bro, play something else. I know you don't want to actually play Namor, man. This game, Namor. Namor. There was a Namor here, no? Wait, this one didn't have a Namor. This was a blowout. This was a 5-minute match. Yeah, that wasn't even a long match. This one, Namor. Who did Namor switch to? They didn't switch to the portal. The Strange did? Oh, wait. Yeah, he did. Holy shit, bro. Let me fucking... He played Namor the most out of all the characters. There was a Namor every single match. Bro, please, bro. This one doesn't count. This match... Yeah, this guy left. I literally at the start of the match. So, like, the match didn't even get played. Don't let the queues reset or something? Like, I get these Namor players away from me, man. Fucking hell. Stop playing Namor. When I said, I'm for real, but you guys storm and BP where they belong, so you're excused. Bro knows damn well that Spider-Man theme is F.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My older is sharp. My younger is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish for this match?
Where's Namor? Enough out of his ass. Sono's Bandit. Let's go. We were stream sniping? I don't know. I don't think so. Who was stream snipe little old me? Well, nobody on this game. No one stream snipe me. Go stream snipe who's live right now? Kingsman, go stream snipe Kingsman. The hell? What you stream snipe me? Go stream snipe Mark or Mike. What stream snipe me for? Who was on? There's tons of people you can go stream snipe. It don't gotta be me. They're not high enough. Nobody wants to stream snipe me. I'm a nobody. Not their elo. You doing a Black Cat to Celestial? Or what is he doing?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Black Cat only, I don't know what he's going up to, but he's doing Black Cat only. He's GM too, bro. Y'all can go get him. Go play him. Oh, his Black Cat is banned for sure because he's on phone. I'm a nobody. No, you want to shoot snipe me for?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Where the fuck is this guy's team at? I'm crying, bro. So you telling me I go from Namor to Loki? Yo, I'm fucking, I'm, oh my God. Oh yeah, my neck is, oh, okay. Home Depot tomorrow.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me or anything.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Penny and Loki too, yeah. I don't mind Penny that much. I could fry her shit. Loki though, oh my God. And it's a Lord Loki.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
And there's a Scarlet Witch. Oh my God, bro. Are people just literally just playing anti-dive character just for the sake of it? Oh wait, we are heavy dive, never mind. I didn't realize we had a magic in a Spider-Man.
You're halfway there. Keep going. This soul sword.
Oh my goodness. The hell would you do that for? What is she even shooting at? She doesn't even know what she's shooting at. She's just shooting it. Like, what is she aiming at?
Look, this bro cooking. But you're in the spawn room, that's cheating, bro.
Mind over matter.
Bro was about to go into the spawn room. Limbo stands with you.
0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Skill to Q again. Be like that.
My mind is sharper.
Actually, I'm subtracting that match. The other match, the match where that guy threw. I'm not counting throwers anymore because that's out of my control. If someone leaves the game or fucking throw, not if someone rage quits. If someone rage quits, I'll count that. But if someone leaves the game or if someone is actively throwing, I'm refunding it. I'm not counting it. That is ridiculous.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Together, my friends, we will.
I was supposed to be using the Emma team up, huh? I keep having a cloak and dagger on my team though. Whoa.
Out of sight. Step aside.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
You guys seen Kingdom Hearts show? Yeah. I didn't expect the bridge falling, I'm not gonna lie. The configs, that shit needs to get removed. Do you know how many matches I played on my main? I'm fighting a hell with like some disgusting ass config and I just lose. I mean, I can just tell when they're using that shit too. Or if I'm on an ult. And there's a hella just destroying the entire lobby solo queuing with some crazy ass disgusting config. You can just tell. No skin, no Lord Icon hella. It's always that. Or they're just cheating, but I mean that like some of the configs these users are using art is cheating. Like literally is cheating. They're using something outside of the game to give yourself an advantage. That's literally cheating. Like the literal definition of cheating. Using something outside of the game to give yourself an advantage in the game. That's like not allowed. Yeah, these dudes wouldn't have to use configs. At least the people that need it for graphics. If the game was fucking optimized though. But obviously it's not. Why'd I do that? Oh, I need to die anyway. I need to reset. My whole team was dead. Oh my lordy. Unlucky me. Bam! Boom.
Oh, that lasts my whole ult. Damn. I guess I didn't need the ult. That shit lasts my whole ultimate. Damn.
I outnumber you. You stopped them in their tracks. Step aside. Help. I like the cold.
Judge, jury, executioner!
The fuck was he trying to do?
By the eye of Agamotto!
Pretty good freeze. By that Luna.
You stopped them in their tracks.
You trade your strange out for a Luna freeze. That's bad. I'd be pissed.
What a difference.
We'll send fall back. Of course, I forgot this is low rank. We don't take space. We don't take space in low rank. You don't take space in low rank. You only fight on the payload no matter what. I don't make the rules. You only fight on the payload no matter what, chat. You don't start taking space until Celestial or GM. You only fight on the payload no matter what. There will be no staggers.
This will do nicely. Sayonara.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Gonna do some damage.
Double KO.
I have real step aside.
I'm forgetting he can see through walls.
Better stop that vehicle. Your powers are mine. Us against the world.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, wow. How unlucky is that? What? It bounced off the corner. How did it? Oh, that's Mickey.
Only 60 seconds left.
Sayonara.
Don't give them another inch.
Us against the world.
What a disgrace.
Double KO.
Diffed.
By the eye of Agamotto!
You're mine. A nice deep freeze. Final 10 seconds. You stopped them in their tracks. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Armed and dangerous!
You're mine.
Again!
What? I respect that, Tom. You gotta go for the squishiest target since, like, I mean, You can't kill anyone through that ult. His best bet is going for the squishiest target and headshotting them. Okay. Nice. Nice. Diamond. Oh man, should I keep going or should I switch now? We gotta call it early. Swap? Oh! This early, bro, I'm tired of shit. I can't lie. Yeah. Not gonna lie, if I hop in bed, I don't think I'm coming back. I don't think I'm coming back, bro. Let me look at the schedule for tomorrow. Hold on. The schedule for tomorrow for CEO. Oh, that's Friday. What the fuck? Oh, here it is. Oh, there's so much shit on the screen. You can't see nothing. Hold on. Okay. Wait, so it starts at 11 a.m. This is East Coast time since the CEO they're in Florida. Starts at 11. Tokon starts at 11 as well. Topic for Tokon is at 2? Oh, hell nah. Bro, I'm not streaming that early, bro. Come on. Nah, bro, I'm not streaming that early. That's so dead. That's so dead. That's so fucking dead, bro. Dude, I wish Tokon and Street Fighter were switched, bro. If Street Fighter starts at 6, yeah, Street Fighter starts, I wish Tokon started at 6. Bro, I don't want to stream that early, bro. It's not that I can't. I don't want to. I got shit to do. Oh, hell nah. Who trying to stream at 2 p.m.? Okay, if you want me to like be there at 11, I'd have to end like early. Maybe now or something. I don't fucking know. Avatar's topic was today. What's on right now, actually? It's probably about to end. Or it's probably over by now. Let's see if Avatar topic is still on. I don't see anyone watching it, so I'm pretty sure it's over. Oh, the iPhone's watching it, everyone. Oh, no, it just ended. It just ended like a few minutes ago. Yeah, it just ended. Okay, well, this account's done for today. We won every match. Won every single match today. That's a fucking W. That's a fucking W. Let's play Tokon. Let's get on Tokon now. I want to play some Tokon. Not to play Tokon today. Tokanda forever. Tokanda forever. Will the 8 frames consume me? Find out next time. Will the 8 frames consume me? Yes. It will? Okay, my bad. Will the 8 frames consume me, bro? Will the 8 frames of rollback consume me? Why is it not opening? That shit takes ages to open too. This game is cooked. This game is so fried on PC, bro. Takes a century to open. Where's my phone at? This game is so troll. Open the game, please. Damn, that shit takes like a minute to open. That is not okay. I didn't think a game would take longer than Rivals to open. Saw this game. Oh, they need the 6 PlayStation thing used to connect up to your computer, suck up all the damn juices and Bitcoin mine before it can open. My bad.
Casual match.
I want to use Magneto. Put Magneto right here. Okay. Hey, hey, hey. Fuado. Oh, this is ambiguous. What the fuck?
Moment of truth. Over here.
The Incredible Shapeshifters. That team looks so unga boonga. Oh my god. Armor and big bodies. Got armors, big bodies, long normals. Like a scrub team. Oh god. This is gonna be fun.
Brace yourself.
This dude Sajam changed his name on this game to You Lag Equal I Leave. He was so hilarious. Nice, and I got the wall break. Happy birthday plus wall break, that's not bad. Well, we're at 4. First match on, and we've already reached 4 frames. Just need to double that. Just need to double that, and we'll be at 8. Finally, oh, what do you mean finally of hope? There's always been hopes, no?
No stop, Paul. No mercy.
What the fuck? Oh lordy, bro. Smoke with Tim's is crazy. Web step is starting to grow. Ooh, you need to be put down. Warune. Peter Quill for the win. Yeah, you're not getting a rematch. Like, there's just no shot. My man too laggy. The first match on of the day is someone laggy. This client is fried, bro. Whew. When am I gonna get back on Rivals? Oh, we could have played. I just got off. I don't know, maybe later. I don't think I'm gonna be on this game for long anyway. It's just so laggy. This client is fucked. I literally just got off the game. Let me know. All right, bet. Nocturnal Gunslingers. Yeah, I doubt it'll be on this client for long. This shit is fried. Jay Wukong. I should probably hit up one of the homies to see if they want to fight.
Anytime.
Oh, I shot wall splatted. Fuck. Could've got my characters. Ooh, that could've been really bad. That's not what I wanted. Can you anti that hop she does into the air? What is this combo? I've never seen this one before. Oh, that's gonna hurt. This guy's team is meta? Oh, I know. Ooh.
Here I go. You need my help. I summon your demise. Controls the town.
Oh my god. Yeah, alright. Bro, that move. Okay, that move is insane. It pulls you down too.
Winner! Player 2! Brace yourself! Round 1!
Oh, that's not what I wanted. How the hell did I get 2H?
I am ready.
First noise. Conversion. W Star Lord.
You need my help.
They need to make his overhead way slower. Spider-Man's, that shit needs to be way slower, bro. Because his heavy should not be an overhead. His second heavy? Must Spider-Man be slow? This is a fighting game. This is not Rivals. I didn't say he should be slow. I said it's normal. That converts to like 80% health. That's also, isn't it safe? No, he's for sure gonna get nerfed. Oh my fucking god, this character is OD.
Are you ready? I'm a samurai, asshole. Consider this a lesson.
Oh my god.
Here's my aim.
Fuck. Which though is this cool in Rivals? I gotta learn more combos with him. That's for sure. How do I do it? Yeah, they still do. They still do, yes.
Damage check. That was neat. Damage check. That was neat. Damage check. System stable. Asgard is weak.
See if I get a rank match. Doubt it though. Oh, I got one. That was you pretty fast. Is it a stable one though? Like a non-8 frames rollback one? So it has a heavy overhead. I know. It is not the same as Spider-Man's at all. Wait, what? This is way better.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Coming through. Supporting. Incoming. Undergoing backup support.
Oh man. Oh, it's the wall spot now. I'm tripping. You can talk about beans.
I am ready. Round two. Fight.
I'm fighting an actual Penny Parker, man. This is rich.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, what? What? That's a setup that even if you crossover reflect, it still hits you. Even if you crossover reflector, she still gets a full combo off you. That is a cheap setup.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight. Got pinned up.
I'm ready anytime, Penny. I'm doing well.
I will say this. This game is the most non-tag tag fight I've ever played, I think. I don't know what that does. What does that thing in the air do? I don't even know what it does. Like, I have no clue what this character's doing. This tag is still good. I mean, yeah, but like, you don't have to do it. You don't need to do it. Like, the motherfuckers are currently winning TNS without tagging. Like,
Continuing Get back down. Maximum velocity. Kinetic execution strike. Damage. Danger.
Oh, excellent. Round 3.
Impressive, David.
Get away with this. A wise decision.
Recovered.
I know I missed.
Sudden danger. Prepare yourself.
My man play all the characters. Nobody know how to fight. Holy shit.
Here's my aim.
Vertical modulation. Mobility reduced. Rebooting.
Muscle, are you ready? I'm a samurai, asshole. Surrender is weak like me.
Standard damage.
Round 4.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That is a high ass wall spot. What the fuck is this combo?
You need my help. Magic.
That's not what I wanted. I went through the portal, but I forgot to press the attack. What? Why did that work?
I've got it.
Here's my aim.
Keep going.
Get away with this.
I've got big dreams.
Full on.
Oh, you can't do that? Damn, that shit has no recovery on it, I guess. I tried to punish her fucking super, I mean, her special with super. You cannot do that shit though. That shit has no recovery. I think since you're gonna be in Doomsday, she has no recovery. That wall breaks.
Backup systems go. Backup systems go.
Can I do this? Nope. Are we in the corner? I have to do that, I guess. Okay. Getting higher and higher with the damage. Trying to learn what to do with this character. Combo wise. Guess that only works in the
System stable. Can't move. Moment of truth. Back. Without any freeze.
Why the fuck is he jumping like that? I see. This game is a game, man. It's so weird. It's such a weird game, bro. Cause like you just don't have to tag. It's so weird. You don't have to at all. It's so weird. I will say this. I think I prefer 2x scales when it comes to combat and fluidity, because like 2x scale feels way more fluid, I'd say. Netcode definitely better too. But do you really compare the two? I don't know.
How careless of you. You cannot resist. KO.
Can you really compare the two? I don't think it's fair to.
At any time.
Oh yeah, fighters overall at him 100%. It's not even close.
I warned you. You cannot resist.
God.
Ready to go. It's not over. Here we go.
If they drop fighters too, I'm dropping this game in a heartbeat. It's not even close, bro. Fuck. It's just weird. It doesn't feel like I'm playing a tag fighter when I play this when I fight people, especially online, because people don't switch. Like everyone I fight does not ever switch. Or like if they switch, they don't have no clue what the fuck they're doing on the other characters. Which same for me, damn near. But like it's sort of like I don't know. It's so weird.
Learned your place.
Still early? I mean, yeah. But even then, like, I play other attack fighters and I would be switching like crazy. This game, ain't no reason to switch at all. Oh, that was mixed. Oh, can't auto time me with that.
Now the gloves come on. Living legend. Shield strike. Freedom charge.
That was an overhead.
It's no use.
Right, blocked.
Shield strike. Go, go, go! A wise decision.
I'm dead. For some odd reason, this mechanic kills. Very, I'm not a fan of that at all. For some odd reason, that mechanic can just kill.
A wise decision. That freedom charge. I'm ready to go. Shield strike.
Ooh, that was weird. Why did I fall so much?
You need my help. Shield. I'm not done. I am wrong. You're Magatero. We ride on. Now you suffer.
Gotta stop jumping. How to do is lame. You just don't hit the person. That's it. You just gotta know they're doing it and just don't interact with them. It's so dumb. Oh.
Here's my aid. It's not over. I'm on it. Here we go. I am ready. Freedom charge. I'll stand by.
I miss like magic, having magic on second. I'm gonna put magic back to second. I feel like I play better with magic on second.
This is a battle for the American dream.
That almost killed me.
Next one.
Round 3.
Fight! Go, go, go! Shield strike! Here's my aim. You will steal yourself. Out of the way. Look at him now. I'm coming. Withstand this. You cannot resist.
Oh.
Here's my aim. Gotcha.
What? Huh.
You need my help. Easy. Go, go, go! KO! On the field. Shield strike. Wise decision. Shield shot.
That's a holy shit. Okay, we're not joking. Those both look alike.
Not working. Shield strike. Getting started. You need my help. Here's my aim. What?
I tried to kill me with that dumbass mechanic again. Or hit me with it.
Leave this to me. A wise decision. Hey, you. Let's go. Taste. Steel.
There's just system mechanics in this game I just don't like, sadly.
Here's my aim. Take this. There's the steel military. Fool up. Fool up.
Storm casting. Oh, X-Men casting?
Brace yourself.
Hmm.
Round one. Catch. There. Freedom charge. Shield strike. Fool up. Shield. Ayo.
Oh.
Shield strike. Makasero. I am ready. Here's my aim. I'm coming. I am ready. This is mine. We'll get away with this. A wise decision. I shall rain my righteous fury upon you. Assemble. Ready to go. Ready to me. Shield strike.
That's fucking crazy.
A wise decision. Shield strike. A wise decision.
Woo.
How can this be? Steel yourself. Weapons high. You're in my sights.
That's not what I wanted. Ugh.
You need my help. Magic.
Oh, you're so crazy. Wait, can you overtake the corner with Dark Portal? Or can you not do that? Probably can't. This motherfucker hasn't used Venom the entire match. I have not seen him use Venom all set. I didn't even know he had a Venom. This is why I be like, this is why I be saying, like, it's the most least tag fighter I have ever played. I didn't even know he had a Venom. I mean, not Venom, a Carnage. I didn't even know he had that. Ugh. I didn't even know you had a Carnage. Like, this is what I be saying, bro. That shit is mad.
Getting started. Here's my aim. Found you. Go, go, go! I see you. Incredible. Shield strike.
Oh, I did the wrong thing. You can't do that mid-screen. Can't combo off that. What? Okay. We're having a good set too. Change the order. I want to play Magic.
Magneto. No mercy. Take this. Hey, you! Moment of truth. Systems compromised.
Surprisingly, the 8 frames has not consumed me yet. That's pretty good, no? I have not been consumed by the 8 frames of rollback lag.
Brace yourself.
Actually getting decent games.
Damage minor. Armor failure. Armor failure. Major damage.
Oh, perfect.
Whenever you wish.
Round 2. Fight.
17 engaged. Focusing.
Hey, you!
Damage minor.
Fool up.
Can those hit me? Oh my god. That was Conversion of Doom.
Call me anytime, danger.
On the field.
Blah. Blah. Why does that do that? Why does that do that? No, man. That was cheese, but I.
Getting started. Won't get away with this. Not working.
Winner, player 2.
Oh yeah, I did demote. Fuck. Can we play the game? Okay, bro. This PC build is so broken. It's not even funny, bro. My team looks beautiful, I know, but can I? Okay. Okay. I guess. Let's get some magic combos.
Star Lord, strutting in, all cool and composed.
どうした寝ぼけてんのか
I can't play the game either. I'm gonna queue for 10 minutes. I'm gonna get one done. Sag. The combo's sick.
Stable, mostly.
Oh, is a new magic combo? What is this one? Oh shit, it's a DP loop or some shit.
We've got a high profile. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Anytime. Magic.
What? Why'd that happen?
Ready to go.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm with you.
Hilarious. Woo!
Perfect.
Nice.
Alright, I think this is the perfect order for my team, I think. I think this order feels good for me.
You need my help.
Look at the damage. Jeez. Oh, I have no assists. I forgot he could reach me as Ghost Rider. Normally, normal characters can't reach me from that far. Normal characters cannot reach you from that far. If you're magic. After doing that, it's a space trap. Oh, it is a different playlist. This is fuck, what is the command for that? Why is the game frozen again? Exclamation point. Fuck. I don't remember the command I wrote. I'll just link the playlist. I don't remember the command.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Star-Lord. This team's got some serious power. Enter Galactic.
Wall String's insane. They could be better though. My combos are not good with these characters just yet. Yo, okay, I need to check if you have someone cornered with magic Q, like teleport behind them with the portal. Oh shit, you can. That's fucking disgusting. Hmm.
System stable.
Why did this combo not work earlier? It does work. Why the fuck this not work? I got trolled. You gotta do it faster? Let me choose my team. Should I even put a registered team? Did they fix that? Or is it gonna break my registered team again? I think I did it too slow, yes. I did it too slow.
Magic. Magneto.
Here's my aim.
Stable.
Gotcha.
Take this. Get done. Take this.
Gotcha.
Ooh, that could have worked. Could have done that. This stand. Unlimited.
Here's my aim.
No, my best two characters are gonna be Blade and Magic for sure. So I gotta lab these two. What is the new combo that's good with her? Hold on. It's a new magic combo that's really good. I think it's a corner combo or something like that. Oh, you spam loop DP? What the fuck? I need you loop fire. What the fuck is this? Oh, this stuff looks disgusting. This new magic shit is gross. Because it leaves two portals down at the end. Yeah, let me show y'all this shit. This shit look gross. Because you know how, like, magic can put the portals down and she can get, like, fucking 8-way mix. She can do like that. Stuff like that. She has like 8-way mix through that shit.
Fucking true and way mix. This is what she can do now. I won't be able to lab this now. This is gonna take me too long to do. Yeah, look at this shit. My camera. She can loop that now? Oh, I mean, I guess she always could. People just found it. And this. Which is really good. That's some nasty shit. That's some magic. Like, this is some mastery shit. I'm not labbing none of this shit yet. Nah, I gotta work my blade first. Fuck that. I'm not doing none of this yet. One character at a time. That's crazy. Yeah, shout out SQ. That's some optimal shit. I'm not doing that shit yet. That's extremely dead. I'm barely even doing any of the blade optimal shit, but that's some magic mastery type shit. How does it go? I guess I don't do that. Do I do that afterwards? No mercy. There was a combo. Hold on. That one, the try with blade. I can pull it up.
Now. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Here for support.
It's no use.
much done. Anytime.
What the fuck am I doing? Why did I do that? Oh, wait, my stakes aren't. Whoa, you can teleport? I didn't know you could teleport. What the hell? I didn't know she could teleport. That caught me off guard.
ready. The battle maximum velocity.
Here I go.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Target vulnerable.
The fuck is she doing? Oh, she's just flying on my screen.
Here for support.
Okay. I don't know what she's really doing, but okay.
I'm here.
Precision strike. Target vulnerable. Precision strike. Impressive data.
You need my help.
Immobilize. Reposition by force. Prepare yourself.
Oh fuck. I tried to bait the two. What the fuck are you cooking? What was she cooking up? Oh, what? Yo, that teleport is fast as hell. Bro, I don't know how this character works. Oh shit, you whiffed. What in the fuck? Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Hold on.
I'm here. Here I go.
Unlimited.
Perfect.
Mix. We got some mix. Ugh. I'm so fucking tired. I don't know why I'm so tired today. I don't think I got enough sleep. Ugh. Yo, why does the game keep doing this afterwards? Like, it just freezes like this on the screen. It's so weird. No, I don't want to exit. No, rematch him. Oh my god, why did the game do this? So weird, bro.
Got a high profile.
Whatever, bro.
Moment of truth.
Light. Medium. 6H super jump. Okay.
Damage.
Sunlight. What's that one bar? What? Wait. 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 I did not mean to accept that. I did not mean to accept that. Wait. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, fuck no. 8? Oh my god. Oh, the 8 frames. Oh, fuck. Magneto, get in here. This shit ass. This game ass.
I see the movement.
What? That shit just teleported. What? Whoa, what is happening? I understand he's playing Loki, but what the fuck was that? Okay. Assist. Assist. Uzi, it's a this shit ass. Jesus Christ, bro. Bro is D2 doing this shit to people, by the way. Why does that work on that? Bro, Spider-Man I like is crazy, by the way. Spider-Man A-frames is crazy. Like that's so evil, by the way. God, bro. Bro says wow. Bro said wow. Bro fucking just lagged the fucking I don't even know, bro. And then motherfucker says wow. He just teleported to me. Oh my fuck me, bro. Fucking King Crimson. You can't blacklist people on this fuck ass game. Loops. I can't fucking finish the loop. It's too laggy.
You lost, but you're lucky. You're still alive.
Yeah.
Winner, player 2. We've got a high-profile match
You can prove yourself smart and run away.
It's not it, bro. It's just like, I don't know.
Momentum.
I don't know, man.
Now for today's main event. Here's Blade.
It's the same fucking guy, bro.
Half human.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Gotcha. Here.
Asgard is weak. My wrong.
Devam maçta.
Winner, winner.
I paid $90, bro. I gotta play it, bro. I paid $90, bro. I gotta play it, no. I can't even finish the fucking combo. It's too laggy, bro.
Doom stands beside.
I just shot for you! Guillotine axe!
Give thanks to me.
No mercy.
I await your call. Makasero!
Don't blink.
I take this. The world.
Loki, you should know. John Immortals is my thing. Consider this.
There you go.
Feel my power!
KO. Your hubris ends.
Round three. Fight.
There you go. There you go.
Nowhere to run! And nowhere to hide! But here's somewhere to die!
I keep grateful to do.
KO.
You were born ready to die!
Round four. Fight.
Give thanks to me.
Be grateful to Ayo! A wise decision.
How feeble it is.
you beyond? Take this! Why you? This will not do! Tear you up.
This must take care of half.
Incredible. Dickery amuses me. You need come to nothing.
Winner, player one.
This game is so broken. It's so broken on PC. It's not even funny, bro. It's unplayable on PC, bro. It's quite literally unplayable on PC. Like, the game just doesn't even work on this. Like, I don't even know what to do. It doesn't even work, bro. Like, the game dead ass does not work on PC. It doesn't work on PC, bro. Like, don't buy this shit on PC. It don't work. The game literally does not work. Like, let me go into my task manager. Let me see how much PlayStation they got in there. This game don't work on PC, bro. What the fuck is this? What even is all of this, bro? Like, what happens if I close one of these? Will they just end my game if I close even a single one of them? Oh, it didn't. Surprise. It just put it back in. Okay, wow. I deleted it. It just fucking grew another one.
Moment of truth.
Shit multiplied. You will not get rid of me. I don't know, bro. This game doesn't even work on PC, bro. Shit is so broken, bro. It's a dead ass broken game, bro. Like like, oh my god, I'd rather play DNF Duel, bro. Like, holy shit, I'll play DNF Duel any day, bro.
Okay. Asgard is with you. Get away with this. Freedom charge. Not working.
Oops. Oh, I was looking at the wrong person's assist.
Asgard is with you.
Hulk ready, Flagman!
Round two.
Freedom charge! Keep tight! Freedom charge! Asgard is with you! Freedom charge!
Goodness, bro.
Freedom! I see the move! I am ready. Magic.
Excellent. Round three.
Bro, I'm not buying this game twice. I don't care if I'm doing content. I refuse.
Getting started. Needs work. Very well. I see the move. Keep tight. Freedom charge. Okay. Restoring justice. There. I see the move. Freedom charge.
Bro, this guy doesn't know a single mix-up. He's literally just spamming the same overhead or low over and over and over.
Asgard is with you. Shield strike. Done it. Magatino. You need my help. I'm not done. I see the move. Freedom charge. Restoring justice. All right. Shield strike. Out of the way.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Okay.
Don't blink. Are you ready? I'm a samurai.
My goodness, bro.
Player 2.
And my game freezes again for some odd reason. Some odd reason. I don't know why it does this. Game is... Can I just not rematch anyone? I might have to restart my game. Holy...
Our next matchup in the challenge of...
I might have to restart my game. Not let me rematch anyone. That's how the combo's supposed to go.
You can prove yourself smart and run away. Here, no mercy, Fuji. Here, got you. Careless. Arrogance gets you punished. Here, got you. Over here.
Moment of truth.
Point of moving to my college alone, setting my PC. Oh, you should set up to play this game. Come join the A-frames. Come set up to play this game.
Now for today's main event. Here's Dr. Doom. Brace yourself. Round 1.
You too broke for Tokon? Tokon not too broke for you though.
Annihilate. Perish. Annihilate. I've got
got this. I am ready. Magic. Die! Struggle. It won't. I'm here. Surrender now. Feel my wrath. I've got this.
Round 2.
Here, I'm here. Okay then. Pointless. Won't get away from me. No. I'm here.
Said on the attack version, huh?
I've got this.
Let me have a go, Dr. Doom. Come on.
Perfect.
諦めなよ。相手が悪かったんだ。
Assemble.
All kill.
Round 4.
That grabs out the sky. What? Bro just pressed, he just mashed his assist button. Oh my, okay.
Now for today.
This game doesn't work, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Like, this game does not work on PC, bro. Like, it doesn't work, bro. This shit is broken. It's actually broken. It doesn't work, bro. Like, it's actually mad.
Here's my aim. System signals.
8 frame magic, big ass normals.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
ready.
No mercy.
Ready to deploy. Let's have at it to me.
Why the fuck is my thing not coming out? Oh, that's why.
One does not cross. A cross shot. Perfect. The power.
Just looking at the wrong person's meter.
Round 2. I await your call.
Gotcha.
The demons are
Full on. No mercy.
Assemble.
Round 3. Fight!
Feel my power away. Power of a thought. So run.
Won't get away with this.
Doesn't beat cross up. What? What? That made no sense. Why'd that not beat that? I mean, I didn't even want that anyway. I wanted guard cancel. But whatever, I suppose.
I see the move.
Leave it to me.
Reached. Okay.
Round 4.
Have at them, blend.
No mercy.
A wise decision.
Gotcha.
I jabbed. Jabbed in reach.
See my match. Leave it to me. The same. Do them.
Okay. Okay, well, he just mashed his assist button. Bro, this game is slop. Oh my god, he just pressed the assist button 4 times. I just clogged up my screen.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Won't get away with this. Gotcha. No mercy.
Yaruka.
Wait, what are you doing?
Makasero.
I'm with you. Over here. Gotcha.
What? I pressed medium. Wow, it caught me. Because it tracks.
Cavalry's here.
Round 2.
Hello, future medic.
That was mixed.
I am ready. Makasero. What's next? You can't.
We're at down assist instead of no assist. I don't want down assist.
Copy.
No mercy. Gotcha.
Give thanks to me.
Gotcha.
On it.
My jump start up.
Round 3.
I'll go.
Hey, up.
You're inside.
shield hit, man. Okay. God, that lag. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it says have like no cooldown in this game, so people just spam the shit out of the button like crazy, bro. The wrong combo, so good though. Oh my god, look, he's just pressing the assist button. He's just mashing the assist button, clogging up my screen. Like, oh my god.
Brace yourself.
Okay. That reaches? Jesus. What? Oh, why did I get DP? That makes no sense. What? I got DP? What in the?
Roger.
Okay, whatever.
Incredible. This is it. That should do it. You can't run. There you go.
I'm getting happy birthday. What? That hit him into the. Oh, this game made no sense. Okay. That made no sense. What? Oh man. You jumped? What the fuck? That's not even the right answer to that. He's just mashing. What is he doing? What is he doing? I'm blocking. How did? Oh, that makes no sense, yo.
Nothing stops the more monster blade. You're limited.
What? He's just mashing the assist button. Why can you do that? Dude, I don't like that, man. That shit is so... You can just clog up the screen, just mashing the assist button. That shit is so stupid. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know why you could do that. It's so dumb, bro. Ah, it's so silly, yo.
Winner, player one, here up.
This game drives me insane, bro. I think this might be the first fighting game where I extremely dislike the system mechanics. There's a lot of system mechanics in this game I just don't like. Like, not at all, bro. Some of them are just so bad. Some of them are awful to me. It's like, I don't know.
Get down over here. Gotcha. Get down. Get down over here.
I don't know, man. That'll be rank up though, yeah.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
What? I didn't mean to do that.
I'm not done.
Oh my god, I can't keep... I keep hitting this guy and then dropping the combo.
This is my battle. Round two.
What? I'm behind him. Yo. Oh my god, this game is gonna drive me mad. I was literally behind him.
I'm not done. No mercy.
This game, bro, why are anti-airs that big? It hits behind him. What is that? Fuck, it's overhead. You gotta block low and then that's overhead. You didn't read shit. You mashed that. It wasn't fucking raging like a book. Fuck up, Cap. Fuck you, Cap. Oh, hell no. Read this shit. You ain't read shit. You ain't read shit, bro. Bro just mashed that shit and this dude Cap gonna say raging like a book. Fuck no, you didn't. You was mashing guard cancel. You mistakenly got that.
Peter Quill is psycho. Winner. Player one.
Man, fuck Captain America, bro. Fuck Captain America, bro.
Brace yourself. Round one. Shield strike. Dodge this. I'm not done. 준비 바치리.
Wanna win?
I am always ready. Round two. Fight. I'm not done.
No mercy. Take this.
Shield strike. Let's see the move. Shield shot. Here to help. At any time. Incredible.
What? You mash? God damn, these mashaholics.
Are you beyond restricted? I await your call.
Ooh, can't reach. I thought it would reach. I think I have to mash light. Wait. Yeah, heavy, and then. Yeah, okay. I gotta mash medium or heavy to autocorrect my height. And then do it. So do like medium once or twice.
That was neat.
Go!
I can just do that.
System stable. Moment of truth. Backup systems good.
Oh, I can just do that. 1200. Oh, wait, this does more. I'm a bot. I just do that instead. I don't know. They're both good though.
Now for today's main event.
Okay. I'm reaching my limit with this game. His name is How Do I Block? You just know he's about to do some dumb shit. You just know he is.
Brace yourself.
You just know he's about to pull off some dumb shit, bro. Yeah, 8 frames. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. That'll fucking do it. Yo! This game is so fried. It's not even funny, bro. This game is so fucking cooked, bro. It's so fucking cooked. Bro, why is the number 8 though? Yo, can someone tell me why is the number 8? Like of all numbers, why 8 though? What? I couldn't comboed off that. Bro, I killed him 3 times and the game rubber banded it. I killed him like 3 or 4 times. I couldn't even call an assist for it because I didn't know it connected because the game rubber fucking banded. Oh, wow. I'll do it again. Fuck you. You back at 8 frames? Oh, yes. Will the 8 frames consume me? Fuck yes, it will. The perfect title for this dream. What? How am I supposed to read that mix? What? That's unreadable. That's. I don't know what you want me to do. How am I supposed to fight? This game is so broken on PC. It's not even funny, bro. Bro's hitting me with fucking guillotine loops. I'm dead as fuck. Is it too late to get a refund? I'm pretty sure they're still allowing people to get refunds even if you have like 10 hours on the game just because of the way the game runs. The game is literally broken. Like the game does not work. Need a beginner's guide? Son, what guide can I do with this fucking lag, bro? Game is unplayable for fucking half the player base. I can't even play the fucking game. Like, this is a single player game for him. Like, I doubt he's lagging on his side. I hit him. Okay. Just rubber bands my hit back. Okay. Oh my god, if that rubber banded it back, like, I don't know. I can't even play the fucking game, bro. What's up, Lucid? Yo, this game is so broken on beat. And in every video I do when I play this game, I have to cut out all of these matches. Like, I'm sick of it now. I'm not cutting shit out anymore. I don't give a fuck anymore, bro. Oh, I could have assembled. I don't give a fuck no more. I'm not cutting shit no more, bro. This is the game, bro. This shit don't work, bro. This is literally what I have to do every video. I have to cut matches like this. How are you supposed to, like, I don't know. Am I tripping or is your game a little laggy? Yeah, bro. The update works, yeah, just some people's PCs can't do it, yeah. Oh my god. Oh.
Moment of truth.
Oh man.
Not bad. Gotcha. Leave this to me. I warned you. I'm coming. I warned you.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is... Brace yourself. Round one.
Shush. Say bye. Eviscerate. No use.
What? I didn't do that, but I didn't mean to do that, but it's all good. What? The assist beat my EX? How the fuck does that work?
I am ready. Wise decision.
That's mixed.
Let's go,
Okay. Can't be lows. I mean, you can't low that. So annoying.
I can go, Logan. Round 3. You need my help.
Damn it.
You're cooked, Bob. Off you go. How'd you like that? Take the eviscerate.
Nice.
Nothing can kill me.
That was the wrong button. It was so good.
Here's my aim. KO. Assemble. All kill. Round 4. Fight. All right. Here's my aim. Are you? Watch out. Worry not. I'm coming at you. I warned you.
Why? You can trade with that? I've never seen that. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could trade with specials like that, other than like projectile ones. I thought you could only trade with projectile specials, like projectiles as in like guns, bullets, fireballs, and shit like that. I didn't know you could do that with physical specials. Interesting. It's unsafe. I gotta stop doing that.
You're cooked, Bob.
Bo said you're cooked, bub.
Bet you regret that. Anytime. Me.
So the diamond vibranium.
I can go, Logan. Round 2.
Oh, conversion. Okay. Watch it back. We got good comedy anime recommendations. Come Super and Grand Blue. Love is War.
You need my help. There's no escape. I warned you. Found you. I am wrapped up there. Shrapnel spike. Withstand this. Metallic might. You are outmatched. I'm coming.
You can do that?
I'm coming.
Character's cool.
Withstand this. Shrapnel spike. There's no escape.
System stable. Honestly. Damage check.
Ride all you want. Moment of truth. Withstand this. Withstand this. System, get away with this.
I watched the anime, it was great. What about
High profile match coming up.
comedy. Give me a second. I'll come back to the question. I am so ass at this game. Prison school. That comedy? Ain't that some gooner shit?
Perfect.
Had enough? 준비 바치리.
Round 2.
Get done.
Damn it. Should unlock another character. W. Okay, so if I do that combo, I have to jump again.
Straight to hell. Here we go. Here we go.
Trade combo? Are you serious? I mashed in it. Yay.
Too late to run.
Ay. Fucking hell, bro. Ah, yeah, you gotta go. Oh.
It's not over. It's not over. Metallic might. Go, go, go!
Can I clutch this? This is gonna be kind of hard. Ooh, give me that. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh, are you kidding me? That counter hit me. Oh man, it's anti-air. Dude, from that far? Oh, his conversions are so insane. I'm dead, like literally. Wait.
Waste of time.
Oh, no way. Oh, let's go! Clutch! Let's fucking go. I had no stakes, so I was like, oh shit, I gotta switch characters, don't I? That's a fucking clutch. Give me that. Let's fucking go. Paid actor? I ain't no paid actor, but I was a fucking clutch. I had 1 HP for like more than half the round. That was a clutch. What? That is insane. It just took me out the portal. I DP'd. Why'd I get fireball? Oh my god, this range is ungodly annoying. Arrogance. You play on a hitbox and I play on Rizukitsune.
Whenever you wish.
Round 2.
Nice. That was stupid of me. I don't know why I did that. Oh, damn, this guy loves that anti-air. I blocked too, but I think it's too late in a situation like that.
Face my fury. The wisdom of Wakanda.
I didn't even know he had a freaking Black Panther. This guy has not switched characters like the whole set. So I'm saying, like, how is this game a 4v4 game? I'm saying motherfuckers never switch characters. Oh man. I play Loki and Friends. Literally, like, this guy is literally Ghost Rider and Friends. I feel like I'm like the only one switching characters like most of my matches. It's rare to see you like ever switch characters. I say I switch a decent amount. I don't switch like a crazy amount. I think I switch enough. Like I switch to like get conversions and stuff. Like these people don't switch ever. What is this fucking combo? Holy balls. Can I play the game?
Oh, come on, man. Oh. I should have charged the heavy for the overhead, but I fucking wasn't thinking. Darkness is my domain.
Say goodnight. You're lucky. You're not a vamp. Surrender is there.
Oh shit. Oh, let's fucking go. Thank you, Star-Lord. Oh god. I do not want to fight that girl, bro. God, she was on my ass, bro. That girl away from me. You're tough. Thanks. Why is there a down arrow right there? What does that mean?
I summon your demise. Withstand this. Metallic might. Backup systems go. I am right.
I think it was like gigantic bounce. Holy shit.
We've got. Brace yourself.
Oh. I want to get to vibranium before I get off. What's up, Zeta? How you doing? You been on this game or what? Oh yeah, are you a combo breaker? I got all my tears in first round. That's actually godlike. That's not good. Oh my god, thank god she dropped out of it. Oh, no happy birthday for you. Eat a dick. Magneto. Let's go. Let's go, Magneto. Let's fucking go. What? Why did I drop? Not my work. Oh, you want this? Get some games soon. Just got vibrating. I'm about to get it right now. I think. I'm down whenever. Oh fuck. It's hard to grind though because it's fuck ass lag. I've had like at least 6 matches today with 8 frames already. Like I don't know. Okay, I pressed the wrong button.
Oh my god, the lag on the cutscene too. Yeah, that's literally what happened to me earlier. Thankfully, even the matches I've been lagging, I've been winning though. But like, I obviously don't rematch them.
You need my help.
Oh wow, okay. Whew. Nice. I don't even know what Magneto's cross up is. Isn't it medium? Yeah, it's gotta be medium. What? Let's go.
Winner, player one. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
No mercy.
Oh my god, look how much damage he just fucking lost. I mean, fuck. Should have done the special. Yeah, I should have done medium special. Oh. Oh, did that reach? God damn it, man. Holy two touches is such a D. That fucking reached me? Oh, wrong button. No, I didn't mean to command grab Magneto. You don't know how to play fucking Mag. I don't know how to play Mag. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh shit, he knows how to play Mag. Hold on. I want to see Cyclops. I'm on a 10 win streak. Hold on, I gotta lock the fuck in. I didn't even know I was on a 10 win streak. I'm about to lose that shit right now though. Yeah, I'm about to lose that shit. I didn't even realize it. Yeah. You see that lag? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Oops. What? That didn't combo? Did the assist miss? Oh shit. What the fuck is this mag combo? Oh god. Charge heavy. Dude, what is this? I'm fucking dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. This guy just fucking bomboed the shit out of me. I'm actually fucking dead. Okay, yeah. This is miss. Oh, fucking hell, bro. Okay, that goes my 10 win streak. You just bomboed the shit out of me with Magneto.
Brace yourself.
Jesus. I said he don't know how to play Magneto. This dude bomboed the fuck out of me. That's not good. Alright, well, Magneto's his best character. What the fuck? Easily. Like, what is this?
His mag is way better than his Spidey. Spidey's just broken. What is that lag? 8 for... Okay, bro. Doing combos, yeah. Oh, of course, I dropped my combo. Please don't lag on me, bro. Okay. I can't, man. I can't finish the combo. Like, it's too laggy. It's too fucking laggy for me to finish the combo. Ooh, stinks. It's too fucking laggy, bro. Like when he's comboing, the frames at 0. When I'm comboing, it's at 8. Okay. Like I don't know what to do, bro. That's just so fucking laggy.
It's no use. Here's my aim.
Oh man. 6 frames. When the cutscene's lagging, like I don't know, it's just fried. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Oh. Oh, I tried to grab. Nice. It's so fucking laggy, bro.
Here's my aim. First noise. And cynicism. A wise decision. You need my help. No use.
What? I couldn't even like react to extend off it because of the fucking lag. What? Come on. I'm dead. I actually just lost off that. That's crazy. I actually just lose off that. Did you see that? I'm dead. GG's. That's so dumb, bro. Oh my god. I actually just lost off that, bro. Like, I'm in a middle of putting him in a mix-up, it just fucking lags. I don't know, man. You can't do nothing about that. The game is so broken, bro. Oh, man. I'm so fried, bro. This game is so broken on PC, bro. That's so sad, bro. Like, oh, man. I lost my 10 win streak and then I lose the set as well. Like, oh my god. They need to fix this shit on PC. It's so bad. Yeah, it needs a patch badly. Nah, because losing that is crazy. Because I'm like actually confident. I think I can win that. I'm pretty sure I win that if I wasn't lagging. I had so many drop combos. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. Let's play Rivals. Jesus Christ, bro. Damn, I definitely win that there if wasn't lagging. Alright, we're gonna play Rivals with a lie. Fucking hell, bro. That sucks, dude. What up? I just lost a 10 win streak because of this stupid client lagging like crazy. Very fun.
On Tokon?
Yeah. Very fun. So damn laggy.
Sorry about that.
Nah, it's all good.
What have you been playing on Tokon?
Blade, Magic, Star-Lord, Magneto.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna replace Magneto with Cyclops though. Hey, what are you up to? Did you play a match or what?
No, I just started. Hi, Kyoko. Hi,
Hey.
Darkness. How are you guys doing?
Thanks for our account.
Hi, Ashlyn. So, I'm gonna be playing mostly Mag, but it's gonna be Mag, Elsa, and Luna. And if I don't get any of those, it'd be Strange, Bucky, and Jubilee for a second option.
The best Magneto returns, I see. Nice.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Even though that was
Probably
laggy,
gonna
chat.
load him on my ult.
Oh, you probably will. You know, it was laggy, chat. Still had fun, chat. We are improving. It was a lot of fun.
Hi, Bonsai.
Okay, let me invite you to this thing.
I
There.
hope you guys are well. Oh, that's not what I wanted to open.
Are you well?
I'm good. I'm good, Bonsai. I'm well.
Have a good day or what?
It was okay. Trans 145? Damn. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It was okay.
That's
Yeah.
what's up. That's what's up. All right, ready to go whenever. I'm already warmed up because I played earlier.
You see the Cage trailer? The Cage trailer? No. Oh wait, that's your chat.
No, I used to talk about Kingdom Hearts.
I forgot we
saw
shared
it.
chat.
It's good. It was good. Blah, blah, blah. Do you even know what
Hi,
Kingdom Hearts
Info
is?
Chat. You told me about it.
Kingdom Hearts?
I forgot.
Have I?
You told me something about it, yeah. Kingdom
Oh.
Hearts.
Maybe I have. I don't remember.
Thank you, Bonsai.
It's a
I need
fun
to show you
story game.
something real quick.
Me?
Yeah.
What? I'm scared. When you say that, I'm fucking
Don't be
scared.
scared. Don't be scared.
You saying that scares the shit out of me.
I've only seen it. I haven't done it yet. So,
Huh?
yeah.
So bonsai. Hello, Elias chat.
Hi, kitty.
Sure. Is it in game or?
Yeah, it's in game. Hi, Ninja. Pre-cooked.
You saying that scares the shit out of me. It's either something really sick or something, I don't know, really gooner or I don't know.
Gooner? No.
That surprise you had for me was very scary. It was a damn cap skin. Very scary. Now I'm scared of your gifts.
Oh well. Well, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Mm-hmm. No, we didn't ban anyone. Ban Gambit, I guess, or ban Elsa if you're not gonna play it.
It's up to them. I guess she banned Elsa because of the traps. Either works.
Don't you have enough to get like a skin on that account now? Have you been like getting the free stuff in the battle pass? Just like free currency in there. You could just, you definitely would have enough for a skin by now. Oh, you're trolling.
I mean, I have gotten skins. You mean on my main, right?
No, this account, you're all. You probably have like
Oh,
a
no.
million purple stuff. You use to buy free stuff.
I can. I don't think it's really necessary because I get on my main.
I mean, yeah, but you.
I just be on that loading, not loading screen.
You wanna be
it
skinless
takes
forever?
time to claim it.
We dripless forever.
I got skins.
You're dripless.
Skins.
I'll fight to end.
Play Blade. I play Blade on.
Okay,
ages.
watch.
Huh?
Oh shit.
Oh my God! Please tell me.
Wait.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh damn it.
Who taught you this?
Am I doing it wrong? God damn it!
You are
Okay,
too
let me switch.
old for this. You're like 40 something trying to throw it back, bruh.
Hold
What
on.
the hell?
I did it wrong. I'll show you later.
Try again.
I'm gonna try again.
Sure. Like, no, she's not humping the wall. She's trying to twerk on Groot. Why did you take the time out of your day to learn this? Because
It's fun to learn fun facts and stuff. Gotta do it in a corner. Oh.
what
Am I the
the?
only- No, I'm not.
Wait, so I was right. It is something freaked out. I was right, chat.
No, it's not.
You're twerking on Groot. That is pretty freaked out, I'd say. That guy's dead. I'm dead. Oh, our entire backlines? Where? Wait, what?
Are backlines good or no?
No, they're not. I just didn't get you. Equally? What do you mean equally? I'm not freaked out. That's her. Equally is crazy. A perfectly normal individual. I just be gaming. Yeah, Spider-Man's gonna be a problem, I guess. Or maybe he won't, I don't know.
Ooh, where's... Oh, Lord. Get me in! Oh,
I couldn't see the stuff on the floor because of all the effects.
no! Ooh, this is leftover provision to buy the things you haven't. Unlock it. Oh, hi, tabs.
We're here, Blade game.
I know I get random skins for sure. Randomly. I don't remember how.
Events? Balloon popping? I don't know.
I mean, I don't play on my alt enough to remember. Up until now, I guess.
I got Mantis.
Oh, who's that? I messed that up. Who was that? Oh, it's Gambit. I did it too fast. I'm back, Death. I am. You gonna join us?
Oh yeah, what's up, Duff? I was just about to hit you up actually. We just got on my game. Bet.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Shit, dude.
I'm dead.
In game, but after we get out of ours, yeah, sure. Let me know when you're ready.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Come on over. Daddy DP will heal you up.
Where the? Is that Black Cat ever gonna ult or?
Could use some help.
I'm walking out. Shoot, I do not want to be pulled. Okay, chat, hold on. I would switch immediately, but I think I just need to time my bubbles better.
Switch
I
for
need to
what?
time it before he bites me.
Oh, the
Dino.
Dino and Thor. Yeah, it is kind of hard to play Mag into that. We're just gonna keep pulling you.
Although if I die again this time, I'm gonna switch. Bad face, not mine. I'll join after. Okay.
Taste cold steel.
No.
You okay? Oh, you got pulled off the map. Oh no.
Yeah. I don't really know who to play.
You can do Emma.
I'll go Strange.
You can do Emma. You can do Strange. Strange would be kind of hard. They have Gambit. He's gonna cleanse your ult, but I'd still do it if I were you.
I just have to land my ult on Gambit then.
Okay, yeah. We definitely should have banned Mantis. I'm banning Mantis every game after this. I literally cannot kill them. They have a Starlord Mantis just stealing like
I
crazy.
just got here, please. Taps, how have you been?
I gotta switch. Their comp is so sweaty.
Well, at least the beast's got my back.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Only 60 seconds left.
There he was 1 HP. Dino's dead.
Got him.
That guy's dead. What's up, Jaren?
Oh, I have ult. Wait, where am I gonna ult? Oh, they're ult portaling.
That's freaking Spider-Man. Won't leave me alone. Nice. Okay, that wasn't that bad.
Wasn't that bad.
Yeah, you can go back to Magneto. They have a cloak now. And they're not on. Well, I guess they portaled, but it's up to you.
I mean, we'll see. On the second point, if they still have Spidey, I should definitely switch.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Because I think I should have. I don't think it's on you guys to switch. I think it was on me. I should have definitely just switched off Blade before I did Dino. Because you can't play Dino since my Punisher. So you can definitely play Mag now.
Okay.
Yeah, I have like no shield tank. This is a free Punisher game.
I'm gonna pause it.
Oh yeah, when did you? Huh? Bruh.
In a corner, they said?
Dude, you don't got it like that. Your shit is flat, bruh. Your shit is flat.
Don't say that about my group. Don't say that about my group. I'm learning, okay? I'm a beginner.
You don't got nothing back there, bruh.
You gotta motivate me, man.
Motivate you to shake ass on group. Motivate you to shake ass on group. I never thought I'd hear those words. She wants motivations to shake ass on group.
I would motivate my group to do that.
What?
I better not be grabbed right here.
How about I motivate you to win the game? That's better, no?
I mean, I'm trying. You think I'm not?
No, you are. It's just I'd rather motivate you for that instead of shaking ass. Oh, we're down one healer.
Got bubble for you. We're down another healer.
I'm hit pretty bad.
Y'all good over there?
Next stop, the Weaver. I'm hunkering down.
That wasn't a good spot to turn. God damn it.
Oh, I don't have anything for you.
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Judge.
Gambit on me. No,
Oh.
man. He launched it really fast. There's nothing you can do about that. Let's do Star-Lord. It's easier on Star-Lord. Oh, man.
Got their gambit. Got their gambit. Let's push in.
How fucking annoying, bro. I'm just gonna go no more. I'm not gonna let this guy dive us like this. Because he's frying our back line.
Fantastic!
You guys are annoying as hell. What's up, Samantha? How you doing? Do anything fun today, Samantha? Scared of you. Team.
Well, we're down a healer.
Oh, I see. All good.
I'm trying to bubble you, though. Oh, you're good.
I'm fine.
Hi, Samantha.
It works.
Hi, DPS. I could switch.
Wait, you switch? You don't need to switch. What'd you need to switch?
If Spidey pulls me off.
Oh, right here. Yeah, that could be kind of hard. Yeah, I mean that's like almost any tank though. Just gotta play safer.
Strength could float. Strange could flow, Emma could dash.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess you could do that.
Yeah, it's also a big gap, but it's only if he gets me.
Us against the world.
Trent's gonna ult. Thank God I saw that.
Ooh, fat ult. Let's go. I got 2 of them. One of them's low. I don't know where you went though. Oh, it's cloak. Dead.
Healers, did you like me shielding you? Terrible C&D ult. Yeah, it definitely wasn't a good one. It wasn't needed.
That Gammon almost died. He ran so fast.
Got their gambit. Aw.
Look, we have 1 minute.
Fuck, they're all getting so low.
No, Black Cat's frying him. Just gotta help her.
I'm gonna get Thor off a point.
He dead. That guy's dead. Nice game. Nice, solid first match. Did we say Gambit all even then? That wasn't bad. It was a peaceful match. Yeah, I'm sleepy. I'm assuming Def is still stuck in a match, I guess.
Nope, he's here.
Okay.
Hi, Rack. How are you doing?
English hard. English is hard. There's something I was gonna show you, but I don't even remember what it was anymore. Nah, just forget it. If I remember it, I'll bring it up. Ooh, my camera chat.
Death, let me know when you're on, because I'm in the practice range.
Root beer flows? Those are really good. There's a character I wanted to play, but I don't remember either.
Oh, I think I know what I did wrong.
What do you think you're doing?
Wait.
When we learn, old lady. When we learn.
Wait, what am I doing wrong?
Just staring at you do this is so like, oh my lordy.
Ooh, you see that?
I don't see shit.
I'm fast with it too.
Oh my god, bro. It's like, what is that one gif? It's like this shit. Hold on.
Yeah, what am I doing?
No, I gotta find it.
Come on, Groot. I know you got it. Do you have other skins with
In
him?
Discord
No,
chat, that's you right now. That's literally you. Like, that's the equivalent of what it looks like to me right now, what you're doing.
Wait, no, trust. I just have to have a different skin. I was
Chat,
told...
this is what she looks like.
Come on, Groot. Do me some justice.
This
Ooh,
is
this is... You see that? You see that? You see it?
What? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know the Cap tech? Can Cap do the same thing?
What? No. Cap can't do this.
See that? Oh my god! I need another skin for this. The Emma tech. The Emma tech? Is that Jeff? Yeah.
Captain
What?
Steve Rogers, at your service.
You're jealous.
You switched characters inside of my mouth? What the fuck?
No.
I'm about to say, that's
What
cheese.
do you mean?
Let's try this.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, you can do that? What the fuck? Cap can jork it.
I'm gonna switch calls.
Alright. Oh, lordy, dude.
I hope they like it.
Wait, what? Hello, your mic's echoing again.
Cap do something else? Something else.
What the? Who do I play, chat?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Play Hood. Be right back.
Guns out. Let's go.
Okay, I'm
Oh wait, you're playing Rogue? Actually, no, I'll play Magic. Be right back.
Powers and a little
Ooh, I'm gonna
demonic magic
go Mag.
too.
I was gonna fill, but
Yeah.
I do want to play Mag.
Who am I gonna banish from this
No, you
match?
play Meg for
Cyclops.
sure.
How you doing, Death?
I'm doing pretty good. Games today have been pretty toxic, but other than that, it's pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are those toxic games?
Just your average like GM egos, like really flexing hard on, you know, talking shit to either their teammates, their enemies, or whatever else. Like nobody can just like play the game.
I need Death
let's
to
see.
talk about the roof to Infer. Oh yeah, when
What?
Infer gets back. Yeah. You need to talk to us about the roof.
The roof?
You know? The roof.
What roof?
Ulting the roof. Ulting the roof. It's like we're best friends.
Eh?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Wait, you haven't seen him? You haven't seen him ult the roof with Mag?
No. The roof?
Yeah. We need you to talk about that.
I am back.
Oh, DPS. What were you saying? Earlier. Hold on, let me see. I want to play Rivals, but I don't have the Wi-Fi password
Gold.
over here yet.
Oh, Gail's not strong in gold. He's strong with coordination.
Yeah, traveling?
They're slandering me.
Oh,
They was
yeah.
talking shit when I went AFK. That's crazy.
You guys streaming together?
Yeah. Would you like to join
it
up?
and you send it to you.
Y'all were talking shit when I went AFK? Okay.
You know, lie. Yo, what's the roof?
Yeah. The roof.
Tell me what the roof is.
Yeah, they was talking
Tell me what the
shit.
roof is.
See, this is why I was talking shit about her yesterday with Death. We had to stream. He was talking hella trash
Hi, Dini.
for like 30 minutes straight.
Oh, new house. Congrats. In my scoop, I asked for the Wi-Fi password too late. Oh, everybody is asleep.
W house. Nice. Yo, chat, when y'all buy me a house? When y'all buy me a house, chat?
Ooh! Oh.
I'm dead as
Oh, they
fuck.
got a wall.
Man, shredded me. Yeah, I got shredded too. 28.
Oh my god.
Who is it? They have Elsa and... Oh, okay.
Infer and Rue have a close relationship. What?
They're skits. I don't see them. Yeah, we gotta ban Elsa every match if you're not playing it.
Fuck. I forgot to save my bubble for that. Nice. Wolf is down. She ulted?
She was 1 HP. I almost killed her. Wow. Okay, me and Gambit just died. That's
wow, I'm surprised she actually got many kills in that ult.
I mean, we were both one shot, and she just pulled. So, yeah, they'll do it. Hi, Wolf. Roll low.
Oh, Wolf has no passive.
Oh, they got nothing after that.
Yep. And they were anti. They couldn't do shit. Who you guys fighting?
It's Elsa in the
Oh,
back.
Elsa up here.
She's still alive.
Lurking?
Somewhere.
I can go for it, but she's in our spot.
Oh, lordy.
I was gonna mark her.
I fell down.
Magneto's down here. Drop down, drop down.
I got Wolf.
Get this Magneto.
Fuck. Hit it too. I don't have Wolf though, it's not bad then. Ours is better. Inva's gonna have hers and
I died to a trap. Huh. Also, really is still flanking.
Reborn again.
I'm gonna die. And for Meg ulted under a roof and they say you got
That did not happen.
Oh.
Oh man.
I can go back to hold.
I wasn't looking forward. That was my fault.
Thanks for the boost, Remy. Now let me
Look at this high ground. Has such a low success rate? What do you mean?
I was getting in position in case we needed a TP. Fuck.
I'm touching.
Bro, they're getting pocketed so hard. Like, I can't kill this Elsa. She perma has an invis shield on her. This perma has an invis shield on her. It might dive.
And we banned thing, huh?
What job was I streaming? No, it was full time.
I should have learned Dino. Shoot.
Infer's never had a job.
Yep. Nobody wants to hire me, sadly.
Let me lead the charge.
You know, it's unfair, really.
You hire me, Duff.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What would you say your skills are?
I find it better. Oh, low ground. Okay, on that map.
I got declined from McDonald's.
Yeah.
Is that good enough? It's not good enough?
You are right about that DPS.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
I can't get it.
My skills, I play Blade.
I've rogue even more.
We'll go downstairs next time, because I also know it's better downstairs. Invis is 1. Fuck, she has a shield. She's full health now.
How my crosshair gets
Where are we
switched?
fighting? Where's Wolf? Oh, they're on Widow now.
Good work.
Holy. Why is my crosshair different? What the fuck?
Every little bit helps. Enhanced ammo.
Just kind of back to the point. I'm gonna lure them in.
I don't troll and I don't rage bait. I would never do that. That's fucked up.
At full potential.
There we go.
I'm dead.
I can't get you.
Oh my lordy. Nah, it's nothing you can do about that. Why am I... Okay, for some odd reason my settings on this account are just changed. Like, I don't know why.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Odd.
And boy's fast. Mikey.
Oh, please. Why are you not ulting for me?
Oh, I'm dead as fuck.
Dude. Why do people hold their ults? Like, fucking... You, whatever.
I just wasted the bubble.
Rip.
Why? Oh my god.
That was like a huge way to like hold the point forever, and we just fucking threw it.
Infer.
What? But I got one-shotted. Yeah, but Elsa
Oh my
and
god.
Hello,
Are we ready to push in now?
Yeah. Elsa and whatever her name is.
Oh my god.
Widow. They just do insane damage to me. Yeah, I'm about to die again. Like, they just got crazy poke.
Die, man.
And we're not using support ults. We're not using support ults, so. No, we're not getting dope. We're just getting poked.
Alright. We just don't want to like...
We gotta use the support ult.
Yeah, we just can't move forward. Like
we're just having trouble taking space.
We need to push in with a support ult.
Step aside.
Please don't stack us.
Like, I get...
Can we use a gambit ult eventually, please? Like, or now? Alright, force that ult.
Perfect precision.
I got 2 of them.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Don't lose your shit, bro. Lose your shit.
Well...
Let's make space.
Infernasu, the only way that we win this, I think, is if you pull off something by either giving the Luna ult off the points, or you get with someone with your kill.
Luna ult off the point?
So,
I'll see what I can do.
yeah, we gotta get your ult up. I will engage first for you. You build your ult up. Tell me when you got it.
I got it. Oh, well, she did it
Never mind.
herself.
Kite to point, kite to point. Just try to stay alive.
I got a rogue. What? Who? Invis. I can't think straight right now.
No.
Oh, shit.
I got both the healers. And
Stay alive with that ult.
DPS or something. Yeah, this guy's annoying to kill.
TP.
Got her.
Good work.
Okay, I don't want to smurf, but I don't think I have a choice here.
What is cash?
Yeah, I think we need, yeah.
Shadow and light in perfect harmony.
Am I eating? Popcorners.
Most boosts. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, Jaden.
These are fire.
Are you eating popcorn?
Boosted player.
No, popcorners.
Oh,
It's like popcorn, but you never had popcorners? These things are fire. I feel like you.
What's it like? I mean, it's like popcorn, right? But like, what
Nah.
makes it different?
It just doesn't get stuck in your mouth. It doesn't have like the kernels and stuff. They get stuck in your mouth.
Oh,
How does that
okay.
work?
It's just it's the
That's
same
not popcorn
flavor.
at all, then.
No, it is popcorn. It's
Do they-
popcorners. They're popped. Never fried. They're literally just popped.
Are they corn?
I think. I don't know. You guys are too many questions. You guys are asking way too many questions. Okay. I'm eating popcorners.
Whenever this. Oh, okay.
I think it is. I don't know. Chat, look it up.
Image is low.
I'm dead as fuck. One of their tanks.
Well, that didn't do much for them.
Invis is one. I got you.
Don't go too far.
They don't have one healer. Don't be afraid. Come play the game with us. It would help a lot.
Yeah, I'm scared of that fucking widow. He's only hitting headshots on that.
Valid.
That's fair
Don't
enough.
play too up close. You're playing Rocket.
Oh, Hood was so low.
Yeah, get him.
That guy's dead. Ooh, nice.
That's a good ult. That's a good DPS ult right there. Yo, Rocket, when I tell you, I want you to put an ult right next to me, okay? Do it now. I love you, Rocket. Thank you for that.
I think we're playing a little too serious here.
Nah, they got Widow.
Hold on. Wait, no, you're right. My bad. You're right.
There's someone's flanking all the way left.
It's Hood.
Oh, I just got. Okay.
Let's hold back a little bit.
Kite to point. You're down one. Nice.
Oh, I got 3.
Oh, there we go. Go back up. Keep waiting. They have no
I got
supports.
3. Come back. Well, come back in is what I meant.
Ooh, I
There we go. That's how
meleeed
you
him.
just do it.
It was melee.
You guys noticed that rubber band, right? Shit.
Oh, this evil. Kill that girl.
I'm ready to put on a show.
What? He
Oh, I
ulted to not
fucked up.
die? Magneto's ulting.
On me.
Luna's low.
Elsa probably has ult, no?
If she does, I'll kill her instantly.
Oh no, Rocket died. I tried to save her.
The fuck? Yeah, pin that girl down?
I think we should all just die at this
If you
point.
can. Oh, yeah, we can reset.
Mm.
It's fine. We're gonna come back before us.
She gets overkill from Hood ult too. Luna?
Rocket charge off of me. Rocket charge off me on the left.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm back. You're mine.
We're gonna combine Star-Lord and Rocket. Go left here. Oh fuck. We're not there yet.
Elsa's one. Oh. Actually beat me. What?
They're just low.
It just does more damage. I don't know. That's odd. I feel like I beat her there.
Damn, Rocket.
Elsa's dead.
Where'd the fucker go? Why's he doing that?
Oh, dead.
I mean, okay, that's
Try and
a
touch.
cat.
I don't think everybody would
Hi,
touch.
Anya. Never do. Nasu is not talking about food.
Huh? What'd I do?
Wait, someone's on point. Good work, team.
That gives Could ult give 150 shield if you're close per shot. I didn't know. So he stacks shields then?
Yeah. Every time he shoots, he gets shield. Because he
How
can't
many
move.
shots? He has 6, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of overshield.
Yep.
Odds. Oh, I'm in GM3.
GM1, slightly lower GM1 account. Yeah, you're right.
Um.
Wait, is my ult still GM1?
I felt a little evil.
Oh, good. Yeah, I got 2 accounts in GM1. That's good. There's some wiggle room there.
At this point, I really will be higher than my main.
Doesn't matter. As long as you're having fun. That don't matter.
My main one.
My ult's been higher than my main tons of times.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Your main's GM1 Troll Dragon.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do.
My own
Oh, I got
I might.
Now, who am I
My
gonna
what?
banish from this match?
Might play heals.
Why?
Itching for Luna.
Oh. Go
I
for
want to
it.
get better at Luna.
Damn it, throw my water. Be right back. Damn it.
Sweet. Suits you right now. Nice. Luna does crazy damage for no reason. Luna does crazy damage because there's so much damage in this game, and she's a non-mobile hero. So she needs a way to defend herself.
No.
Who do we get rid of last? Mantis?
Oh, I haven't seen a Mantis ban in a minute. Or Gambit.
Let's see if they ban. They're either going to ban Gambit or Punisher last. There
DD. That works with
Oh,
me.
this team-
All the
this team
dive
hates
ban?
dive.
You'll need a top-notch team to
Yeah.
win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Tether all characters attacking tethered enemies or healing linked allies restores your health. Hey, wait, this Adam team up doesn't seem bad.
Out of the dark and into the light.
I guess if we're going dual heals, it might be better to have that. I think for more survivability.
Get ready.
To have what?
So for Luna, right, we're running Luna Adam. I think it might be better to have the Adam team up.
Probably. It'll be enhanced. It's pretty powerful.
Oh, my water? I don't know. My fucking water broke for some reason. It's like the cap is like, I don't know, whatever.
Should be on the enhanced, maybe a 20 second
Get the
cooldown.
cooldowns back on
Oh,
Luna.
something like that.
Yeah, if I hit my crits.
Bro, you know what I mean, Icy.
He's out the ban phase. I haven't played Luna in so
I just
long.
one shot Hawkeye. That guy's super dead.
I'm gonna go all the way around. I'm gonna fight their back line in 3, 2.
You better hurry up. I'm killing them all. Don't worry, I saved some for you. 'Cause I'm a nice guy.
Okay.
Wait, what's the cooldown on this?
Adam's still on point. Oh, shit, there's someone on point.
His name is Fat. Huh.
Oh, 15 seconds? It's not bad.
Seriously, how many gods are there? Could use some healing, can't you?
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Are you lagging or it's me?
Probably just you, I think.
I can't get you, Death. Howie.
Love battlefield medicine.
Oh my gosh, Hawkeye's trying to one shot, man.
It's alright. Not your fault, Eli. I thought Infernasu had my back.
Huh? I'm Moon
Damn,
Knight.
Infer.
What the? I can't peel.
I saw an Ankh in there, and I was like, you know what? We can get this fool.
The Ankh is gonna peel?
Stabilize. I thought we were gonna kill the dude.
Wait, which guy? I have no clue which guy you're talking about.
A Hawkeye on the lower left.
Oh. Yeah, about that guy. He's low now. He's 1 HP.
I can't see.
I'm just gonna jump down. Don't worry.
You can't match yet.
Thanks. Low on power.
I'll get you.
There, ahead. I found it.
We can ult aggressively.
Oh shit.
Well,
Jump down. Just jump down. Jump to the pit.
Oh, I can.
Use your surroundings.
Wait, what?
Second chance is over.
Second
Not gonna lie, I think he's an Eon agent. DPS is, I don't think it's bad.
Not as good as it used to be, that's
really
for sure.
DPS, Luna's.
Doesn't work that good anymore because they removed the damage buff from the self snowflake.
I think it just depends
Mm.
how the game's going.
True. Oh, okay, he headshot me. Now she's pregnant? No, dude. What? I was talking about the cap on my water.
Face oblivion. Behold the moon.
Well, I got one of the healers.
How games so far, PT? They're okay. I played 2 Mad games. I'm playing a Luna game right now. I haven't played healer in a very long time.
That's good. You're one of us now.
Not too long.
You're one of us. One of us. One of us. Oh shit. This hella, like, is frying my damn brain. Okay, Hella's dead.
I'm anchoring point best I can.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, they used their ult.
Owie.
Killed Hella again. Oh my god, I killed 200 DPS. No.
The current score is
Oh.
That hood was not letting up. Yeah.
time to switch things up.
I think I'm just gonna switch the other team up. I thought one was gonna be good.
I blame a lot. If we had the best Magneto, we would be winning.
Through the cloudless night, just
Should have egoed that shit.
If we had the best Magneto NA, we'd be winning. Just went back to our old ways and now we're losing. Wait, why are we actually losing? Hold on. Wait, were we solo?
Well, they got their support ults really fast.
we
and
had
I was
Hood,
the
yeah.
only one
We
that
had-
could really push up with mine.
Hmm.
That's one thing I've thought about.
Are you guys getting
See
dove?
what I said?
But you can go back to support. I was just trolling. I can go anti-dive.
I'm not
They weren't really diving. It was just like they just had support ults, so they could just like walk on us, and we didn't.
Oh.
Yeah. Use Adam team up if
But,
your
like, we
enemy
had
team is
Adam.
running dive comp. Use Y Fox if they're running poke.
I'll play Hood then, I
You
guess.
have dive. They have magic. I haven't been seeing her.
What's up, Kirby?
Also need to find their value.
Onside, this one's looking a bit. I don't know.
I think it's still winnable.
DPS is the most mechanically difficult role, but like just because people lock DPS and play DPS doesn't mean that they're good at it.
Yeah, like me. Be careful.
Uh oh, we're down one already.
Yeah.
God damn. Okay, we got pushed back too hard.
Keep on fighting back.
Hold on.
Nice. Oh.
You're out of my. Oh, fuck.
Nah, Hella just fried me. Oh my.
We need to walk in.
Yeah, that Hella bodied me.
A nice deep freeze.
Got it. Touch.
I'm 1 HP. I can't touch. Okay, I'm coming in now. Or not. That's all good. It happens. Gaming and death.
Use unlock defense and can't kill anyone.
Yeah.
What?
You play Rogue as dive, or do you dive brawl with her? Just a little bit of both.
Wait, who was tanking?
I was
the
tanking,
Hella.
I switched to...
No, I know you were
Oh, yeah,
tanking.
yeah.
Oh. Who was our other healer? Was it Adam the whole game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that would do it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they just had
It's
better
not
support
calming
because they were
soulbound or
like-
nothing. Yeah, hell yeah, we're gonna lose that.
I'm not.
Yeah, you dive with Rogue or you brawl with Rogue. It's like...
But it worked out for everybody.
It's always situational.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
After so long, I get to do this? Huh. Come on, how much is it for the highlight? It can't be that much. 100 nuts? Wait, what?
If you give to a gold tank player, Emma,
Raising the prices again?
Stay alive. Stay alive as long as possible.
Sansa, did I ask how you're doing?
Fuck.
Rack, I don't like when. Oh. Like a week and a half? Damn. Locked up in the kid. I think I'm gonna go mag.
What is the context of this? What is the context of that? You posted it the other night and I just fucking cried laughing. Why does she look so... She looks so
Because, you know, you're
sad.
defeated sometimes. You know, you feel defeated. That's the reaction. Why did I send that to you? Can't remember.
I don't remember either.
I don't know. Whenever I feel defeated, that's what I'll usually send.
Oh, it was the
Yeah,
contacts.
staggering. Don't stagger.
That's why.
It was what?
The contacts.
Oh, that's right.
Tokon, bro.
Oh, Youngie! Thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Were you also playing Marvel? Hi, Kaboni. Hi, Youngie. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Thank ya.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
We
Our
are.
game? Alright.
It is. We're playing on our alts. We're learning Mag, Elsa, and Luna. So far, I mostly played Mag today. I had one Luna game, which was our last one that we lost. Did we win the first two?
Yeah.
2 wins, 1 loss.
You
How was
guys can't
your
see me in the
stream,
box in there, right?
So what?
Yeah, indeed. Hi, Mr. Pickles. How are ya?
You have to stop them from
The
securing
bee pickles.
the area.
We can't see you in the fog.
I have an Angela. I'm gonna mark the Angela, I guess.
Someone's on point.
Yeah, it's Angela. I kicked her off already.
Bucky used his hook. And he's so low. He's so
He was low.
Come on, Mag, shoot faster. What the hell?
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, I shouldn't want to hit him.
Okay, I might be fucked.
Whoever put me out last time.
I'm fucked.
We need to kite back as far as we can.
Youngie, were you playing Rivals? I'll play a little bit back. I tried to stay up front so they wouldn't push when Angela dived.
Yeah. I feel that.
Just stay near the portal. Lie.
Sorry. Up one game. Oh, nice.
Got
Where am I
Storm.
you right now?
Oh my fucking god, bro. This Angela won't leave me alone.
No! Oh, did I give you a bubble?
Yeah, you did. Oh, wow.
Oh. I'm so tired of the hood. This guy just keeps melting me.
He has a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That boy can shred. Oh my god, this Bucky won't stop shooting me. He has a storm damage boost again.
Yeah, basically he just tries to build up his super powered shots, and then you just have to like kite back on that.
Oh, don't peek that. Oh, okay, no, we can.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh my god, leave me alone, Bucky.
Armed and dangerous.
Are you good?
No, I'm dead. I got hooked.
You are not.
I got hooked. Wow.
I'm gonna find whoever put me out last time.
On Storm, die already.
Not who I wanted.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Yo, pro tip.
Okay, I can't play this
Pro tip,
character
you're
here.
playing support. You
Kill me
gotta
right
ult
now.
before people die. Otherwise, it's kind of useless. Kite back, kite. Oh, huge kill.
Oh, I should have saved it.
That Bucky has to die.
Kind of an annoying comp to go against.
It is. They have a very, very strong comp.
It's green.
They have poke with. Oh, okay. Switching off this godforsaken garbage character. Just Cyclops.
Oh, Jubilee fell, and she's also very low.
I have 5 deaths and the game just started. Like I'm running it down.
Good night, Youngie. Thank you for the raid.
Oh no.
Okay.
Blah.
Just found some damage off of me. Are we ready to push in?
Not there yet.
Hold on,
There.
Angela's behind us. Hold on. It's so low.
Okay, I am here.
Oh, watch out. Bucky
Little
might go
person
for
we
a
have.
help on
Bucky's
the
looking.
right.
Bucky's looking.
He's soaking?
He's done. He did it already.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Where's Bucky at? He's on the side somewhere.
Armed and dangerous.
Got him. Angela.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Damn, she's tanky as fuck.
How'd that miss?
I'm gonna fuck you.
I'm gonna just go Phoenix. Oh lordy. Just gonna kick this girl off Storm.
I can't have her damage boosting this Bucky, bro. That dude's doing way too much damage with that shit.
Oh, she died over there. No.
Unfortunate.
I can't kill anything. Like, they're all so tanky and getting healed so much. Might just have to go dive. Kill this hood. What is he? This guy's crazy.
Oh, no, no, no. Fuck. Try to stay alive. We're close to our support else. Let me try to ult first.
Jubilee's down.
Never mind. Yeah, I like your damage. Gimme.
Are you fucking kidding? Okay. I guess Jubilee's gonna have ult, so I'm gonna try to use mine for that.
Alright.
That's a good call. You can throw Mag and Phoenix ult together might work.
Only 60 seconds.
Okay.
He stopped them in their tracks.
I was gonna save mine for Storm.
You could use it for Storm then. Got her.
Nice. What is Emma?
GG no heals.
Well, why were they not healing? Wait, what?
Wait, how did you die if I died?
I don't know. They weren't healing me either.
Hey, back.
They're directly behind me, so I don't know.
You want me to go?
Hold on.
There.
I am ready to put on a show.
No, not again.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Bucky's dead.
I'm gonna save them in time.
I got Luna as well. They're down too.
Are they down both their healers?
No, just one. They portaled.
Can't catch me.
My goodness.
The current score is 0.
Yikes. Okay. Yeah, definitely should have switched to Phoenix sooner. Because that Storm is getting too much value.
Side you're on.
Just damage boosting him. I gotta focus her hard.
You'll need a
Star-Lord? Nah, I don't need Star-Lord. Phoenix works.
Sorry, we got this. We got this.
I think this will be easy on offense.
We're an offensive kind of team.
I mean, they could literally just steamroll us walking forward with damage boost Storm, so it's not really that much of the same on defense. So I'm pretty sure
We just gotta out, like, as long as we wait out that big old electrical ring that she's got, and then engage after that, fine.
They went triple tank
So
because he was
down point, you're
portaling
invincible?
to point.
Yeah.
And body.
I feel like if I need to like avoid CC or something too, but
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, Jeff's gonna be bad vibes. We have a Jeff. I think he just switched to
Jeff?
He just switched, I think.
Feel kinship with her. That's valid, Betty. Pretty for her.
I would hope it's not bad vibes. I would hope not.
Who's bad vibes?
Jeff.
I don't know why we have a Jeff now, but whatever. It's all good. I think. A Rocket would be much better
Throw them
here.
off point.
Game gets difficult, you know, just give up.
Rocket would be much better since we're
how it
playing
works.
poke. But
They're just like a really awesome Jeff.
how many of those do you see per month?
I'll engage
no
in on
comment.
3, 2.
Oh my god, the hood is shredding me.
Did he get you?
Whoa.
Oh shoot, I was trying to like. This
Right
hood's
back,
just
down.
walking
Get out,
back.
get out.
Nah, I'm a diver. I think dive will be better, actually. Hello, Raylene. To the raid. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're streaming well. We are all playing on alts. Just practicing off rolls. Storm was 1 HP. Oh, wow, I'm dead.
Wait, he swallowed, but where's he going? What?
Where did he go?
What was that? I'm so confused. No, he's throwing. There's no way.
Oh, is he?
I think so.
That ult was nothing. He just went up on the roof and then to the side.
Wait, what? Oh, okay, he's actually throwing then. Oh, he switched to CND now. You gotta be trolling? Maybe.
Okay, Death, what do you want to do?
We just need to be able to make it in the door.
Front?
I'm just gonna take him straight to the point. Fuck it. Kill this guy.
Bucky hook.
Wow, I cannot peek this guy. Storm is ulting, careful.
Just let him ult down. It's fine. Lose the fight, but we're here for the next one.
This is just so miserable.
It's alright.
Okay, his mental's
Start
boomed.
first with Psylocke.
Appreciate the raider,
Stay
Elena.
tomorrow for afterwards.
Hope you have a good night.
Alright, ready?
Ooh, I didn't know how low you were.
Wow. I got headshotted.
Okay, get the no more ult.
That's unlucky.
Never mind. Right back.
Wow. Wow.
Huge pick, actually. Another huge pick.
I could just ult in, but they still have their stuff ults.
Why does no one help me kill the storm? Oh, come on.
Oh, I should have
He ulted how?
Oh, we need the portal. Okay, I'm portaling.
My bad.
I should have portaled on the other side. Nah, you're good, you're good. I messed up.
Someone can touch.
Going to overtime.
A shortcut to space.
Oh, yes, I killed him. Yeah.
What the
Not on
fuck? I'm
point.
frozen.
Cap it.
Yeah.
Rihanna, baby, let's fucking go. Hard part over.
It's always winnable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
I might have ult, so I'm gonna just all in switch characters.
Good medicine.
Watch out for the Bucky hook. Oh no, when he's gonna do it.
Storm used her little team up thing. Just careful going down that main hall.
How are you getting pulled in as mag, bro?
We are.
Shut up.
I have ult. I have ults.
A nice deep freeze.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Go for a cheeky flank up and around or something.
Bet. That guy's dead. What the fuck?
Go for that flank. Go for. Oh.
Hold on, I can't flank yet.
I can go back in 3, 2.
Got Bucky. Whoa, I'm dead. I'm not dead.
Dude. Strange can ult, by the way.
You already did it.
Oh, he did?
Oh,
he
earlier.
Right. Never mind.
They're on point.
I got one of the healers.
Nice.
Got a DPS as well. I need to switch characters. I just have not died yet. I really need to switch. And also, don't mind him. You got. You were trying to save me. That's why you got hooked.
Do they have any support?
Probably. Yeah.
Storm is supposed to roll.
He canceled his ult.
Huge.
We're cooking. We're cooking.
Big plays. Big plays.
Big plays indeed. What's up, Jeremy?
Yo.
I have ult again. When I die, I'll switch. Which is what I've been, because we're on 3 tanks still. I've been trying to switch, but I just keep killing them before I can die.
I'm going to the back line right now.
They're playing Squirrel Girl now.
What the fuck?
Fucking Squirrel Girl? You gotta be kidding.
Here comes a ult. I'll go for Storm. Keep going forward. Keep going forward. Fuck.
Squirrel Girl's cool as fuck.
You good?
Thank you. Barely, but yeah.
We'll come behind me.
Thanks. Oh my god, Squirrel Girl's so low.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, I got the Squirrel Girl ult. Oh my fucking goodness. I will ult. Make portal. Oh, never mind. It's too late. GG's. All good, all good, all good.
2, 3.
Yeah, I probably should have died first. I was gonna portal.
I could have played that better if I hit that fucking Squirrel Girl. I knew she had ult.
Knew she had ult. Bro, she was 1 HP, but she jumped to like way on top of me, so like my E missed.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna reach her, so I blew it up, but I don't play strange enough to know it wouldn't reach.
At what positions do you decide to dive or brawl as rogue? You're diving a target to try and find someone isolated in order to like usually pre-dive for someone. So like if you already have like another diver like a BP, you count down 3, 2, 1, you go in on that dive target. And then when there's an all-out fight going on the point after that, like you're trying to contest a point, that's when you brawl.
Our support's on the enemy team now. The guy was throwing.
Yeah. I don't know if he was throwing as much as
kind of throwing.
Shot.
Yeah, mental boom for
I
sure.
understand what he was trying to do. Who do I want to be?
The Jeff ult was not exactly.
I mean, I thought he just gave up win with Jeff, but
I guess he didn't give up. I don't know.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
It's been I guess dang.
Thank you for the follow. Weekend naps.
On a bit mantis.
You kidding me? God, fuck.
What?
I was gonna play Elsa. I could play Bucky.
Oh. Did you ever get that beach skin? The summer one?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Not yet.
Good.
Good.
You don't need it. You don't need that.
That worked out.
You don't need that.
I want it though.
Yeah, but you nah. Trust is better
Watching gun
skins.
heroes shoot or get rid of Penny is always weird. Video's been helpful. Hey, I'm happy I could help. Need to get on making more.
What do I play?
It's my Elsa warm-up game. Oh wait, fuck. Never mind. I lied.
Excuse me?
Bucky warm-up game.
Top-notch team to win this one.
I might play Bucky or
those?
other one.
Squirrel Girl warm-up game.
Aren't there enough
Squirrel.
Spider-Man guides on the internet?
What? Why are you laughing at me?
Like Machu's crazy Spidey out.
Why are you laughing at me? I can't warm up on Squirrel Girl.
You can warm up on Squirrel Girl? Aw, shit.
I gotta warm up my aim. Spider-Man.
Oh, no.
What the?
We're gonna...
Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. Did we ban Penny? Oh, okay, we did. Play this boring ass character.
The Queen in Black returns. No one
Hot fixing the skin and optimizing the game. Okay,
I wanna
guys,
play
they
Iron
can,
Man, but he
like,
sucks.
They are hot fixing. They are optimizing the game. You
Watch out,
can,
play Storm.
chew gum and walk at the same time. Like, did we forget that when this game came out, it was crashing like every third game?
That's someone who's doing a dance emote. Or not.
Like, optimization is as simple as just like, turning stuff off.
What do you mean? They can't just change the value? Who is shooting me? Oh my god, I'm switching. They have a Hella and whatever her name is.
Yeah, I died instantly.
Dude, how is it always a Hella that's just giga crack? Jesus, because I'm switching.
Jeff.
Okay. Just wait. We're staggering for like a whole minute now. To stay alive, I am on their backline. I can engage once you guys are all together.
Yo, that girl doesn't miss. She does not miss. Oh nah.
Guys ready?
Yeah. Bro, I'm about to die.
Whoa.
Yeah, she doesn't miss, bro.
God. Well, this is...
She had shot me, I'm dead. God, I hate Hella players.
Our, by the way, our Jeff is not playing fields. He's playing, like...
Yeah.
If you don't want to heal,
Jeff, are you just gonna dive? Like what? Like, look where he's at. He's behind them. He's playing dive Jeff. He's dead.
Fuck him. We just... Mr. fucking drippy feet, bro. He's standing still against 2-hit scan. Oh, brother. He's not voice either, so yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, GG then. I was gonna report him. That's up. I can't even like peek for 2 seconds, bro. I'm playing Moon Knight to disrupt their poke, but it's like not even helping.
Jeff, don't target. Don't you dare.
He went for me? Oh.
Only 60 seconds left.
That feels better.
I am ready to put on a show.
Well, I forced that at least. The Gambit dead.
I'm dead, bro. I'm getting headshot repeatedly. He's so you take an angle he ain't like.
Come back from far worse than that.
Down to 30 seconds.
Things are looking bright. Again,
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh,
Get him.
but
There's one in the- There we go.
oh, brother, we gotta burn that. I'm dead as fuck.
Going to overtime.
I will portal, I guess. I'll just lose my ult.
I'm opening a portal.
This is for oh fuck. They did a aggressive portal on the heels.
A shortcut through space.
I can't even get in. They put the Gambit team up outside the ult. I mean, outside the portal. That team up is crazy strong. Damn. I literally just can't walk in my own portal.
Time to
Name of a
switch
song?
things up.
The last one or this one?
Side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
This one? I'll link you.
Every game of Rivals feels like I'm like negotiating with terrorists.
Well, you gotta negotiate with teammates. Interesting. What's up, foreign?
You know,
Well, I guess I'll just play tank. I guess. Like, I don't know. This shit's over though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what I can do.
It's funny to me because it's like the community will bitch about the matchmaking when it's like I'm sure a lot of people bitching are literally the problem.
they'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Well, like, did he want to play DPS or tank or something, or?
Nah, didn't say anything.
Is he just not in VC, just flank Jeff?
I don't care. No mutant shall
Okay, I guess.
end
He's
up
just-
in your domain again.
So you say.
He just wants to throw, which is like, all right.
How do you get this high rank though, doing this? Like, I guess he got
Sometimes
lucky.
he wants to try, sometimes he doesn't. I don't even know.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the
That's pretty fire, I guess.
They say that music brings the world together.
Probably have 0 finals, I think. I haven't been dying off cooldown. Like, I mean, not only so much you can do with one healer, I suppose.
You are under my protection.
Nice. That was a great
Oh, I have a
pin.
mag team up. Yes.
Yeah, I got you. I'll bubble for you. Oh
That's
my
range.
god, they do so much damage. Oh, I need help.
Hella's in the.
Oh, I'm so fucking low. Oh, hella headshot me.
That's top.
The game has been? I think we're 50-50 now, but we're about to be negative after this match.
Perfect precision.
I almost had ult.
It's okay, guys. We got a drippy.
I just keep dying. Oh lordy. No, that was fun, I guess. I don't know.
0-2-1.
I wish I'd known he was doing the flank thing earlier. It would have been switched, but oh well. Oh well. How much you really do about that? Pass him the big avoid.
I was doing work with the mag team up on defense there. It's alright. We're up queuing at least. That way I'm gonna vote the avoid on him. Alright, you're good.
Let me see. What is the score today? 3-3. Yeah, we're even now.
I think it looks like some more enjoyable experience. Mods help sometimes with that.
Oh no, we're positive.
Rough games. It's weekend games. It's just your average weekend experience.
This shouldn't be normal though. I mean, this shouldn't be what you like. You know,
where you expect it's just gonna be dog shit because it's the weekend. This is like one of those.
Oh,
like,
we're
weird
2 and 3. We're
experiences where,
negative. Yeah, we're negative.
I don't want to be like.
Oh, he's on the enemy team. Yo, hold on. Yo, let's go. Yo, let's go. Let's go. This is gonna be a great match.
No, watch him actually lock in.
Oh, no. This is about to be a great match.
On Railings Community Trinity. Oh, congratulations, Asa.
This is about to be a phenomenal game. You know how this goes?
Congrats.
Who's gonna play like Daredevil or some shit on the enemy team?
Why?
On our team, he plays Jeff though.
My older chip my mind is sharper.
Like.
Now, who am I gonna
I'm getting my get back for sure. Nope. Oh, I hit it on mistake. Oh, there we go. My bad.
Opportunities for NetEase. I think I got units. Just trying to play and meet people. That's awesome, man. Hey, units and meeting people is good. Okay, lose. We're all trying our best. The game makes you tear your hair out. Better switch off and take a break. Yep.
Tournaments are so fun.
Game ain't
But
worth it.
stressful. I get a tank win, chat. I've won
Make it.
tournament on every role except tank.
It's woke, so it's a bad thing.
Let's try this chat.
I think your hair is very short. That's valid.
Rank is this gem. G fucking M.
It's unfortunate that like legitimately if you want to play this game, it's like if you want to rank up, don't play on the weekends, don't play at night, don't play when school breaks happening. Like
They have to be playing dive if they ban.
So when can we play the game then?
Like I hate exactly. Oh yeah, don't play in the first week of rank and don't play in the last week of rank. So there's like 2 weeks, Monday through Friday during business hours that you could play the game.
Oh hell no, that's too much. I'm gonna just play.
And I hate to be that you know, that old guy that's like, man, kids today, but like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone? Like,
yo, come on, man. Some
I just like
weren't that bad.
Like, man, fucking. I can't go to the movies anymore.
Why can't you go to the movies? Wait, what?
Every single time I go to the movies, just fucking, there's just kids just fucking yap now.
Oh, you got a crazy movie theater. What the fuck?
There's every, like, this Spider-Man movie was the first time in 6 years I've gone to movies where, like, someone wasn't talking. I had 2 kids, and they're like early, yeah, early 20s, like during Toy Story. Entered Toy Story 30 minutes late and then talked the entire movie.
Oh, nah.
Like, no joke. The children in the movie theater were quiet than these kids. Also, why is everybody getting perms?
I will. Oh, I know you're up here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh goodness gracious.
Oh, I got melted.
Yeah, they have a Bucky and Moon Knight.
Thank you for the 5 gifted, low-key. I appreciate that. Holy business.
Of course, I have a mag and a fucking hood. Not a
Kite back,
mag.
you're down. Kite.
Get him!
I got him.
Huge pick. We stay alive, we wait for our Jubilee to come back, we go in after that, okay?
He's still playing, Jeff. Let's go.
I'm done.
What? Why did?
Okay, we're gonna try.
He's won.
Damn, he was low.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, already used this just now. Fuck off.
Do I need to start banning the hood? Like, is that a thing?
You could. Hood is really strong. I think it's really, really good. I think he's like top 3 tanks.
I don't mind the hood playing alone, but when it's like a Bucky or some other fucking DPS, it's kind of tough.
Yep. I'll definitely do it. He's really strong. And he has Moon Knight team up right now, so he has a actual wall.
Just ult right at him right now.
Get this guy. Get this guy. All right, let's walk. Jeff is standing still. Kill that kid. Okay, that sounded brutal, but bro, he's literally standing still in a hero shooter. Like, what is this guy doing?
Yo. There we go. Get the Bucky, he's gonna ult.
One shot, Jeff. Oh yeah, these guys are dead. I killed 3. I'm gonna keep one shotting this Jeff off wood. I don't care. I'm getting my elo back. Moon Knight's 1. Alright, let me go find Jeff.
Silver platter for a lie to take.
What?
Yo, if you don't solo ult that fool at least once this game,
I mean, I just did, but I got 3 with it.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Mag is
Oh
low.
Oh my god, our Bucky's going crazy.
Jeff is right there. Jeff is right there.
Moon Knight's low. Moon Knight's low. Moon Knight's low. Moon Knight's low.
Damn, what a long ass reload.
Yo, kill this guy too.
They actually have the Jeff. I'm so fucking. He's dead still again.
And everything Miles did became cringe. Oh, true, actually.
No, I'm dead. Fuck, he got a health pack.
Dude, I tried to block his tails.
Fucking drippy feet, bro. Oh, this would be. I should play Daredevil.
You didn't get
Forced it early.
That might be overkill. Should I do Daredevil, chat?
Kite back. Yo, let's send this guy to the depths of diamond.
Oh god. Send him far below diamond. I don't give a fuck. This guy should not be in his rank.
Hold on, Death. I can't bubble you.
Moon Knight's 1, Moon Knight's 1.
Thank for father, Makai.
Look, he's standing still again. I can play poke. I can play anything into this guy. Like, oh my god, Chef. If I play Phoenix, I'm just gonna one-shot him over and over.
Bucky's hooking.
Woo.
Told ya. I told ya.
Yeah, but I thought he was gonna do it on someone else there, right?
So we just hold space until the cart moves up. Just stay alive.
I vault.
Oh. What's his name's gonna have whole hood?
Aw, was poor little baby not in it?
Got a short invis shield.
This is slow too.
This character is for freaking babies, bro. Like, why did they design him like this? He just press shift and goes straight back underground and you can't shoot him.
Or is it because, oh, this is my only one on my alt account.
Look at drippy feet, bro.
Watch the hook. Oh, you're dead for sure.
I one shot Jeff.
Oh, we double ulted.
Oh man, I got pulled.
Jeff is just on the top.
Uh-oh. I don't think you guys should die to that.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, reset.
I should have called out which support's ult first. God damn it.
Oh, they're
I
triple.
don't think they have support ult, so we're just gonna have to try and rip our bookie ult like quick once we're all together.
Oh, they a triple? Okay.
They might have a Jeff ult though, but it should be
Yeah,
fine.
I think
I'm gonna ult him.
Come, salvation lies beneath the surface.
Yeah, let's not get greater. You guys go left there.
Nice.
Go, 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 go.
They're down one, yeah.
Oh, they're down.
Nice. Joe fucking drippy feet. Go on, play the game. What? What scared you like that? You like freaked out.
So hard. No, I flicked it so hard.
Right was great. Oh, that would be cool.
It's embarrassing.
Want to grab a Carol Danvers?
Y'all didn't see shit.
What's up, unholy copy?
Hi,
I'm just
Jordan.
chilling today.
Somebody clip it. The end the folder and get some
That's
evidence.
embarrassing. Mm-mm.
Rank is this?
Nah, you guys got a million embarrassing
somewhere
things to me.
I'm banning you.
GM.
Oh,
Banning you.
you wouldn't do that. You're too kind for that. Chat, she wouldn't do that. She's too polite. She would never do that. Go ahead and clip it. I won't let her ban you, chat.
I brawl DPS. Play Infernasu.
What's up, Wani? How the games?
I don't know much about
Games are okay. Well, we're down. Well, last match we had a troll Jeff, and now he's on the enemy team, and we're like literally farming the shit out of him.
I wonder if he's doing like a Jeff challenge.
I don't know what he's doing, but yeah,
No.
he's holding his loss.
He's just throwing.
Yeah, he's just throwing. He's just throwing. And he's not in voice chat either.
Crazy deep.
He's just playing
Yeah,
Flame
ready
Jeff.
for some off-angle mag?
Sure.
All right, Alai, you're going to poke from like this direction here, and you're gonna keep backing up because I need you to lure them into this area, and I want you just to keep poking till you back up there, okay?
Storm.
I'm going to keep repeatedly punching them directly into our team. Watch the hook.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about that. That was my bad.
Oh, good, oh, good. Let me switch characters. This
That was
one
a
defense
max
now.
range hook.
Yeah, that was max.
We're gonna kite all the way back to the inside of the point, okay?
You want the portal or what?
There's a lot of things.
We too make quite the pair, Susan.
I was already out though.
I'm open.
All right. We won't get it.
Okay, I'm just cancel the
Reset it.
portal.
Yeah.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Go to the spawn, everyone.
International pop star and full-time superhero.
Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah, they have a storm, so I'm gonna play Phoenix. Can't let that guy play the game.
Oh, they're doing Jeff NATO.
Yeah, I'm not letting that happen. Got Storm. Mag is dead. I'm about to anti them. Oh, anti or not? What the fuck?
I think he's trying to overpull.
Okay, kite away, kite back, kite back.
Cut him up, cut him up. Nice.
Hey, that's my second melee kill today.
Angel Belito.
All right.
Gotta go for more portals. That's what I've noticed. More portals. I gotta do more portals.
We hold this corner, and every single time alive, because I have the team up, I'm gonna keep punching that bag into you guys repeatedly, and you're just gonna bully the fuck out of them.
Okay.
Watch the hook.
They're low.
Bucky already used his pool.
Oh, he switched off Storm already. Damn.
Oh, they got a Hella?
Yeah, they have a Hella. She's frying me. Yeah, can this girl heal him? He's so low.
Miss.
Did we just all collectively miss our ults? Oh, okay, well, I didn't miss, but...
There we go. I'm not gonna lie, that was a questionable ult
Yeah,
by
they
me.
probably have a Hella ult.
Oh, I can just save my ult for Ella now. Okay, I'll just save my ult for Ella now. They're anti-ult. Oh, they're all low, all low, all low, all low.
Fuck. Do you have an anti now on Phoenix?
Yeah, her right click. You didn't know that?
No.
Yo.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yo, you guys are trolls.
It's just no. It's just a stun. It was a part of the team up. Like what
yeah,
is
the
this?
Hella team up. It anti-heals now. It's like 40%.
Antis?
Yeah, it's 40%. That shit is really good.
That's insane.
That shit is really, really good.
Watch the hook. Watch the hook.
Bucky going for a hook. Hella's gonna
If it's
ult.
anti, oh.
I gotcha. I was worried I wasn't.
I love seeing the
Neither
mag
did I,
ult, and
bro,
specifically
Jordan.
just drippy.
Fucking
Wait, is that with the
drippy
team
feet,
up
bro.
or no?
What? Anti?
That anti-heal.
Yeah, it's just a base team up. Hella doesn't have to be there. If Hella is there, it just makes the sparks explode like a lot more.
Aw.
It's
They
like
have triple support or
really
quadruple
strong.
support, guys.
Oh, they gave up. Fucking drippy feet. Shout out drippy feet.
Can't tell. Okay, you already used it.
I can. I'm ult for the fucking Jeff ult. Unless I get like a big stun here. Watch the hook.
Fuck, I wanna fuck him up. Bad. Come up the hook.
Oh, low. Nice. Let's go, Jubilee.
Nice.
Mother.
I think I gave up. Come out the spawn room, drippy feet. Let me talk to you.
We just want to talk.
You want to throw my damn games, right?
You want to
he
ruin the
has ult,
experience for
right?
everyone?
Yeah, he definitely still has. Oh, he has not pressed key once.
Damn. Holy shit, you punched the crap out of him. Bro literally punched a hole in his rib cage. What the fuck? No, there's a hood in our back line.
I've come back. Can't catch me.
There we go. My favorite part of the entire game was seeing Ally giggle after hitting Drippy Feet with the solo mag ult.
I actually didn't think I was gonna kill them. I was very surprised and satisfied.
Nobody toxic. I got my shit back. That's all. Nobody being toxic. What you talking about?
Yo,
Jordan, how are you? I don't think I asked you how you're doing.
fuck that guy for ruining everyone's experience.
Literally.
Ally, you better ego that mag. I'm having too much fun.
Ego that mag?
Yeah.
Ego the mag. Take the mag.
Take that shit.
If your cat had an umbrella.
What?
Hero do you think you want to be today?
What did he just say?
Cover that mag and show him.
It'd be cool if your cat had an umbrella. What does
Yeah,
that
we're going
mean?
against Drippy again.
Let's go. Yes. Yes. Yes.
He's so happy.
Yes. Yes. Let's go. Fucking Drippy Feet again. Here's when he turns the cheats on though.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he's gonna fucking drag the config into the file and end the match. And then lose. Oh no.
The thing.
Wait. What if we banish Jeff? What do you think he plays? I'm not gonna do it, but what do you think he's gonna play?
His real hero?
Who's his real hero?
Because he has the folk nameplate.
Not BP. Oh my god.
I mean, if you guys want to do it, we can. I'm very curious to see what he plays.
So I can play the game.
Thing? Okay.
Yeah, you could go to his profile and see what he plays.
That was hidden. I never checked. We keep getting matches instantly.
At that Jeff.
Jesus Christ. Fucking Drippy Feet, bro. They didn't ban anyone.
They banned Rocket?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
They call me
Oh, we're diving.
Throwing Jeff on the enemy team. All we gotta do.
Oh shit, I gotta play healer. I might have to.
Yeah.
If no one switches, I'll
I
switch.
mean, I can play heals too.
What do you feel like doing?
I don't know. I want you on mag.
Never mind.
One of you's on mag. I'll tell you right
Just
now.
play mag for the team up, yeah. I'll switch if this Bucky doesn't switch.
Let's headphone warning on one of the tags. Oh, because sometimes I scream. Very rarely, but
His profile is bad? It's
I
actually
do.
bad? What's his profile?
No, I don't think it should be in
You got it in this? I've screamed a couple times, but I've only screamed on the horror streams.
I know Gambit team up, of course.
We gotta do another one of those soon.
We are in what, Diamond 1 and GM 3?
Somewhere between there.
Yeah, we're in
GM2.
there. And I'm practicing my tanks hit you all. Wow.
We're gonna give you some free elo here, hopefully. Promise we're good. I'm gonna tell everybody right now in all streams, the mag team up for Rogue is better. You don't need more damage in Season 9. What you need is to be able to survive all the fucking insane damage.
Soldier trying to do his job.
Hey, Mark, about a Daredevil?
They have a DD as well.
Or
God.
different customs. We definitely have to get back into it sometime.
Kill Luna.
There you go.
Free point.
I did that girl so
Oh,
dirty.
he's
chat.
trying. Look, he's on his main.
No
You like
way,
that,
he's on
Luna?
Spider-Man?
You better say you love me now.
Wait, what? Whoa, what are you talking about? What?
That guy said he hates us all. I protected him.
Oh.
The lump
That's all I'm
talking
saying.
about?
Oh my god.
That just got me off guard, like, what? He's on Spider, man. He's actually cooking. Let's go. He's on his main. Come here, drippy feet. He's trying to pull me off the map, man. This guy's a loser.
And Ruby, what do you
Full combo there.
Oh, there's a fucking drippy feet on the back one. There you go, please.
You can be on your main drippy feet. It ain't gonna matter.
I'm dead.
Swiggity swooty, drippy feet.
Did you know tank?
What? What?
Nah, I went to their spawn room. It's not you guys' fault. I literally went to their spawn.
I love you, Luna. Yeah, mark me, buddy. Let's fight.
Bro, I want drippy feet, bro. Let me get him. Stop hogging him. Stop hogging him, Duff.
I'm in Jubilee.
I'm trying to kill her.
Okay, sorry, I had to do that to live. I got my ass zipped off. I refuse to die by drippy feet.
Who killed him? Was it you? Who killed him?
For every LeBron you hit. Oh my god, I ulted to live.
For every
That's what you do.
For every ult she does, 5 gifted. I'll throw 5 in as well. We got
so we've had drippy feet in two last games. He threw her first one. He threw that second one. And
Yep.
just keep throwing games.
Yep.
So just
He
set
usually
him to
plays
a
Jeff.
void. Yeah. Yeah. Just keep whipping his ass because he's like throwing games. I don't know. He's trying to maybe trying to tank his account, but like hard to avoid the rest of the evening.
Actual Magneto.
All right, where the dunks at, dude? Come on, lock in.
No, but you should
They're
know
whooping his
Magneto.
ass.
We're doing that too. To be fair,
Lock in.
he was on Jeff
lock
first
in.
2 games.
Stop thinking about Jeff ass.
This
I mean,
game
not
is
Jeff
actually,
ass.
like, trying on
Groot ass. Stop thinking about Groot twerking. See them dunks.
Oh, you want some?
No.
No.
No, I was saying I will throw 5 in as well. So hit some fucking dunks.
Oh, okay.
Save your bucket until I out there. Was it the Jubilee has all?
I know you don't
Okay,
want
one.
this. It's a bit too much for you, Infer. A bit too much.
You wish I would say that. You fucking wish. Can I get a heal? Oh, thanks for the bubble.
No.
Oh, I
Oh my
can't.
god, a DPS that follows up. Oh my goodness.
Hear that, chat? She said no.
What? I can't give you heals. You're funny. Funny
Thank you,
for
Bucky,
that.
for following right after me. I'm gonna say follow instructions. That sounds kind of fucked up.
Following instructions. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Yo, who killed Drippy Feet? Stop hogging him. I called dibs, bruh. Yo, I got dibs on Drippy Feet, bruh. Chill on him. That's mine. That's my prey.
Did Bucky use his hook?
Right there.
Watch this, watch this, watch this.
I'm in there.
Kite to point, kite to point.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking low. Don't mess. Fucking Jubilee lasered me. That hood team of hurts.
Oh, I died.
I knew he was gonna ult. Okay.
We're close to Invis.
There goes Invis, yeah. I don't have a point in playing DD anymore. He's not even on Jeff. So I'm just scared for no reason.
I think my support's cold throw him, so I don't think I have to go back for them. Oh my god, the guy's 0-5.
Let him cook. That's good, no? I'm ready to go in when you are, Duff. I can't see you though because I'm blind, literally. I'm about to go in on Jubilee.
Okay, hold on. I need to get the fuck back. What?
I got Jubilee. Can I get some help back here?
Can I get some help?
What do you need help for? You're a tank.
Bro, I walk in like the team's like in a completely whole other place. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm just trolling. You're so easy rage bait. You're so rage baitable, I swear. Oh, that's just too funny. I'm not all of them.
3 feet up top.
Where?
Can I get a second
I see his ass. It's mine. He's low. Oh, he's not low. What the fuck?
Did Jubilee ult yet?
I don't know, but I'm at all done.
Oh, he separated away.
That guy was dead. Well, that was fun. Okay. Don't queue. Let me look at his profile. Did you get any dunks that match?
No, I only had one ult the entire game.
Yeah, I only had 2.
Okay, back into Gym 3. No, Luna dunk.
Okay, let me see his profile. You guys said it's worse than we think. Let me see. It can't be that bad. Oh my god. His history is hidden. Oh, but I can see the stats.
When was he Eternity?
He was Eternity? What? He bought this account. No, he bought this account. Nah. Yo, Def.
I'm trying to figure out. It was season 4 or 5.
Bro. This guy bought this account. There's no way.
Yeah.
He was doing it with Jeff
only
too.
have like 8 hours of gameplay. Oh, that was 4.5. I lied. So he was already in Gym 2.
Bro, you can get carried this easily on Jeff, bro? Or like what the fuck? He doesn't join voice chat. He's not in voice chat, so he's just doing this, just queuing up every day. How the fuck did this guy get a tournament?
There's no way. Tourney counts supposed to be like,
That means his peak is higher than mine, by the way. His peak. I play this game every day. His peak is higher than mine. Then again, I don't grind like that, but still.
Nah.
Wow.
That is. Why?
That makes no sense.
Anyone can rank up. Literally anyone. Ranks don't mean shit in this game.
Is he bouncing between C3 and Eternity?
It's not actually him.
It can't be.
You.
It can't be, bro.
I bet you, because like there's Jeff stats on there, Spidey stats on there. I bet you it has to be like a Jeff or Spidey main actually fucking like.
Or he's like his brother's account. He's just his little brother just plays on it as well or some shit. I don't know.
You know,
I have mutant power.
You know, I just don't get why everyone hates on duelist mains. I mean, come on.
Oh man, ranks really don't matter in this game. I love it.
Psylocke banning Cloak and Dagger.
Let him cook, I guess.
Does that disappoint you?
You don't get that does as well. Yeah.
Maybe I'll play Luna.
There's so many better bands.
DD.
You know, I haven't had an
Loki,
Elsa game
Mantis.
yet.
Yeah, Ben Mantis.
Oh, I
so
guess
you
this
get
won't
one.
be the game.
Shit, no, Ben Mantis, Ben Mantis, Ben Mantis. Or someone, anyone. Nice. Oh, don't ban Elsa. I'm playing Elsa. Chill.
Alright. Well, then can we ban Bucky Barnes?
Yeah.
You banned Bucky?
Yeah.
We can keep it C&D, but that's fine. C&D's on.
Bro, when I'm not wasting a ban on C&D, bro, please.
No way, freak Elsa.
I'm not
C&D,
wasting a ban
people.
on C&D. Fuck that shit. All right.
Ruby, who do you like?
All right, you can play Elsa.
Team to win this one. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
CD bans. It is not.
Infer
This is
Banyan
not
Luck is insane,
deserved.
but Balloon Luck sucks ass.
C&D's healing output
Bruh.
is so low.
Their healing output? I think our healing output is good if you're good. I'd be healing crazy amounts with her.
I mean, single healing output sucks.
How bad
Oh,
is to try
well,
and dive?
yeah.
Dude, if you're having trouble diving C&D players, you're just diving solo.
I think you can say rogue here.
Yes. I love this.
I'm enabling you. And...
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
I should
true.
put them.
I think the game, like you use the game one, you
Rage
enable
bait?
for your Deadpool. Yeah, go in and you just survive.
You're rage baiting me. Is that what you're saying? I see this Infernasu chatter. Infernasu.
Huh? What?
Pressing 3 skills with 10-second cooldowns, dude.
Am I
2 of those
wait,
cooldowns
is
if she
the
uses,
Max
she's
stuff,
not
like,
healing.
better or something?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, it's strong. It's just a stronger team
I
ups.
don't know if I agree with that. Like enabled, I think Gambit's better, but like base, Mag is better.
There's like more than enough damage. I'll show you here.
Together.
Right, first game on Elsa. Let's go.
Go, I go, I go.
I'll put one right there.
I was like Buttercup, but I'm Buttercup.
I'm anti Dino in 3. Can we focus in 3, 2, 1?
I guess we're
Focus
not
him,
diving.
focus him, focus him.
Oh, they do.
He's back up. Just make space. Just walk him down. Walk him
Throw a bubble. I'll throw a bubble.
I'm a bubble in 3.
Oh, I swore I lagged for a
bubble,
sec.
bubble.
Did I lag, chat?
Probably did. Happens.
Oh no, I just got grabbed, I think.
Look at that.
Oh, my team's gone. Fuck.
If that was not working,
It's okay. We just got staggered there. It's fine. We'll be close. We can use Gambit ult first.
Oh, we got a pick. Walk up, walk up.
Nice.
I'm at 90 right now.
There's an Iron Fist on me. Hold on.
I'll be looking for a duck soon.
Let me ult first.
3, 2.
Oh, okay. No, you go. You go. I'm trying to heal you.
Don't get me in there. Oop. Damn, y'all want me. What the fuck?
Leave it on.
God.
Leave it on.
Wow. She was 1 HP.
That was so OD.
Yeah, I was. Damn, she was 1 HP. How did she survive that?
Frames are compatible, but black cats aren't until the sun dies.
Ow.
Damn, how does that person play?
Yeah, defense.
fucking
is my
Dino?
plus. You?
Besides you.
Wait, we walk up that. Walk up that.
It was Dino. Nice.
Damn.
Oh, he's using the real wall. Oh, that's why my shit keeps breaking. Fuck.
Only 60 seconds left.
Hope I make the cut.
You owe me one.
I need help.
Yeah, stuck in there.
Throw a bubble in there. I can't see you.
Dino low. close to Gambit ult.
Judge, jury.
Kite. You get it. Gotta hit it.
I hate this character.
Somebody touch. Oh, you need a portal.
Oh, wait, we need a portal.
Elsa, you need a portal. Elsa, you need a portal.
We had Gambit ult.
No, we died with it though.
I got it.
Going to overtime.
Go, touch.
Aw.
Oh,
Unlucky.
it's just a second too
Unlucky.
late.
What's up, Rack?
Two.
Yeah, I was CEO.
Time to switch things up, including which side
Hey,
you're
Raccoon.
on.
Yo.
I don't want to do
Like,
that so bad.
Bright heroes could
Gambit
do
hits
all
ult there. We get C and D ult. We hold.
We are hope and fear.
Did he not ult fast?
He had it. He just didn't use it.
Well, I mean, the moment he got it, there was already like 2 dead.
It doesn't matter though, because like right there we lose otherwise.
Yeah, you're right. Cause I would have had it afterwards too. Yeah, well.
Like.
Yeah, Rack's at CEO. Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
Feeling bad could feel so good. Love that king. We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear.
New reticle.
Come on, Luna.
First time trying new reticle.
What's up, Sarah?
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Cause like I was there too. I could have held. Could have gotten Brilliant D ult. Ah, dude.
Jules cool. 25th attack. Yeah. Not bad for Rebels play at all. Not bad at all.
We're just playing too passive when we shouldn't play passive.
The battle starts in 5.
What the games going? They're going good. They're fun. I don't know what the score is, but they're fun though. Trying to keep you alive.
Oh, what the fuck? Why do you hate me?
There are supports. They will definitely do that.
Wait, makes no fucking sense.
That pulls down.
Don't know how I got that.
Let me ult first, by the way. I have to do it here. Fuck. Trying to heal you, it's like very hard.
Thank you.
No, you're good, you're good.
Get in this bubble.
They're not pushing, you still have that. Just kite. There's 3 of you right now. We should be okay, we should be okay, I think.
Not me. Fuck.
Trying to save you. Oh.
It's not.
Oh man.
I'm too close.
Oh, good guy.
Spit and quit.
GG.
Final score 0-2-1.
Take another tank. What happened? Steals your tank. Hey man, can't know how to play multiple tanks. NT indeed. Oh damn it, that was my promo. No, 17. That's not bad. Current state's been bad. Yeah, I know. That's why I haven't been playing my main that much. There's not much motivation to. Fatty thighs. Oh yeah, alright, I'm not gonna rest it up.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh man. I'll play Elsa again or what?
To go hunting.
Doesn't matter. I might play Luna.
Now, who am I gonna
Might play what?
banish from this match?
Might play Luna. You want that mag, huh?
I always want the mag.
I can play Mag. I can play Mag. She can play Elsa.
Or
I
Luna,
might play
whatever.
Luna. Kind of want to practice my hit scan.
All right.
We can do that.
I'll see though. I'll see what the team chooses because I might fail. Choose whatever.
I was struggling with teams that walk in enemy fire and take the exact same path after dying. Yeah, bananas. You just kind of play around that and try to do your best to play around stupid. You can try and guide them the best you can, but
That looks a bit
what's
strange.
that phrase? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
That better. It should be.
Okay.
The last game was a good example of like having a lead and then throwing the lead.
Did we ever have a lead there? Oh wait, we did on the payload part.
We
I know
did.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Team to win this one.
A couple times on offense, I'm like, all right, cool, we got
Yeah,
kills, and
but-
then like someone go in and die. I'm like, oh fuck. Fatty thighs, ooh ooh.
Bro, why'd you read the whole name?
Why? How was you supposed to read it other than the whole name?
I
And then we
didn't
got
even
like
read the name anyway.
MA2SQDF. This person's like leveling an account to sell. There's no emotional attachment to that one.
Oh, I guess you'll get some mag.
Guess I'll play
Got you,
Blade or
nice.
something
Yeah.
then, I
I
guess.
feel you on that, bananas.
Chat, when was the last time you guys seen me play Blade?
Lost.
The Blade is sealed in stone. It's rusty.
I got entry picks every fight, but couldn't finish it up. Yeah, exactly. Showdown. That was exactly what it was.
Okay. Your whole glowing dagger thing, super cool.
Yours too, Julie.
2 weeks ago. Whoa. That would imply that I was alive during that day. A year. Which I wasn't.
Were you not?
The battle starts in 5,
You two were?
3, 2,
What?
1.
What? Were you guys not?
Listen,
I don't hear any objections.
Listen.
I don't hear any objections, so. Yo, where the heels?
Your front line needs help, guys.
They get the same thing.
They're not walking up. They're like playing on payload. That's why.
Yeah, where the
Oh
kills at?
god, I'm getting choked.
My ammo?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind, but
I mean,
yeah.
Whoa.
I was about to say, did you even enjoy it or?
All right.
As good as new.
Good to know.
I mean, it's Emma. I mean, she has the summer skin on too.
The creation of first McDonald's.
First when did the first McDonald's even come out?
Oh, I was gonna try to block the gills. You know when, Infer.
You would know when. What the hell? You are a whole grown adult.
They have a magic in the back.
Yo, why are we not able to take any space at all? What is happening?
Might be
Magic
grabbed
in the
here.
back.
They have solo cloak and dagger heals. They have no heals. They have no heals. Yo, you're in this room locked in here with me, bitch. Let's go.
I'm gonna play up. Yo, come play up.
Not doing, just appreciating. Y'all know.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Wait. Why can't I appreciate then?
Because you're not appreciating your gooning.
I'm not a gooning. I compliment beautiful women every day when I see them. You, however.
Woo!
Destroyed the res.
What the fuck? Yo, she was 1 HP. Oh man. Kills Rocket.
I think he lives.
Fuck no, he doesn't. I'm on his ass.
Okay.
Never mind, he does live. He's 1 HP. I got punched in the damn back by Magic. Oh, she got the summer skill on? Oh shit. If Magic is diving me, do not bubble me.
I thought I saw match play.
Now repeat, do not bubble me.
Oh, that was a nice kick, Daff.
Thank you. Break it, break it, break it, break it.
You did it too. Wait, who is there to ult? What the fuck?
That was Cloak.
We want you, Magic. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, come on.
Swiggity swooty.
Never group now.
Oh, wait. Just make sure that wall's always down, okay?
Sure, I'll be a lumberjack.
Don't question that, chat. Don't question the DPS.
No diamond for him.
Okay. I'm about to go in. Got one of the healers. They have no healers. Wait. I told you don't bubble me.
You did?
Yeah, if Magic is diving me, do not bubble me.
Okay.
She got the summer skin on, but I can handle that.
When Magic is diving you, don't bubble you.
Yes, she has the Magic skin on. I can handle that. Don't worry. Don't question it.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
What do you mean, no, I can't? I literally just did. Don't bubble me if she is diving me. It's as simple as that.
They lied.
Okay, where's my bubble now? Wait, that's Phoenix. Okay, no, you're right. Wait, you're right. Oh, I was fucking.
Oh, we lost our Ghibli. Stay alive.
Alive.
We are down.
Alive. I almost killed her. She was 1 HP and then she iced up.
Takes a lot more than that to put me down. The hunt is
How do you get out?
Got her.
Okay, Phoenix is down.
Oh shit, Magic. Hold on. Yo, that team up, bro. She almost died. Oh man. Oh, she still dies.
Oh, got both heals. Did not notice.
Oh fuck.
Nah, I got another Magic. I mean, I'm at that Phoenix.
Oh my god, Moon Killer, thank you so much for the raid. I was just thinking about raiding you later. How were
What
your
up,
games?
Moon? What up, Moon? When we playing, Moon? Big Moon.
Go.
What the fuck?
Oh, for crying out loud.
What's going on right now?
No, I killed. I'm so sorry.
Hi everybody.
I'm so sorry, Magic.
Infernasu death. Oh my god, we're having a fun ult account day.
I'm so sorry.
Watch this.
What are you sorry for?
I killed the Magic a mistake.
By mistake? What
Yeah.
is this guy on?
Lovely game. Thank you. We're just having fun on ults. I don't want to play on main anymore. It's too toxic. But hi everybody.
I'm not sandbagging. I'm playing Blade. This character's ass. Oh, hello, Moon.
Oh, anyone seen the view from that angle?
Here she goes again.
There's curious.
When you do this shit, is so funny. You be sightseeing anytime you can.
You gotta enjoy the game until it's fullest.
True. I'm not smurfing. This scares ass. This is GM. What?
Murphy on blade.
They double ulted?
I don't know, but I'm about to ult someone after this. Or I can just ult them now, honestly. Just kill them through it, but... Oh, she's dying through it without my ult. I'm about to ult her after this. Oh, she faded it too. Damn, she got a million.
Oh, I might have fucked up.
I got both the healers. When we playing Moon, let me know. Just
got her.
let me know. I don't remember what day you said you wanted to play.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
What the fuck?
Oh, I somehow got her.
No! Why did you do that?
They all disappeared. It was kind of scary.
How could you do that?
The current score is 3-2.
How could you?
Time to switch things up, including which side.
Oh man, you're an eternity blade and skill. Hell no, I'm not. Who told you that?
Fight to end the darkness that's
I'm hard stuck celestial. Doesn't matter if it's by choice. That still means hard stuck. I am unable to hit eternity, so that means I am hard stuck. I don't remember the last time Eli's been on her main. Well, when was the last time you been on your main?
I don't know. I really don't.
Yeah, I can remember.
I mean, I've been on my main to check skins out, I guess, but I haven't played
probably
anything on my
after. I remember it was after Cthulhu. I think.
You don't remember?
No, I do. It was after Cthulhu.
After Cthulhu? Okay.
I think.
Well, this is good. I'm actually dedicated to this art because I remember I said I was gonna start it a bunch of times earlier and I didn't.
Now look at you. Now you're a Meg main, baby.
Holy shit.
I
like it. I like it a lot. Can we just do this every season?
Every season?
Every season? I'm having fun. I don't know about you. Do you see what I'm doing to their Meg? I'm about to have a police report filed against me. Look, we bullied him so bad he's on group. Yo.
He's using the walls to block damage. It's not working.
Let's see if we can block this. Come here, boy. Oh snap! I heard it. Live on stream? What are you talking about, bro?
Ooh, that guy was one hit.
How did he live?
How am I about to live this? Holy shit! I have a Magneto.
You have.
It was a joke. It was.
This guy.
It was a joke.
I'm so dead.
I'm okay.
I just know she looked at me crazy.
Oh, Sandy, you need to get out of there.
I just know she looked at me crazy, bro.
Hide back all the way. Just let go. Run.
Oh, I should have backed up sooner. Huh? Damn, I was gonna say, where's the recognition, bro?
Don't worry. I always recognize your Magneto. Trust. Have any dunks yet or what?
Yeah, I had a couple. Wow.
Wait, why don't you say anything?
What do you mean?
You're supposed to be counting for the 5 gifted.
That's my bad.
You weren't counting it for the
fun.
fun?
Were watching would count it. I've had
Oh,
she
maybe
got
not.
stuck.
What? Where'd my health go?
Oh, shit. I probably should have went for Jubilee instead of Mantis.
I'm not rage baiting her. I'm being serious.
Right there. It was kind of funny.
I'm not rage baiting. I literally said I was gonna give 5 for every dunk as well. I said I was gonna add to whoever gives.
They're triple heal right now.
It's not rage baiting. I was being
How
honest.
many dunks did I get? What, 3 dunks this match?
I could use this.
That Mantis was cool though. I couldn't help it.
Are you ready?
What are we ready for?
Yeah, what are we waiting for? I'm in
dive?
there.
When you dive in?
I'm in there. I need help. Oh, they got walled off. Yo, can we use this cloak ult eventually? It's been so long. I've been dying like crazy. Oh, I gotta switch. I gotta destroy these group walls.
That's bad.
This group's
Timing
gonna have
on my
ult.
part. Their Mantis has ult.
Out of sight. Here's how you shoot. Bogey's incoming.
All of this would be easily collapsed.
Owie.
We are undefeatable!
Battlefield ready again.
Oh, group's gonna have ult.
I think he has ult.
Oh, I killed him!
Thank God for Twinkie.
Oh, Phoenix dead.
Oh, thanks, dude. Oh, Lord, man. Obsession? I need to watch that movie. How long is that movie, chat? I wanna
Oh,
watch
I fucked that up.
it. I have ult, but
Damn, that was such a bad one.
Judge, jury,
oh yeah, I'm about to fry these guys.
I see root. Oh man.
It's so funny. What you guys giggling about over there? Yo, Def, what is wrong with you?
What?
Is something wrong with you?
What I missed?
You fucking flew at the Phoenix in the sky and grabbed her out the damn sky.
Wait.
It's not that deep, bro.
Hey, man.
That's pretty cool though.
I do have more fun playing with my friends, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's not killing nobody.
Phoenix is
I'm trying to kill her, but she's like, got her.
Yo.
Kill this group. Kill this fucking group, please. Everyone, just look at him and just shoot him. Never mind. It's not that simple anymore.
Goodbye. I'll go Victor. Yeah, I'm 30. I will admit that, like
30.
That's their name.
Hmm?
Person's name is I'm 30.
Ain't 30? 30? Damn.
trying to load mag. What's up, Victor?
Oh.
How far are you from loading mag? Oh, we need a regroup.
Def stalling.
I'm
Hold
about to
on.
come with a bubble. Never mind.
I
I got
will,
blown
but
up. Fuck up.
yeah, we have like
I'm
nothing.
touching. I'm gonna die though.
Okay, next point.
I'll show you some
I should have died
rules.
my ult. I think that's what threw it. That second point. Okay, all the way back. Run, all supports. Go.
Oh, annoying.
Keep going. Don't stagger. Keep going.
Alright, I'm about to ult, I guess.
Oh, their group's down. Ooh, we used a lot of ult.
She knew she was dead, so she just stood still. Yeah, we did use a lot. We used 3. No, we used 2. It's not that much.
Oh, I need help.
I'm shooting him for you,
Oh, that'll
bro.
do.
Oh my god, look at that. Look at my Magneto go.
What the fuck
Look
pushed me?
at my Magneto go. So talented.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm talking about mine, not yours.
No! Damn, I fuck.
Oh
Great.
shit, you guys gotta get out of there.
Oh, we live.
There's so much damage.
There's a lot of damage.
Damn, just die already. I need help.
Showing the screw walls. No, I'm dead.
What's
Close
my
to losing, bro.
doing, man? Not destroying the walls.
We went in OT.
Destroying
We
the
went in
game.
OT.
You let me die, dude.
You let me die. I don't want.
Crazy. Come here, Drew. I want you. I want you, Drew. I want you.
Yo, Phoenix, find a hobby, man.
Damage boost me.
Find a hobby is crazy.
Where's the ultimate?
Alright. Ultimate from every direction, I guess. We got.
Yo, whoa.
Luna's right here.
I'm focusing her. It was strange.
GG, everybody. Good play.
GG's. Hope you guys all have a good day. Or night.
Yo, Cyclops
You
Phoenix
Nikolai?
Mantis boost is so much freaking damage.
It is. It's a lot.
Walling me off. That's what's up.
Huh?
I gotta get him back for walling me off like that.
True. What DPS do I hate playing against this rogue? Bucky's kind of annoying. No, Black Cat's top of that list. Fuck that hero. Goddamn insta-Qs. What other DPS do I not
Oh,
enjoy
did you
playing
not
against
want
this
me
rogue?
to insta-Q?
No. I'm just surprised at how fast the Qs are.
Oh yeah, the Qs are pretty fast.
Okay.
Yo, I just keep punching their tanks like into you guys.
Yeah, that changed loot for a while. Yeah, I was shooting the hell out of him. I wanted to pull my shotgun out, but I don't want to risk getting that close and he blows up on me. I did not mean to hover dino. Whoops.
They have a really good storm. We just played with them the last 2 games, so if we can ban it.
Yeah, she's really good.
Was it Quabbles or something?
That's what I was thinking.
We ban Thing and Black Cat next then?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Makes my life a lot easier. Oh, perfect. Fantastic. Let's get Thing out of here.
Yeah. That's
Thing.
Rizlik's favorite ban.
Probably ban Mantis Lust.
Right after banning my Punisher.
We could ban Mantis Lust.
Facts. I say Punisher, bro.
I think you're in the
It's a
squad
dino.
chat.
Fuck. Hold on.
Playing Dino.
There we go. Okay, yeah, we can ban Mantis Lust. Unless I'm still on squad chat because my thing says blue, but
They don't have a. They have an Iron Fist.
I mean, I don't know. They could play Mantis. Like, what? I don't know.
I don't think Mantis is, no. I don't think we do that.
I'm banning. I don't give a fuck. Fucking, I'm banning. I fucking hate Mantis. That character's too good, bro. I'm not risking it. They go hit scam at Mantis like Hella or something, and we just get lit up. Yeah, I'm not risking that. We banned Punisher over Mantis.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
That's a spicy one, that's for sure.
Those who oppose.
Someone's got to guard.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
If not, I'm gonna go healer. I'll go healer. This is why we go bold.
Oh,
Wait,
oh,
what?
could you please go healer?
Oh, wait, we
Sure.
got strap pull on Jubilee. We're good. 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 We're good.
For sure. Okay, I'll have belief. Have faith.
No, you don't want to play with a support pool?
Oh.
Yeah.
There's very rare occasions where I actually like our support pool.
Nah,
What?
I feel that.
Wait.
I feel that.
Is a lie playing tank and hating
No,
on
they
supports?
be using the gun ult, bro. No. When we play, they use the gun ult,
I mean,
dude.
even as a support, like
They use the gun ult, bro. That shit is awful. They don't use the sword ult, and they don't calm when they're ulting either or nothing.
All that she's sharp. My mind.
I'll have faith though. Like I'm not gonna hate right away, but I am worried.
Guess I'll play also. I haven't played also since last patch, so we'll see how this nerf feels.
4, 3, 2.
Lie is a natural on Meg.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You hate support? No. Maybe sometimes.
I'm gonna repeatedly find.
I only hate on the player, not the support, really.
Nah, she ate both. No, I'm joking.
Damn, I just wasted a bubble. Are you guys good back there? I don't have bubble. Get behind me.
We'll see.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, that's a big nerf. That's way more nerf.
There's someone.
Oh. The Iron Fist on site?
My poor rack. I mean, rocket. Which- Hi,
Same
Angry.
thing.
We are down one, so care.
Okay, I get back before they get there. I'm already here with y'all.
I'm gonna punch the mag in here.
There's an Iron Fist on our rack.
Oh, Iron Fist is. We're down one healer. Iron Fist killed our healer.
Come to me.
Iron Fist won. Iron Fist won. No reflect either.
Shit. That is a lot of clutter.
Hello again, hamster.
There go Lindley.
Sorry, I was trying to stall for time. Reset.
51.
Oh man, okay.
Wait for Jubilee to come back. Get out of there.
Watchparty drop for me, I guess.
Stay alive.
Whoa, I got one shot by Moon Knight.
I'll evolve for this upcoming fight.
Ready?
Rogue, you ready?
Still got an edge.
Holy fucking ult down.
Wow. I guess he shot my ult. Wow.
Oh, I didn't get him? How is that possible?
I'm just
Okay, what
trying
did
to
I do
ult,
wrong?
but
Howie.
that dude destroyed my ult so fast.
Yeah.
I'm switching.
Who destroyed it?
I guess good for Rock. Well, he ulted as soon as I ulted, though. I guess it was a panic response or something.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't ult to counter ult
Marcus
Rocket
low?
though. I ulted because I thought it would help us win the team fight.
Good down one.
So are we.
Whoa.
Rockets won. I just killed that guy and he reses and kills me. Okay.
Yo, how many times are you gonna fall for that?
That's not good.
That's okay. I'm gonna be on full peel duty this time around.
I don't understand why I don't.
Huh?
What?
One wrong step and they'll be
What'd he
caught in
say?
my trap.
I don't know.
He said I don't understand why
We
something.
didn't ban to, I think, Iron Fist.
Because he's gonna ban.
Didn't he
he's
want
gonna
Iron
ban.
Fist banned?
No, he was banning Punisher.
He wanted Punisher ban. It landed on Punisher. I wanted to ban Mantis.
Yeah, they banned Punisher.
I mean, like, I don't know. They wanted Storm. We did Storm. We did Punisher. I mean, like, I don't know.
I mean, you could play other supports that would be better. Like White Fox is good.
Further than any of us could ever hope to fathom.
This battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nah, that's her ult.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Thank you for the follow. It's sweet.
Anything's better than working with Deadpool. Wait. Please tell me Deadpool's not here. There you are.
All the damage for shots, but yeah, not a great response.
Where are you, Iron Fist? He's behind the hero.
Thanks for the love, love.
Put my trap down.
Yeah, I got the bubble jump.
Oh man. I will.
Here's my senior. I don't have a bubble for.
Max 1.
Okay. I'm not sure how to play to keep diving like this. He put it under the ult.
Did he?
Yeah.
Aw.
Honestly, might want to switch with him.
Me? Switch the rocket?
No, the rocket. I might want to switch with rocket.
Does he play tank?
Don't know.
This is real
Oh.
firepower!
Well, I can't even get a chance to even use my ult. We just lost both our support ults instantly. Like, Rocket ult got bursted by Moon Knight ult, and then the other one, she got mag ulted.
Okay, what ult do they have? Oh, they probably have Jubilee, huh?
I think she used it, but I have ult. I can ult her, but I can't even get close enough to even get a good ult.
A shield?
I was gonna get a tank. That sucks. Oh, got him.
Hey, boss down.
I could try to push him off point with mine.
They're down one. We gotta walk out.
What the fuck?
No, I'm dead. Oh, just shreds me instantly.
Damn, I have to touch point. Yeah, there's the ult tracking.
Get off.
Rocket, do you play tank? Did he hear me?
There you go.
Okay, Rocket?
Your in-game mic is not working.
Oh, you fucking kidding me! You talking to me this whole time. God damn it.
Iron Fist upper right.
We gotta melt that. Oh. Damn. We've lost every single support all this entire game, I think. I don't think we've used the one support all.
Okay, we are down our rocket.
Is that an Iron Man? Okay, there's an Iron Man deep in the sky.
Do you think he could solo tank?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
too late. It doesn't matter. It's way too late.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Unlucky. That hood was going crazy.
I should have swapped sooner.
Honestly, I don't think there's much that could have done differently. That was one of those.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think that would have mattered because we lost every single support ult. Rocket ult got insta melted or counter ulted, and what's his name? Yeah. Jubilee just kept getting dunked on over and over and over. She was playing cloak, she got dunked on. She went Jubilee, she got dunked on.
Yeah,
like
ulting
twice
on
in a row.
with Mag there and not going to the portal on the right was just a death wish.
And
Did
Moon
you see some side gameplay this stream? Probably not.
Yeah, it was GG. It wouldn't have mattered.
It depends on.
I mean, that's why I wanted to play heal instead, because I could have played White Fox. It probably would have been better.
Probably would have been.
Probably would have been.
Our other DPS also was like not holding the zone either. So like, oh, we're on the same team as him again.
What?
Disney movie? What Disney movie?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
That was a new one with Hella again? Oh, it was Red Hella this time.
You can suck up all the damage and stuff, but yeah, not a great, yeah.
Now, who am I gonna ban from this match?
I say we ban them.
Bro, not again, bro. I'm not doing this shit again, bro.
Are we using a tracker?
I sure am, bro. He has a 60% win rate. I say we ban the shit.
Just 60,
Yo,
that's it?
turn that shit
off, bro.
Bro,
that's
no,
60%, bro?
It's not
You scared of a 60?
Yo, you're cheating in order to put yourself in a rank you can't get to normally. Don't do that, man.
Bro, it's not.
You're better than us,
It's
bro. Have
cheating.
some respect
It's
for yourself,
cheating.
bro.
Cheating.
Have some confidence.
The third-party software, man.
ability
Like,
that
you boost yourself
out of all
by
the
cheating.
You still gotta have the skills to win, bro.
No, you don't. You're giving yourself a handicap. Then you get to ranks you're not ready for. I've seen this fucking dance before.
Oh my god,
Happens
shame.
every time. You're gonna go 22 deaths in my game.
So you're saying that because you're banning someone who has a good win rate on the character.
No, I'm saying
you're not
you're
supposed to
cheating
know
by
that.
knowing
You're
what
not
their
supposed
win
to
rate
know
is.
that is the thing. You're literally cheating.
Only one other person in here has reached Celestial once, so.
Oh my
I'm fucking
goodness.
Eternity. Shut the fuck up.
Ooh, Eternity. There's.
Pick your hero.
You're not supposed to
without
know
cheating.
this.
You did
That's
it
why it's
Celestial
called
one with
cheating.
Like, what is this flex?
They're not supposed to know this, which is why it's cheating. My man. Oh, lordy, bro.
I just want to let you know BP is open and they're gonna play.
Bro, he got nerfed, bro. Relax. It's like the boogeyman.
I don't want to hear no pressure on the support team. You're not getting.
Bro, relax. Relax.
Bro. You can't beat a BP. You do not belong in Celestial.
Relax. Damn, bro. It's not that deep.
Nice to know I haven't lost my hunter's instinct after all these years.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, I love this game, man.
Last game where you guys got like struggled? Yeah.
My man's sweating straight out the gate.
No, it's a healer that's talking.
Like, I'll go no more for him, but like he needs to just relax. Like you're cheating. You're not supposed to know this.
You're not supposed to know that. You're saying it's wrong to ban someone with a good win rate? No, you're saying you're not supposed to know that win rate in the first fucking place.
He could have won like a few matches and had a 60% this season. Like I don't know if it even shows overall, but 60% is not that crazy of a win rate for a character.
No, that's like
That's
normal.
normal. Yeah. Like I have a 60-something% rate on blade. Like that's just normal. This is where banning.
Left.
Alright, that would BP. I will be peeling for this guy. BP's dead. Just kill him. He's so easy to kill.
Get the turret. Oh man, I got it.
You got another one. The down one. Walk up. The down one.
Melee.
Get your ass over here.
Oh, that was
Oh,
nice.
no. Oh no, not
What?
the BP.
I'm
I didn't get
saying.
assist or
win
kill.
rate BP.
Chat, what the fuck?
Tank life.
Not the BP.
That tank
the
life. Oh my
BP.
god, that sucks.
Yes, losing it, bro. I got you.
Oh, they switched out the BP.
Just like that. Like, come on. Oh, what? Oh, I died to Spider-Man's girlfriend. My bad. Oh, Venom's girlfriend, too. Okay. It's a rag holding. You know, I'm chill. It's just, I can't believe he's sweating bullets straight before the match even starts. It's not that deep.
They're going straight to point. We need to go back.
I tackled her off the site.
Oh, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Oh, I got ulted. Or no. I don't know where Cloak went. I couldn't find her. She was 1 HP, but...
No. Mag, why do you gotta float? You can't fly?
You can fly. It's only during ult. Oh.
There is no way.
Like only float.
I would have clutched that myself had that fucking landed.
I'm hit. Cover me.
Oh my gosh, she was 1 HP.
They don't have totems, we can play pretty aggressive.
Did they use any support?
Oh, I got ulted.
That's massive.
Oh, he had a big ult, yeah. Oh yeah, he got like 4
I
people.
don't remember them using C&D. Or was it Loki?
Yeah, it was
They used
C&D. Oh, both? Okay.
They use both. Yeah, they use both. They don't have any
Shit,
support.
what? I mean, I could use mine, but then I wouldn't have it when they have it.
We should use it and just win the team fight and guarantee to win for the round. If possible.
Fuck! Oh, worth.
Got one of the healers.
Just heal.
You can use it now.
They don't have Loki yet.
Got a DPS.
Good. This fucking rogue. She's 1. Fuck off me, man.
Be prepared for the CPs. But, oh wait, no, never mind.
Why didn't Luna charm? Oh, she could have charmed. You think she had it? She could have
Probably not.
charmed there for sure.
Yeah, you can get frozen in your ult if you time it right.
Frozen in your ult?
In the Psylocke ult, there's a delay before you actually get to press it.
Yeah.
It's kind of what keeps it fair.
It's like a startup. When she's visible,
that's-
like with the wings on her back, yeah, you can kill her.
Yeah. That's why you want to either like dash up to avoid the CC, or if there's an invis, you want to like get behind him and use it. Because if you dash up on an invis, she'll push you away.
Max Eisenhut. Magnus. the
Track you before the
master
ult time. Do you? Oh yeah. No, that was a good. That was a good freeze.
In the flesh.
I don't know why they said like nice swap. I guess it's like I didn't. Did any of us swap?
No, I didn't swap. I'm playing Bucky out the gate.
I just tried to compliment them, and I just like I don't know. I got sass. Everyone in this game is fucking traumatized, man.
Yeah, it was talking about Black Panther like it was the boogeyman. I don't know.
Right? You got Spidey. You gotta just Spidey with a 60% win rate.
60%
win rate
on Spidey. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Here they come. Much better.
Get the fuck off.
Yeah, also. What? She ulted me.
Let me melee this whole.
Been knocked down before. Doesn't last.
Chat, what is wrong with that girl?
No, I could have. God damn it.
Face oblivion.
Oh my god.
Wait, let me melee him.
Wait, what is it? Is she still on this melee trick?
That's what
Oh no, it was supposed to be melee with
Whoa. That guy's 1 HP.
melee with Jubilee. I'm just meleeing for fun right now.
I respect it. Boogeyman is down.
I got 2 shields. I'm gonna get difficult for my ult.
Destroyed it, but I'm not sure it's on
Be a
there.
bitch. Credit.
Let me get a kill, please.
Penta.
Thank you.
You got them all! You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Again!
Stupid character, bro. That was hard earned. Ember.
Shielding,
They call me.
shielding.
Feel like a amazing hook. You see that, chat?
Thank you for that final.
Wait, what the?
Stranger's going up here. No, chat, I lost it.
What the hell?
Damn. You know how long it takes to get his fucking ult?
So how Stranger will the next fight?
You gotta keep shooting. You gotta keep doing damage.
Yeah, that's all I've been doing.
I mean, yeah, but.
I died during it though. Yeah.
Yo, you
so
yo,
So
this guy.
Not you so walking in, bro.
Oh, goodness gracious.
They're slowed. Fuck, I fell. Average Psylocke. That guy is not happy.
Yeah, don't try to steal my kill. I worked hard for that one.
He's saying that like BPs don't do the same. They're pulling, but it's way too late.
Is it?
Damn. It's a sky portal. It's bad.
Wow, that's not a good portal for them. My support.
Damn, cleaned house.
Did we all get a kill on him?
Yeah, turn this shit off, man.
Have some confidence, bro.
Tracker carry.
Bro.
30,
Son.
31 and 3 Psylocke might have had something to do with it.
Mark for me, buddy.
He said tracker carry. What? I'm actually so worried for some people in this game. Like, what will he do without his tracker?
Fucking be brought down to the rank he fucking deserves.
Like, oh, I got
Like,
99 out of
bro.
100. God damn it.
Guess you got to do another one then. Yo, I'm gonna avoid that fucking group.
Do we have time for another one?
Do you know?
Do I want to do one more?
I have time for one more.
Wait, he's sick because you had 9 finalists. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm on Bucky,
the assist
bro.
hero. Yeah, like, guys, it's fucking Bucky. Psylocke
take
will
every
kill steal
final.
every other person except for Bucky. Like, that's just how it works. You know, there, right there at the end, when fucking Infernasu used his ult and killed everyone. Like, who got the opening pick to start the fight? Who helped kill the Elsa? Who then cleaned up the rest of the fucking fight?
Yeah, it's a team
Bucky.
game
That's what
anyway.
Bucky does. Like, yeah.
Y'all ready?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Fucking losers and their trackers, man. That shit irritates the fuck out of me. No competitive
It's
integrity in this
literally
game
cheating,
whatsoever.
but
It's literally
whatever.
cheating.
Or funny, bro. It literally is cheating. I have some self-respect, some
Yeah, it's a team game.
self-confidence.
Who cares if it's for participation? Yeah. If you are always trying to handicap your opponents, you're never gonna play against like the players that, you know, at their best. So you're handicapping them, but you're handicapping yourself. Yo, who
Y'all listen
names
to Sammy
themselves Sean
Johnson?
Combs?
Listen to who?
Sammy Johnson.
Sammy Johnson. Sounds
You know, the
familiar.
finals assigned during his ult is dumb though.
Oh, that's a singer.
Like that
Yeah, I've heard
Hurricane
of
Low
him.
Rings. Oh yeah.
I listen to a song though. Wait, is good songs or what?
I'm listening to a song I haven't listened to in a while called Moonlight Lovers. It's really nice.
Moonlight.
That's how chill I is all the time. I'm all sitting here crashing out over people using trackers, and she's just like, "This song is nice."
Yeah, I'll play it. Like on his way to ban a 60% late. Yeah, I have like a 60 something percent. That was a relaxing song.
I think it'd be funny because like my win rate on this account is like garbage and like Psylocke, so it's like if people see that, they'd let that shit through.
Why are we banning Iron Fist? Magneto's banned, by the way.
Lame. Was the easiest role to carry on? In the lowest of elos, I feel like it's tank. In Diamond to GM, probably DPS.
The fuck are these
and then
bans?
Celestial, it's
What are they banning? Are they like tracker bans? Those gotta be tracker bans.
What the fuck? Why is Mag banned?
Those are tracker bans. Those gotta be tracker bans, 100%. Cause what the fuck are those bans they're banning? You wanna play Bucky? You can play Bucky. Unless you wanna do
I don't
Cap
know.
or
You
Emma.
choose.
something too.
This last match, I don't mind anything.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
I'll go Luna.
They're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause. Gotta fly.
Ain't I attractive?
You think it's the same person?
30 seconds
Probably.
before you attack. Get ready.
I guess at this point I could play Invis too, huh?
Whoa. Don't think I've ever seen you look
It's just like it's weird. Like the mag ban, you'd be like, okay, but then the mag Spidey ban, you're like, all right. And this BP most definitely plays Spidey because that's like the Venn diagram of BP Spider play and Spidey players is almost a perfect circle.
I've heard this song before.
BP,
It's a good song.
Let me ask you if you
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture
do you play Spidey as well?
Got it? Make way for
No, I do not.
There's a dino.
Just let me I'll call the engagement, okay? Let me take all the aggro. Yo, support, you gotta walk up. Ready? 3, 2.
Iron Fist on me.
He's gone. He's gone.
We're good. We could walk up.
I'm getting out. All right, I'm still gonna go back in. 3, 2. All right, we just wait. Play safe. Check my BP.
Watch out. Iron Man's in his. Yeah. Beam for him.
And he got his what? Wait, how did he get a gamma shield?
We're down.
He gets a shield.
Is that his team up?
Did he have a shield? Yeah. But Hulk has to be there though. What the fuck? Or maybe he doesn't for the.
Kill this guy. Kill this guy.
Are we having a hard time pushing in?
Yeah, I'm like the one really playing. Oh shit, I am.
Death, let me give you a snowflake.
That's why they banned Magneto, because they have an Iron Man. It's not. It wasn't a tracker ban.
Oh. I can't. Okay.
Yo, how am I getting fucking?
Yeah, we need someone for this Iron Man. Oh wait, you guys are already playing stuff for it.
I can't assist you. You're a bit too far.
I know, so low.
I think we're lacking a lot of.
I think we're lacking
firepower.
damage. We are.
I just like we have him on.
I saw an after
Cyclops
Spider-Man. Let me heal you. Hey.
Oh, sorry.
You said fuck healer ult charge.
No,
Really?
it's just.
Really?
It's just.
That's not bad.
You're not.
Keep going
It's
for it,
the
keep going for it.
spawn
We gotta rush
room
the point.
though. The
Iron
spawn
Fist
room was
rush
looking
us,
at
but
me
we
a
gotta
little
rush them faster
different.
because they have their solo tank dead. Go, go, go. The Iron Fist is coming. Go, 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 go. Trust.
I don't know, man.
We gotta find the rocket after this. Rocket here, rocket here.
Trying to help you guys, but.
Reset.
Yeah, we need more damage.
Yeah, we definitely need more.
We're definitely lacking on damage. Well, the comp, yes, but like I think Cyclops is missing or some shit.
He's definitely missing. Okay, we can go in there. We have Luna ult and they have rocket, which ours is better. Right, Iron Fist is going on you right now. Okay. Well, fuck.
I am so fucking low. That sucks.
The current score is 0.
I should have just ulted there.
0. Time to switch things
Oh, good.
That's
You like
alright.
that?
Which side you're on.
Yeah, someone's not doing damage, but
It's 1 AM.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
yeah, I
Is
meant
what
to
it
let
is.
you heal me, but just the spawner was looking at me a little different. Like, you know. Mag's Crystal coming ban. Yeah, he's playing Iron Man. That's why he banned Mag. I thought it was a tracker ban. No, it's just because
Nah,
he's
it's
playing
just
Iron
an
Man.
Iron Man ban.
Yeah, it's an Iron Man ban.
We should have.
Find out how much chaos I can cause.
Did I go in this?
That's right. I'll try to bring it back with Psy.
We are not surrendering.
Go play it out.
Stay strong.
Hood on, guns out. Let's. If Country wants to give me
We have a lot of firepower to use this team up.
Why is Mag good against Iron Man? Because ult counter.
His ult.
You can Pokemon the sky.
Like, Iron Man
when
can't
Iron Man
ult,
ults, Mag
yeah.
ults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know what that means, but everything should be chill.
Yeah, his ult's basically free if there's no Iron Man.
Common denominator, my friend.
3,
Make no Mag.
2, 1. You
Just play it out, and if you don't want to play, then just hop off the game after this.
Like you said, after this.
Left.
What the? Whoa.
Our man's so fucking low. Oh, where we at? That's game. They have so much damage, bro. They just ran us down. Okay, I'll do one more if y'all want. Only if y'all want to, though. Because that was really fast.
Man, if you have trouble playing the game, just don't play the game. All right?
We can just do another if y'all want.
That was not good. I'm thinking Mostrick, I'm willing to lose again.
What's the play team? What do you want to do?
I'll keep playing until you guys do.
I'm gonna have to stop here because it's too late for me.
All right, that's perfectly fine. I've been on for 11. I'm done. We are calling it done.
10-game loss streak. I'm willing to lose again.
What? Wait,
so
someone
funny.
said that?
Well, no, that's basically what it was.
It was like,
Oh, the hella said
5-game
that.
loss streak, obviously another one.
Oh.
It was like, oh, who's the most annoying character? Black Cat. Black Cat, Black Cat, Black Cat. It's always Black Cat. Who's the most annoying character? Black Cat. Who's the most difficult character to fight in the game? Black Cat. What character do you not want to see in your game? Black Cat. Always Black Cat. Dumbest hero.
It was pretty good. That iframe move. I'm surprised that's still in the game.
Yeah, you
They
have
gotta-
iframes.
They have to change that move.
Perma invis.
Good night. You want to raid someone or what? Or y'all work with me? Are you staying on, Duff?
I don't know. Looks like my buddy Brandon's still playing. I might see what he's up to.
All right, I'll send them to you. All right, I'm out of here too, guys. See you, chat.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Someone send that in my friends queues.